us break down this mystery. Grab a seat, we guarantee you're in wonderful company, unraveling these mysteries with Mr. and Mrs. E. Mr. and Mrs. E.
Launch sequence activated. Prepare for light speed.
Keeping the missing relevant with Mr. E, Mrs. E. Let's not forget the sweet and E, and of course the best Grand E, unraveling these mysteries. Stay a while and share your thoughts. Help us break down this mystery. Grab a seat, we guarantee you're in wonderful company, unraveling these mysteries with Mr. and Mrs. E.
Auntie, is that you? Yes. Bring in the crime dogs. It's time.
Unraveling these mysteries. Stay a while and share your thoughts. Help us break down this mystery. Grab a seat, we guarantee you're in wonderful company, unraveling these mysteries with Mr. and Mrs. E. Unraveling these mysteries with Mr. and Mrs. E.
Welcome to the Mr. E Crimecast, everyone. I'm Mr. E. I'm joined this morning by Mrs. E. I think Aunt E will be joining us a little bit later on. She's got a doctor's appointment this morning. So just like to welcome everyone in. Good to see you. Blessed. Mrs. E's laughing because I'm basically saying the exact same thing I said just a minute ago.
Yes.
While I was muted. Blessed Happy Nana. Good to see you. Angel Wings. S1 1976 Sarah. L Kennedy. Pam, I'm quilting. So lots of folks that joined us yesterday. Crystal Pistol, Savvy's aunt. Glad to have you all back, and thanks for letting me know that I was muted there. Let Them 66 has been a member for 6 months. We appreciate the support. That helps us keep going and doing fun stuff like this and doing these trials together. It was a fascinating trial yesterday. We were surprised to see the au pair actually take the stand. If you missed yesterday, or if the case is new for you, I'm getting pretty good at doing a 3-minute summary on the case because it's as complicated as it is. It's hard to kind of articulate exactly what this crime was. So I'll start with, I'm going to pull this. Yeah. All right. So we have Brendan and Christine Banfield. Married couple. She's a nurse, works in the ICU at a pediatric hospital. He's a criminal investigator for the IRS, both in their mid-30s. They have a 4-year-old daughter. They live in Fairfax, Virginia, in $1 million home. Because of their careers, they need an au pair. Sometime in 2021, they bring in an au pair from Brazil. She's 21 years old, Juliana Malgalis. And
not to be confused with the actress.
Not to be confused. It's spelled a little differently. And she moves in with the family, and she helps take care of the daughter when they're working. And she's like a live-in nanny, is the au pair. And sometime around 2022, she develops an affair with Brendan. And then in February 24th, 2023, there's a 911 call. When police arrive, they find that Brendan has shot a man in his bedroom named Joseph Ryan. He's 39 years old. He's from Springfield, Virginia. He's unknown to anyone in the family. And also his wife has been stabbed to death in her bed. And so his story to the 911 operators and to the police is that Joe had intruded, was attacking his wife. He came back unexpectedly in the au pair. When they come into the bedroom, he essentially is trying to save his wife by shooting the intruder. And then the story is that Joe apparently in some kind of essay assault attacked Christine. And we have later learned that police really didn't buy that story. Right. So they begin investigating, and months go by. Finally, they arrest Juliana on a second-degree murder charge. She sits in a cell for several months, and eventually makes a deal where she pleads to a lesser charge of manslaughter to testify against Brendan. So with Brendan, they are going for 4 counts of first-degree murder, and then a few other charges involving a firearm and also endangering their daughter, who was in the home in the basement at the time. And when I say basement, don't think like basement, like a dungeon. It's like a finished basement with like an office and a gym. And yeah. I mean, it's like a finished basement, but they left her there, I think, to keep her from being involved in the action, but that became a charge as well. Anyway, what investigators and what the opening statements revealed to us yesterday was that they believe that this was a conspiracy, a very well thought, meticulous, planned elimination of the wife, because Brendan did not basically want to go through a divorce. He wanted to not lose the money. He didn't want to become financially strapped. He thought he tells Juliana that he thinks a hitman would be too likely to come back to him. So they devise a plan where they set up an account on a fetish website called FetLife, and they pretend to be Christine, and they're looking for a patsy. Eventually, they come across Joe Ryan, and he's all into role play and fantasy and LARPing and all this kind of thing. And anyway, he takes the bait, and what he is told, what he believes, is that he's talking to actually Christine, who ends up being Juliana. He thinks he's coming to her home on a planned role-playing kind of event where he's going to be violently attacking Christine, and she's going to fight back. He thinks it's going to be an act. She's not going to know that it was real, or that it was not real, I guess. Just diabolical and evil.
I was gonna say,
And
it's diabolical either way.
and then so they have it set up where Brendan comes up, he's the hero, finds them, and his wife is gone, and then Juliana can go on about their lives later. Does that pretty well sum up the crime?
You did really well.
Okay.
That was pretty good.
Okay, so that and so that is the nuts and bolts of it. And we learned yesterday there were all kinds of planning that went into this, about the way they timed their phone calls, because Juliana takes the little girl to the zoo early in the morning. Brendan goes to McDonald's. See, he's 6 minutes away, so that so even that part he planned out. So according to Juliana, he knew that his pattern of life was not to go to McDonald's on his way to work. So in the weeks leading up, he started stopping at places to have breakfast, to go to work. That's how
I don't think I
meticulous
realized that.
and thought out this all was. They made sure that while they were catfishing Joe, that one of them were in the house with Christine, so that if there were an investigation later on, they would know, Christine was home when they got on her laptop to catfish Joe. So let's say Christine's in the shower or on the treadmill downstairs. One of them would take her laptop out of the backpack, catfish Joe for a while, put the laptop back, and she would be none the wiser this was happening, knowing that if they tried to do this while she was at work or out at the store or whatever,
Right, it wouldn't work.
They would be able to pinpoint where she was. So this is where, Brendan, being a criminal investigator for the IRS, became very helpful to him in this planning, because he knows what investigators are looking for. I mean, this is sinister and diabolical and evil on
So many levels.
so many levels. The thing we all keep coming back to is, why not just get the divorce and just move on with your life? To go through this, it's just so beyond evil.
Wow.
You're killing this innocent man who just thought he was on a consensual kind of role-playing rendezvous that you don't even know. Your wife, mother of your daughter. You're eliminating your daughter's mother at 4 years old, and then destroying your own life, destroying everyone's life attached to this, just to save a little money on alimony and child support, or the trouble of going through a divorce. It's just really so incredibly selfish and dark.
Well, a couple things. I think
Okay.
one thing I think that we're going to find out, there was a substantial life insurance policy.
Probably is. There probably is, because
That's one.
yeah.
And
You found out there is, or you
No,
think
I
there
said
is?
I think we're going to find that out.
Probably.
And I think that it's the lack of respect for life and for human beings. I think that's the other part that really gets me about this.
Yeah.
And not just, beside the fact that, this is the mother of your child. How many lives were affected? I mean, if you really go down the list, dozens and dozens of people. We've got the daughter, we've got the family of Christine, we've got the family of Joseph. There's just, I mean, it's affecting the family of the au pair. It's affecting his family. It just goes, the list goes on, and it's a trickle effect,
Yeah.
One real quick before I forget, Nick sent us a super chat. Good morning, Nick.
Thank you, Nick.
Thank
we always
you.
appreciate the green and orange hearts. It's
Yes.
very nice of you, and I appreciate the support. Thanks. You came in for a little while yesterday and had some great commentary. It was fun chatting with you during the trial.
And Caring for All wants to know what she missed. Basically, we were muted for the first 30 to 45 seconds. That was kind of funny. Let's see. And L. Kennedy wanted to know, do you think there'll be charges for Joseph being unalived? I think there were. Right?
Yes. So he's facing 4.
Right.
4 charges. But it's just because of the different tiers or whatever there. But he's essentially looking at life in prison. If the jury comes back unanimous, he's spending a life in prison because of the charges. If not, he'll walk away. That's essentially what's at stake for him. The death penalty's been gone since 2021, we learned yesterday. And I didn't mention this. The deal that Juliana had, it was a manslaughter charge. She was sentenced to 10 years. We assume that part of her deal for doing her testimony today and yesterday was that she'll probably go home after the trial with time served, with 2.5 or so years that she's had.
And Caring for All says, I'm not much of a fan of how the prosecution is presenting this case, though. And I agree. I think I actually was discussing this with Aunt E this morning. We were discussing how neither side seems terribly passionate about their case.
Yeah, it's
and
not been very.
She compared it to Murdaugh. She's like, Murdaugh's like a TV movie.
You know what it is for
everything's Murdaugh.
Yeah, for Auntie, because it's like that's her touchstone for every crime or trial.
She loved it. She's watched it multiple times.
It's like for us, Sebastian is our touchstone for every case we'll cover because it's the one we've been the most focused. So we always compare everything to Sebastian Rogers. She always compares everything to Murdaugh. But this has not been very contentious. There's been very little challenging. And I was thinking about this after we got through with the stream yesterday. Because the case is so complicated, I wonder if the jury's following it, the narrative. Like we know it because we spent days researching it leading up to the trial and reading about it and watching the videos and everything. But for a jury that doesn't know the case, hearing this for the first time, are they understanding? Because his planning was so meticulous.
Right. I got it.
Are they understanding everything about like sending her to the safe and why he had her pick up a weapon? Like, I don't even quite understand this. And like why she was going to the zoo and about going to McDonald's and planning that all. Like, are they really understanding the thought and planning that went in? And will they buy it? Will it seem like if you've got one juror sitting there going, this sounds like tinfoil hat stuff.
It does.
Like, I wonder if you've got somebody like that going, nah, no way. Or if they don't really understand the idea of catfishing, like if they're not, maybe they don't know that concept very well. Maybe they just think, you know what, the simplest answer is probably the right one. It probably was just an intruder. This is a law enforcement officer.
That's what they're hoping for, right?
So I just kind of wondered if that's how that's going to land with the jury. So they're going to have to really. They did a great job, I thought, with the opening argument. It was very concise and clear and understandable. So I don't know. That's just something I was thinking about.
And good morning, Witchy Mama. Nice to see you. And Rosebud had a question. She said, oh, I'm glad I made it. Have you seen the People Magazine investigator episode with Chris from the interview room regarding Dee Warner?
No, I saw somebody mention it somewhere, and I put it on my list of stuff to listen to later on, but I have not.
Yeah, I would like to see it as well. Yeah. I'm always fascinated when Chris talks. So I would really like to hear his thoughts about it because I know that the Cold Case Society or Cold Case. Am I saying that?
I bet Cold Case Foundation.
I was going to say society. I know that they were involved with helping this get solved. So
they did a great. I think about it all the time. They did a great live about an hour or so, just talking about their strategy of how they helped with that case.
Right.
And the strategy. I love strategy, and so listening to that was really interesting. They did all kinds of things that creative ways to aid in that case. Right. So I'll definitely check that out.
And Rosebud said, I was comparing Dee Warner's investigation to Sebastian, that Ellie said they wouldn't make an arrest without a body. But then after 3 years, they arrested the husband, Dale.
Yeah.
Right. Good morning, Kelsey.
Yeah.
So nice to see you. Welcome.
Hi, Kelsey. And before they found the body, they did with Dale, didn't they? There's we found several cases where
circumstantial. Yeah.
Uh,
Oh, let them send a super sticker. And guess what, guys? I set it up to where he can actually see it. Now click
I
over to
can't.
that
I'll head
tab.
over. I see it. Do I see a little animal, a cat or a dog or something there?
I think it's a fox.
A fox. Okay.
With hearts.
Something with, but very cute. Well, good. I can actually see
you.
the stickers now.
Thank you, let them. That's so sweet.
And I am monitoring a court TV over there. They're not coming up yet.
Oh, Kelsey, I'm so sorry you had a root canal yesterday.
Oh, I did one of those once. Those are not fun.
I'm sure that she said she listened during a root canal. So hopefully you had like the happy gas and it was very entertaining.
That's the bright side. That's how they get you in there.
Yeah. Well, no, I won't even go. You know this. I won't go to
you
the
hate
dentist. I hate the sounds of the drill. I hate all of that stuff. And so I pretty much have to have it to have a cleaning at this point. Over the years, I've just gotten so it's just grating on my senses. I can't take it.
Yes, you've got a little bit of the sensory kind of stuff for sure, but that is the one that gets under your skin
L.
for sure.
Kennedy, you should be able to see it in chat. I don't know how that works. I don't know.
Okay, Rosebud says the mishap of Ellie on Dee's case was that they never went to the fertilizer barn with the dogs because the last dog that owner had got poisoned and died, and they wouldn't investigate those kinds of barns.
Ooh, okay.
They never went. Okay, because of the chemicals from the fertilizer, and then the police found that the tank was rewelded.
Ooh, yeah. And Kelsey said, "Oh, they gave me the good stuff." I bet they did. I would have to be knocked out. I think I had to have a crown once. And I had to be completely knocked out. I just couldn't handle it. Absolutely couldn't handle it. I just cannot stand the noises. I hate the smells of the dentist. I hate everything about the dentist.
That's the only time I've ever had the good stuff with the dentist because I've never had a cavity, but I had the one root canal. And I do, they do give you the good stuff for that. So, everybody's kind of rolling in here. I am watching. We haven't started yet.
No worry, El Kennedy.
They're just showing the seal that
we don't need to see the violent seal. Can we look that up?
Yeah,
can we see what that's all about? Because that seal is pretty aggressive.
I'll just in case nobody was here yesterday, I'll pull it up and show you the.
Kelsey says my doctor looked like Blake Shelton. No kidding. Well, my question is did the doctor look like Blake Shelton before or after the good stuff? That's my question. So you know what I mean? You know how alcohol makes people more attractive?
Oh, yeah.
Maybe the medicine at the doctor makes the doctor more attractive.
I'm going to find this about the Virginia seal.
Kelsey, please do. You can send me Discord messages too. Don't forget.
All right. So this is interesting. So the Virginia state seal symbolizes the victory of virtue. Virtus in parentheses over tyranny, featuring the Roman goddess of virtue standing victoriously over a defeated tyrant with a fallen crown under the motto Sic Semper Tyrannis, thus always to tyrants, representing the triumph of liberty over oppression with the words Virginia above perseverando, by preserving, on the reverse. So Virtus is the female figure who's supposed to represent the Commonwealth dressed as an Amazon. Tyranny, of course, is the male figure with the fallen crown. He's supposed to be Great Britain symbolically.
Oh, okay.
And Sic Semper Tyrannis, of course, meaning they will always, Virginia will always defeat tyranny. See if there's anything else kind of.
I'm just really happy that finally that Latin you study is coming into.
For just today.
Yeah, just now.
It was my 40-year plan. One day. Okay.
Denise says, I have so many sensory issues around the dentist too. I shudder even thinking about it. I hate it. And Kelsey said he was both attractive before and after the happy guess.
Yeah. Rosebud says there too. I want them to get together with Seth so bad.
Me too.
I wonder what's actually holding that up. There's got to be a reason. There's some reason.
There's stories.
I think there's something
different information from different people, so it's hard to know.
Yeah, I know.
It's hard to know.
There's some reason though.
And
Something's stopping
Rosebud
up.
Can't be trusted on the gas. And having a good looking doctor. I see a lot of stuff I shouldn't. That's funny.
That's funny.
Like I have to be completely knocked out for all of it. And it's hard to find people that will completely knock you out anymore.
I was looking this up yesterday because I wanted to make sure I understood.
Good morning, Hobo Mom. And I hope your appointment goes well.
Yeah, you haven't missed anything yet. We are expecting the au pair to finish her testimony today. She'll probably get called back, I would guess, because they're giving,
Okay, I'm gonna
or at least the option to be.
Kelsey sent it on Discord. Hold on, I want to see. Oh, he is good looking. Oh my. He really does look like Blake Shelton. That's hysterical.
What was the case I was telling you that if we do, the judge was a handsome guy?
He's got, huh?
That everybody was talking about how good looking the judge was. There was a was it?
Oh, it's the
Sarah Grace Patrick.
Sarah Grace Patrick's judge is gorgeous.
Yeah, he looks like a GQ model.
Yes.
So yeah, that.
Thanks for sending that, Kelsey. That made me laugh. Oh, so Rosebud thinks cold case is wrapped up around someone else's case. That's what's holding it up. I know that, they're very active in the Michael Monkey Vaughn case. So
yeah, I just,
Well, yeah, Witchy Mama, that's one of the rumors that went around. I thought I heard the parents need to be cleared. We've heard that too. But I've heard people talk about, I don't want to speak and say the wrong thing because I've heard different people talk about it at different times. I know they've talked with Seth. I know that.
Yeah.
And I've also heard that they have to be asked by the police.
They have to feel like they have cooperation.
Right.
Yes. Because there's no point in them coming in if they can't see.
If they can't have access
to the information. Can't have access, which is understandable too. Which always brings us back to the same thing I always end up saying on that particular case is just that either that means they've got it, they don't need any help.
Oh, okay.
And they're just essentially it's done and they just need more time, or they're arrogant.
Well, Chris, Angel Wings, and I actually remember him saying that. I think he was on Josh's one night. And he said, Chris said that when Summer's case is over, he'll talk with Seth. That as soon as that one gets solved, right?
Yes.
I remember that. I actually remember watching that live. And Bonnie's Journeys. Good morning and welcome. She says, I'm a little behind, but I hate dental work too. The sound and the smells, and I never get the good stuff. Haha. I have 4 back teeth pulled this year and fit for partials. Ugh.
That's rough.
Oh, I just can't stand it. And people that don't have the dental problem, like the dental aversion, do not get it. They absolutely do not understand it. They think it's just fun. Oh boy, I think we're starting.
Right.
And don't forget, this was Johnny Depp's judge. And here's the question: I thought Johnny Depp's was in L.A. Am I crazy?
All right.
You need to make that.
Oh, I don't know.
But wasn't Johnny Depp's trial with Amber Heard in L.A.?
No idea. I didn't watch it. No idea. I mean, it was this judge.
I know that's what I'm saying. This is Virginia.
I don't know.
I think that's bizarre.
I have no idea.
Okay, is this Court TV today?
But it was definitely this judge because we had people even recognize her from that trial and have said she was very good.
Is this Court TV?
Yes.
Perfect.
I think. I thought I was on Court TV yesterday.
That's okay. Either one was fine.
Do we have any preliminary matters before we bring the co-defendant back on the stand?
No. Starflower is saying that Johnny Depp's trial was in Virginia.
Oh, okay. Okay, good.
Oh, okay. And Susanna also said, no, it was West Virginia or Virginia where the judge is because of the type of trial it was. Okay. Let's see. Sorry.
You hear that sound?
Yeah, I do.
Okay. A little buzzing.
I know. I don't know where it's coming from.
I was just in my headset.
Yeah.
I don't know.
We have a lot of things running.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it could be something that we're getting off of that. Hold on one second there before we get started.
Okay.
Um,
I'll talk with chat here in a second.
oh, I'm going to talk with chat. That's what I'm saying. Nick says FBI, if you raid Springfield AK and you'll get some clues in Summer's case.
Springdale AK.
Arkansas.
Okay. Springdale. See, I don't know the Summer case that well. I don't know what the connection is there.
We need to schedule that with Josh. We've been saying it forever.
He said he would do it.
He said he would do it. He said it the other day.
I know. We just got to actually do it.
Rosebud says, well, I guess they gave the what for to the sheriff's department in regard to Dee's death because they were very cooperative after one of his associates spoke with the sheriff. I think it was that attorney, right?
Yeah.
Billy?
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Who was a rock star.
He is. Oh, he's awesome. Yeah. I wish I would, like let him move into our spare bedroom.
Yeah.
That's how much I think he that's how much I think he would be helpful.
No strangers are moving into this house.
Except
after
for
this
Billy.
Case.
Except for Billy. Oh, right.
No guests. No
I have a hard time having, how I am. I like our solitude.
Yeah.
And Denise says, I remember Chris being on Josh's and saying, let's poke the bear. Yes. And see if he could rile him up.
I
get him
agree.
yapping.
That's why I know
when you're a fan of
I know people have different feelings about this, but my favorite move that At Night did throughout was the billboards.
Yeah.
Because I think that actually made him get sloppy. It riled him up. And that was my favorite of all the moves they've done. Because I think it worked. I think it was working. He was cracking. So yeah, I believe in pressure and making people uncomfortable. They make mistakes and get sloppy, especially if you can find people that are impulsive.
Nick says, I'll give the FBI a list of motels and they'll find suspects. Ooh.
Yeah, I mean, it does sound like there's hope that Summer's out there.
There's hope for everything.
There is. It would make some sense that she's out there.
And Hobo Mom, she gifted us 5 memberships. Thank you, Hobo Mom. You shouldn't be thinking about us today, though. You need to be thinking about your doctor's appointment. We will all be praying that everything goes well for you.
Was that today? The appointment's today?
She's in here before her appointment.
Oh, right. So it's right now. Okay.
Yeah, she's getting there.
Hope everything
goes
well.
Much. If you received a gifted membership from Hobo's mom, please tell her thank you. That was very kind. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
That's okay. So if you watched the au pair yesterday, Bonnie's Journeys is asking, what is your opinion of the au pair's questioning so far believable? We had a pretty good split on this. Several people thought she was lying. Some believed her. Her English isn't great. So I think that plays a factor a little bit into, whether or not she's answering questions the right way. It's hard to know. Mm-hmm. I don't know if I'd call her believable.
I don't know. What my problem is that I don't know if maybe she's just told this story so many times, but she has no feeling or emotion.
Right.
It's very flatline.
Yes.
And maybe it's because she's had to repeat it over and over and over. And I could see that. But at the same time, it just feels like it doesn't make her a very anybody I could sympathize with. No.
And I think she's trying to paint herself as more of a victim than she actually is.
Right.
She tries to act like, he is the mastermind of it. It's his plan, but she's almost acting like she had nothing to gain from it, where she's just a victim. But she had a whole lot to gain. She had $1 million home, a little girl that a
ticket to becoming American citizen.
Yeah. She had a great life. And she moved right into the master bedroom.
Right.
When the police raided the home.
We can't forget that part.
And she's taking trips to New York.
And that was just how many, it wasn't even 6 months later that, right?
Right. When the police raided the house leading up to her arrest in October, they were surprised to see all of her clothing in the bedroom, and that the picture
on the nightstand.
That's the one that gets me. The picture of the wife of Christina and Brendan was replaced with a picture of Brendan and Juliana. And when you see it, it's gross. It's the gross picture. You see them all smiling and giggly, you almost feel like they're laughing at what they got away with, It's
Is that
really
the one
kind of
where
sick.
they look like they're in a hot tub?
Yes.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah.
I got it.
And it's been submitted as evidence.
Let's see. I have it somewhere.
Right. Quilting says, and she shot the guy. So it's not like she's just a little, she didn't have to do that.
Oh, here it is. Let me see.
And when she's talking about that yesterday, she didn't.
I'm sure they'll
no
show
regrets.
it. I hate that they're not showing stuff.
Very little evidence have they actually shown. They did show the knife, which is like, we've got a kitchen knife just like it, but it's not the kind
that might be the one you had to go to the hospital over.
It will be good evidence in that it doesn't look like something you would bring.
That sounded terrible. You might need to tell that story.
What?
I said that might be the kind that you had to go to the hospital over. And then I said, that sounded terrible. You might want to tell that story so they don't think I stabbed you.
Actually, the knife I cut myself with that took me to the hospital with was deadlier seeming than the knife that was actually used. It was a bigger, thicker knife.
There's the nightstand picture.
Okay, so it was not the hot tub one.
No.
But yeah, so that was by the nightstand.
Kelsey, she was arrested as well. She made a deal, plea agreement.
Yeah, she got arrested first, and then she sat in jail for a while. Brendan's mom even paid for her attorney before Brendan was arrested. She was paying for the attorney, which, that's a bad mother-in-law move, right? Someone allegedly kills your sister-in-law and you pay for her attorney.
Well, that makes you think that they didn't really care for the wife, huh?
Right.
No, Nick, I didn't do it. I did not do it. He was opening a puzzle for our children, and
I was stupid. I was in the kitchen and it was like the ceramic around a puzzle.
And this was like what, 15 years ago?
Yeah, they were little, and my oldest son, he wanted me to open a puzzle for him, and I just took the kitchen knife to cut the thing.
You can't see you moving. I know you talk with your hands. Hold on.
I know I do. So let me see. So I took the kitchen knife to open the puzzle, the foil or whatever around it, and it sliced right through my thumb, and I cut the whatever
you had to have surgery
tendons there, and so I still don't quite have great use of that thumb. It's probably like 75%. Fortunately, it's my left hand.
I was so mad at him that I made him drive himself to the hospital. He had to hold his arm out the window, bleeding all the way.
She was mad.
I was mad. Well, I had two small children at that point.
I've got the towel wrapped around. I've got the arm out the window, driving myself to the hospital.
Yep. I was so mad at him because it was such a silly thing. Because who would get a kitchen knife to open up a thin piece of plastic?
Yeah. So
but he had to have surgery. It was an ordeal. It was right before. Oh, well, there's no kids in the house. I can say this. Well, middle-y, but he's in his room. But the kids, it was right before Christmas, and I had to put together all the toys. And if you know what I'm talking about, I had to do it alone. I had to put together like a giant kitchen all by myself.
Yeah.
I was also, I think that was the same year I was sewing. Our son has particular animals that it was a series that was on Nickelodeon. I think maybe they had 5 or 6 episodes called Curious Buddies. And I sat down and he asked for those for Christmas. He asked for the stuffed animals of the Curious Buddies for Christmas. And I had no way of finding them. They didn't exist. They barely even have like a book or two or a DVD. They're really hard to find. So I sat down and bought material that looked exactly like the animals. And I hand sewed 5 characters. All of them look really good except for the elephant. It's a little wonky, but I hand sewed every single animal for him for Christmas.
Yeah.
And he bought it. He believed that they were the real deal. So that was kind of neat. I don't know why we get so many spam calls.
I know it's always 9:00 in the morning. We get all the spam. Well, let's get on this because I know everybody wants to see the au pair. So she testified yesterday. It's still prosecution. So Theoretically, at some point, we'll see defense talk to her today, unless this just goes forever.
Okay, if we can bring the co-defendant back in. Yes.
Do you hear music?
I do. What? I do. It's like, okay, pause it. Let's see if is it Court TV?
Is Court TV playing music?
I don't know. Maybe go to Law and Crime.
All right.
Because maybe they figured out a way to like strike people or something.
All right.
That's weird, y'all.
That was weird.
If the music's there, then we know it's in the courtroom.
Right.
So I'll change my banner to thank Law and Crime.
Let's see first if I can get it that way.
Yeah, that music's definitely from Court TV. Well, while we're doing that, people are telling me their injury stories. Hobo Mom says, Mr. E, I did it with an electric hedge trimmer. Cut part of my finger off. Made doctor stop at Sonic on the way to the hospital to get me a sweet tea. Oh, that's really funny. How funny. And Quilting says, never cut towards yourself. Never.
I know. And
Denise says bagel cuts are one of my top injuries, or one of the top injuries that take people to the ER. Oh, that's really funny.
I don't see anybody else.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Do you want to just try it?
Yeah, that's fine. I mean, it's quite frankly, the monetization on these long days it's like, I think we made $3 yesterday. So it's not,
we'll just see what happens.
So bizarre. It sounds like
it really is.
It almost sounds like 70 you know what music.
I know.
Starts with a P and ends with an N. Right? Is this a joke?
I don't know.
Or is something coming on? Can you close all your other tabs just to be safe?
Okay. I mean,
Auntie had to go to the doctor. Do you guys hear that music? Oh my stars. Okay, Rosebud said I had to bandage my dad up on his arm so we could drive himself to the ER, and he was scraping bikes off the floor with his arm in front of him. The scraper went right in his arm and up the bone. Oh, I was 12. You can barely hear the music,
but it's
really loud to us.
But they can hear it.
Yeah. Are we ready for the jury?
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Oh, it stopped.
Mr. Carroll, are you ready for the jury?
Yes, Ron.
Okay. Right.
So what, they have intro music for their... Oh, that's weird.
Okay,
so
good.
Weird.
Nobody else hears it. It's just us, I guess.
Okay.
Good morning, Crystal Pistol. She said, I went to Court TV, no music.
So it was us for some reason.
Okay.
All right.
You know we're not technical people here, so. And Angel Wing says she walked in smiling. Somebody put a comment on our last video. They said that the au pair turned into Ugly Betty because she looks like the character Ugly Betty.
She does.
Yes.
She's definitely trying to not look like she looks in her Instagram pictures. Yes. Yeah. It's like, how frumpy can we make you look?
And speaking of that witch, he looks pretty frumpy himself.
Yeah.
Yeah, like his tie's not tight. He just looks disheveled. Is that a strategy?
I don't know. That'd be an interesting thing to talk to like attorneys about. It's like the dress
Good morning,
and look.
ladies and gentlemen. Again, thank you for being punctual today. I do appreciate it. As you may recall, we were in the middle of the direct testimony of Ms. Magalhaes. And ma'am, I just want to remind you that you're still under oath. Okay, ma'am? You're still under oath.
Okay, here's music again. It's got to be an ad you have. Is it another, like, is it Safari or something?
Thank you, Judge. Good morning.
Good morning.
What is going on?
When we ended yesterday, I had asked you if you had told the police that you spoke to on the day that this happened, what you told us yesterday.
I told the version that Brennan had told me
And why did you do that?
because that's what he had told me all along. If I ever was going to speak with a lawyer or I should have told that version.
Okay. And were you ever arrested on, for the events that happened that day?
Yes,
And when were you arrested?
October 2023.
And I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you Commonwealth 79, and I'm going to ask for it to be displayed to the witness and counsel only at this point.
All right.
Do you have a document on your screen?
No,
Yeah, it would be on your screen too.
It would be on my screen too. I think it came.
There you go.
Do you have a document on your screen now?
yes,
Okay. I'm going to scroll through it so you can see it. Do you recognize this document?
yes.
What is it?
It's my plea agreement.
Judge, at this point, I'd ask the court to enter Commonwealth 79
All right.
into evidence,
Any objection?
No objection.
All right, 79 in evidence.
and this can be published.
Thank you.
Oh, one of the few things that's not been
Now, I'm going to
sealed.
scroll down again. And I'm going to ask if you signed the document.
Yes,
That's your signature?
yes,
Yeah, that's a good question.
Mm-hmm. Blessed Happy Now says, is he supposed to look as if he doesn't have money or it
Can you
isn't
read
important to him?
paragraph 5 for us
Right.
aloud?
yeah. My attorneys have advised me that the punishment which
Use
the law
loud.
provides is as follows: a maximum of 10 years imprisonment and a minimum of 1 year's imprisonment, or in the discretion of the jury or the judge, up to 12 months in jail and or a fine of not more than 2,500, or both. And also the probation may or may not be granted, and that if I plead guilty to more than one offense, the court may order the sentences to be consecutively, that is, one after another.
And then I'd like you to look at paragraph 8. Can you read paragraph 8 aloud for us, please?
Yes. The following plea agreement is the full and complete agreement between me, my attorneys, and the Commonwealth's attorney. The Commonwealth has amended count 1 of the indictment and will not cross count 2. The Commonwealth will recommend the defendant to be sentenced to a period of active incarceration, capped at the time served at the time of sentencing, provided she remains incarcerated until such time and conditioned upon the defendant's continued cooperation with the Commonwealth. All terms and conditions of the sentence shall be in discretion of the court.
So, do you understand that this document tells us that you pled guilty to manslaughter?
Yes,
And do you understand that this document tells us that the maximum penalty for manslaughter is 10 years?
yes,
And is it
The
your
maximum is 10
understanding
years?
that you can receive up to 10 years for this?
yes,
In this plea? Is it fair to say that you hope that you get less than 10 years?
yes,
And before you entered this guilty plea, did you have
10 years
your own
doesn't seem like
attorneys?
enough.
yes,
And were you able to discuss with your attorneys the options that you had with regard to your own case in this matter?
yes,
And were you able to discuss with them your option to have a trial if that's what you wanted to do?
yes,
And were you able to discuss with them options for a plea agreement, to talk about a plea agreement?
Yes.
And when you talked with your attorneys, did they talk with you about all of the options that you had, the evidence in your case? Did you have full discussions with them?
Yes.
Do you know who paid for your attorneys?
Who, what? I'm sorry.
Who paid for your attorneys?
Brenna's mother.
And so you were arrested in October of 2023, and you entered your guilty plea in October 2024. Why did you wait a year?
I'm sorry.
Why did you wait a year?
I had things I was concerned about, such as I was afraid of not being able to be represented if they stopped the payment. I was afraid of not having any way of communication with my family, my mom in Brazil, because I depended on Brenna's mother to do that for me. And
So you said that you were concerned that you wouldn't have representation anymore. What do you mean by that?
because once the payment stopped, I thought I wouldn't have Ryan as my lawyer and it would be just dropped out.
And did that happen, or did Ryan continue to represent you?
He continued to represent me.
And you said you were concerned you wouldn't be able to communicate with your mom. What was your concern? Why was that a concern for you?
Because I only had Brendan's mother or him to help me communicate with my family in Brazil via phone call or messages. I depended on them financially to be able to be texting my mom, and yeah.
So what ultimately made you decide that you were going to enter this plea?
Was the thought of being the right thing to do. I guess we all deserved to know what really happened, and I just couldn't hold it. I just couldn't give it to myself, the feeling of shame and guilt and sadness and all those feelings.
And so you decided to enter a plea. What made you decide to cooperate and testify against the defendant in this case?
Well, I got the plea because it was also the right thing to do, and sorry, and also because I had a potential of getting less time.
Between February 24th, 2023 and October of 2023, did you continue your romantic relationship with the defendant?
Yes.
Yeah, can you pause for a second?
Yeah.
And
I'm
after
quilting.
February 24th, 2023,
Why is this not, M? Why is she not charged with?
It was first. So second degree was the initial charge.
Oh, I got you.
And then they switched it to manslaughter so that she could make the deal.
I got you.
That was the offer.
I got you. And yes, Denise, he is creepy staring into the camera.
I think what it is, I think the screen with the evidence that the courtroom can see is right behind this camera. So he's constantly looking up in that direction. But that doesn't do him any favors. She's not doing well this morning either. She's really not a great witness. It just looks so rehearsed, and it almost looks like she's reading, because whenever she answers a question, she first looks down at that screen. It almost looks like she's reading her answers. It just doesn't seem like
I think that screen is like how they're showing them the digital evidence.
I know, but it looks like
Yeah.
it's just the impression it gives is like
She might be on something to relax her nerves. Who knows?
Oh,
She just seems so blah or emotionless on it.
The part that doesn't feel Like when she says, why did you decide to make the deal or whatever? And she's like, well, because of the guilt and the feelings and whatever. That doesn't feel authentic at all.
The guilt and the feelings.
Yeah. I mean, she literally says, and the feelings in those words or something like that. The reason she took the deal is because it gave her less time. She had no guilt and feelings.
Right.
The
please, guilt, the feelings.
That is dishonest. And so that's like, just say, because I was looking at 40 years in prison or 10.
Right.
And I wanted 10.
Right. And I think that anybody would.
It was self-preservation.
Right.
Nobody's going to buy her being a victim in this.
Not in this day and age.
So that when she's not telling the truth, she's not quite telling the truth. I think her story's basically true about like what happened.
I don't know.
But her role, she's definitely playing down.
She might have realized later on that he was trying to set her up too. I think that's possible.
Yeah, the safe thing I still don't quite understand, but he wanted her hands dirty, right?
I think that's what they're going to tell us.
Yeah.
And I want to say hello, back on track with Kat and Wannabe Sleuth and Something, I think was here too. Hi, welcome in.
Yeah, I know. So Nick is saying she can't say that she got a deal.
Right.
Right. They can't exactly say that.
They have to present it to the jury, right? That legally they have to let the jury know that she did sign this. That's why they're doing this section, right? Okay. Oh, Wowzer thinks her story is true. So, all right, go ahead. I'm sorry.
But the guilt and the feelings.
The guilt and the feelings.
That's not believable.
Wait, did you do it with an accent?
Yeah, a little. I did a little.
Okay, sorry.
Did you ever go back and live at the house on Stablebrook Way?
Yes.
Who lived at the house with you after you were able to go back to the house?
At that point, it was only me, Brendan, and Valerie.
And when you returned to the house, what bedroom did you stay in?
When I first returned, I stayed in my bedroom, my upper bedroom.
Did anyone stay in that bedroom with you?
Yes.
Who?
Brendan.
And did the two of you ever move into the master bedroom?
Eventually, yes.
Do you recall when?
I would say maybe.
Don't guess. Do you recall when?
No.
Okay. When you came to live in that house before February 24th, 2023, when you first arrived in October of 2021, who lived in the master bedroom at that time?
Christine and Brendan.
And where did you live when you came in October of 2021?
I had my own bedroom.
And where was that bedroom?
It's on the same floor as the master bedroom and Valerie's bedroom.
And did you hang anything up in that bedroom? Did you make it your own?
Yes.
What'd you put up?
A Brazilian flag, some pictures on the frame. Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. And did anyone else come to live with you in the house on Stablebrook Way after February 24th, 2023?
Well, Brenda's mother was mostly staying with us. And a few months after, we moved his grandmother down from New York to live with us.
And who was supporting you after February 24th, 2023?
Who was supporting me?
Yeah.
Brendan.
When you were first arrested, were you able to speak to the defendant on the phone?
Yes.
And did you send letters to him?
Yes.
And did he send letters to you?
Yes.
Did the two of you continue your relationship?
Yes.
Did you speak to his mother on the phone?
Yes.
And his mother's name is what?
Teresa. We call her Tess.
Okay. Did you send letters to her?
Yes.
Did she send letters to you?
Yes.
Did you receive letters and correspondence from anyone else in the defendant's family?
His stepmom and his grandmother.
And did there come a time when the defendant and his family stopped communicating with you?
Yes.
When was that?
Right when I signed my plea deal.
And after you were arrested, were you able to keep in touch with your family in Brazil?
After my arrest, yes.
Okay. And how was that possible?
Through Brenna's mom. She used to help us to communicate through a phone call, and she would put money on my account so I can text with my mom in Brazil, my family.
And did that support ever stop?
Yes.
When did that support stop?
When I signed my plea deal.
Judge, I'd ask for the court's indulgence at this time.
Yes, yes, ma'am.
Yeah, so they're
playing that
saying-
creepy music again, are they?
All
Okay,
right,
sorry.
thank you. All right, cross-examination.
Hold on. Pause. What were you gonna say? What were you gonna say? Before we start it?
Kind of lost it. Sorry.
So what they're trying to say is,
Just that the communication stopped between her. Once she made the deal, now he doesn't care about her anymore.
right,
Nobody cares about her anymore now that she's
Right.
made a plea deal because
right.
great, good for you. I'm glad you're going to get out because they know she's going to be testifying against him. It was quid pro quo kind of relationship.
Yeah, Susanna said, did you catch the questions? Did you catch that question? Are that the answer from the attorney that's coaching? Don't guess, do you know? Yeah, so she was coaching her.
She kind of was.
Yeah,
There's
it was
been
pretty obvious.
Very few objections so far from the defense.
That's what I'm saying. Okay, here's a question for everybody in chat before we start playing this. Is he going to light her up on cross-examination, or is he going to be like, mild?
He has to. I mean, he has to.
That's
It's his only chance.
Reply in chat and let me know what you think, because I think he's going to be mild. I think he needs to light her up and like really press her, but I don't know if that's going to happen.
I don't know. He hasn't.
Oh, Nick says she'll cry on cross.
Oh,
Okay, we'll see.
Is that a poll
Carrie-
question?
Well, no.
Will she have tears or no tears?
Yeah, it's funny.
I don't know. She's capable of tears. She seems pretty detached.
Suzanne, I do text to voice all the time. I get it. She apologizes, text to voice, and it's messing up because of my accent. I have a heavy Southern accent. Oh, trust me. When I try to do that, I'll get all kinds of crazy stuff. So don't worry. And my accent, well, I guess I do have a pretty strong accent, but I worked on it for years. I used to have a Midwestern accent. It's gone. But anyway, let's see.
Living here too long.
Well, I think that I tried really hard to get rid of it when I lived in the Midwest.
Yeah.
Because they made fun of me relentlessly.
Oh, sure.
So, but when I came back, it was more of I leaned into it pretty hard because I was irritated by the people in the Midwest. So giving me a hard time about it. Anyway, not that anybody cares. Nobody cares. Go ahead and put those in chat. Nobody cares.
The emoji's coming in handy for you.
Yeah. She already looks like she's going to cry right now, actually.
Yeah. Or do you want it back on?
Nick says if this is the strategy I'm thinking of, she'll cry, and if he bombs this witness, automatically the dude will get guilty.
So do you need to connect?
And Pam says he seems like a milquetoast kind of guy.
He does.
Yeah, I agree.
I looked up all these attorneys. They've all got a long history, all very seasoned, experienced people, have worked both sides of defense and prosecution. And so they're all very knowledgeable.
And hey, guys, if we don't see some of your, not questions, your chat, I'm not sure what's going on, but StreamYard's not giving me I am having to go back and forth between the YouTube studio and StreamYard because I'm not getting all of the chat messages for some reason.
Oh, really?
So if we're not responding in something you want to see, please type it again.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
If I ask any questions you don't understand, just please ask me to repeat them, okay? I want to make sure you understand everything that's being said here.
Yes.
Yesterday, there was a great deal of talk about a plan.
Yes.
Do you recall that?
Yes.
Get it together.
And I wanted to ask you, when did this plan, when was it originally formulated?
Can you talk a little bit louder, please? I can't really hear you.
When was it originally formulated?
Originally,
Yes.
say after October, when he first mentioned the plan, that was just, at that point, was just get rid of Christine. And then I can tell you exact.
All right.
Oh my gosh.
Okay. Sorry. Gotta stop for a second there. Wasn't
I'm so sorry.
wasn't expecting Satan to come bursting in. Wow.
I'm sorry. I'm gonna cry.
It's like somewhere between airline jet and a whisper. Can we find a different volume, please? Wow.
I'm gonna cry. That was so funny.
All right.
Okay, sorry. I may have to mute it. Excuse me. I got the giggles.
Okay.
That's not a good sign. Okay.
The date.
Okay.
But
So sometime in October, the plan was to get rid of Christine.
yes.
At what point did there become clear actions that we're going to be taking?
What do you mean?
Did it ever grow to be something other than that?
Yes.
Okay, when did that happen?
When I created a website, I would say in January.
Okay, and that was January?
Yeah.
Okay, January 9th?
I can tell you the date.
Okay. Okay, well, let's just talk about that. So I think you testified that the creation of a website required an email in Christine's name, correct?
Yes, correct.
Do you remember the email address?
I do not.
Okay. Do you remember, were you there when the email was created?
Yes.
Okay. And what device?
Had a great catch there. We created a website. So that does not bode well for this defense attorney when you don't understand the internet.
No.
Right. So not good.
Sorry, I had to lean. I don't know if you see me leaning. I'm leaning so he cannot see me behind my computer screen, because if I'm laughing, he's gonna laugh.
Yes. So
and that's just how it works in our house. So I'm leaning over here where he can't see my face.
But that's really good. So we created a website, and that's where, like, as non-tech savvy as I am, I understand they did not create a website to catfish Joe.
Mm-hmm.
The defense attorney apparently does not, or at least isn't articulating it right. So that's not good for him. All right, want to keep going?
And Nick thinks the email is going to be her email. Wait and see. Yeah. We don't know if Brendan will testify. I would think he would be dumb too, in my opinion.
He wouldn't even talk to investigators. I don't think he'll testify unless they think this thing is completely off the rails and it's their only chance.
Right.
That'd be my guess. But I don't know. They haven't said he will.
Oh, Nick thinks it's going to be her email. Let's see.
Was it created on?
Laptop.
Okay. Now, was Christine home at that time?
Yes.
Okay. So describe for me how you and Brendan were able to get Christine's laptop on this day when that email was connected.
Like I mentioned before, every time we would get her laptop, it'll be because she'd get home from work, or the day before, her backpack would be by the door with her laptop in it and her work stuff in it. And so it was, I would say, easy access.
Okay, I've heard you say that before, but what I'm asking is, who took the laptop from wherever it was that Christina thought it was?
That day, I do not remember.
Okay. Do you remember after the laptop was obtained, what room that you were in?
What?
What room that you were in?
What room in the house?
Yes.
When the laptop was
So
I'm confused. Sorry.
you just said you don't remember who grabbed the laptop,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Correct? But you're saying somebody grabbed the laptop. And I
Yes.
assume you're meaning between either my client or you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And at some point there was a creation of a new email, correct?
Mm-hmm.
And where was that when that happened?
I don't remember.
Okay. So, so you don't know who took it. You don't remember that. You don't remember where the actual action to get this all started, the first part of the plan. You didn't remember that.
No.
Okay. Did you know at the time that you were creating it where Christine Banfield was?
In the bedroom upstairs.
Okay, so you can conclude that you weren't in the bedroom or upstairs, correct?
That's not good.
No.
So you just don't know what area of the house you were in.
Correct.
Okay. Now, leading up to that, did you and Brendan talk about how you were going to do it, or what type of an account it was going to be, or what kind of name?
If we talked about it,
Yeah.
probably did, but
Okay.
I can tell you details.
I'm sorry, did you say you can't tell any details?
I can't remember details
Okay,
of
you can't
how the
remember
email
details.
was, the
Okay.
name, or yeah.
And so, who was the one typing?
Typing what specifically? The email?
Yeah, to open the account.
Brendan?
Okay. Did you at any point type anything in or do anything to assist him with the laptop?
Yeah, eventually.
Well, on this initial day, which was when this all started.
Not that I recall.
Okay. So the actual beginning of this action plan, what do you recall about it?
Well, you asked, and I told you things I remember. That's what I remember.
Well, you didn't remember anything though. So what do you actually remember from that day?
Well, I remember that the account was created, the email, and that Christine was upstairs in the bedroom. That's it.
So there was an account created and Christine was in the bedroom.
Yes.
But you don't know where you and Brendan were.
I can tell you for sure.
You don't know who got the laptop, which was the device that was used to create the account.
Correct.
And other than saying, well, she usually leaves her bag by the door, you don't know whether it was obtained from the door, correct?
You can say that.
Well, I'd rather you tell me.
Yes.
Okay. Now, we'll get back to that, but
yeah, that was not impressive, was it?
No. Auntie's in the waiting room. She's probably got her earbuds in.
Nick's ready to fire this guy.
I think Nick needs to go to law school. I think Nick would make a good attorney.
Yeah.
ma'am, you
At
were
least
just
the
speaking to
argument
Ms.
part.
Chrysler about letters.
Yes.
And that was a common way for you to communicate, correct?
Yes.
Is that displaying?
It's
for-
displaying just to the attorneys,
Okay,
to
okay.
myself. If you would like her to see it, I just need an exhibit number.
Yes, Your Honor, this would be exhibit number 1.
Okay, and you want to display to the witness?
Display to the witness, please.
Okay.
See, I know he's going to get caught up in exactly what part of the room they were and all that kind of stuff, but would you if you were online doing something, would you necessarily remember if you were in your kitchen or the living room?
What? When you made the account?
When you made an account, would you
Yes.
You know exactly what room you were in for sure? 2 years later?
Something that significant? Yes. You
Okay.
know what I'm saying? Like that
All
would
right.
be a pretty vivid memory. If I were making like a Pinterest for myself account, I probably couldn't tell you what room I was in, but this is the beginning of a diabolical plan here, right? So I think it would be pretty vivid in your memory.
Okay.
Ma'am, can you see that?
Yes, I can.
And if you can, just let me know when you need me to scroll for you. And I can make sure you see the whole thing.
Dreaming wants to know what she's missed.
I can see it.
Are you able to read that?
The whole letter?
Yes.
Yes.
Not a whole lot, other than really what he's trying to pin down is where they were when they created the catfishing account and what the email was used. He wants the details of the beginning of that part of the plan.
Right.
And she's mostly saying she doesn't remember any of it other than that Christine was upstairs.
And you also missed weird, crazy. I don't know if you can say that word. Music from Court TV.
Yeah.
The attorney speaking so loud it sounded like Satan entered the room, and that's pretty
much it. So
we
not
laughed
a
pretty
lot.
hard for a long time.
We started a little bit late on it just to.
And I also think Nick needs to go be a prosecuting attorney. That's just me.
Yes, he's made some great observations.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm able to see it.
Do you want to read the whole letter?
Do you want me to?
I want to make sure that this is your letter. Is this your letter?
Yes, that's
This is a letter that you wrote, it looks like on December 8th, 2023.
Yes.
And that would have been about 2 months after you were arrested on this charge?
Yes,
Okay.
correct.
And calling your attention to the highlighted portion. Is that fair and accurate?
Did you ask something? I'm sorry, I was reading.
I was asking you to read it, yes. Have you read it?
Yeah, I read it.
Okay. And the yellow portion there, can you read that, please?
Yes. Well, now that you know,
Right, Starflower?
parentheses, I mean, they already knew, close parentheses, that I'm not going to cooperate with them. There is nothing I can do. So I don't know what they are going to use. I mean, everything they have and can. I don't know everything. I just have the feeling they might hold me here until my trial. It can take months, years. There are many theories of what had happened, set up by you, us, or I wasn't supposed to be there, and etc.
Okay. In this letter, which you wrote, it suggests that someone from the Commonwealth had been talking to you about cooperating against Brendan. Is that correct?
No, they never talked directly with me.
Okay. How would they communicate that to you?
Through my lawyer.
Overruled.
How would they communicate that?
What was the objection?
That to you?
Through my lawyer.
Okay. And so this is 2 months after you were arrested.
Mm-hmm.
And were you given an opportunity to plead guilty and cooperate at that time?
Yes.
Okay. And what was it that they were offering you at that time?
At that point, my lawyer had said that they were offering, in exchange for my cooperation, they would offer me a misdemeanor and I would be released on time served.
Okay. And I guess, as I understand it, your lawyer communicated that to you, and then you made the decision as to that?
Yeah,
And what was your decision?
that I didn't want it.
Okay. So you rejected the misdemeanor offer
Yes,
based on what you knew?
yes.
Okay, thank you.
Well,
Thank you, Quilting. I couldn't hear what they said. It was too garbled.
Judge, may we publish this to the jury?
If you're gonna, are you entering into evidence?
Actually, I'm sorry, I'll hold off.
Okay.
Ma'am, can you see the letter on your screen?
Yes, I can.
Okay, that's going to be marked as Defense Exhibit 2.
Show us the letter.
Is this is a 4-page letter, so I'll scroll through it if you need to identify it.
Susanna. That's funny.
Is he having a dementia flare or something?
Yeah. Caring for alls with Nick. Fired.
Yeah.
You're fired.
How's he not prepared for this one? Like, let's
I
go.
mean, are they hoping for like a mistrial or
I
something?
can see it.
Okay. Do you want me to scroll it so you can read the rest of it?
If you like, yeah.
Okay. I just want to make sure you
It's
have
quite the attitude.
She
full
does.
understanding of what it is. This would be page 2 of 3.
If I were her, I would, does she, okay, pause. Does she not know anything about American jury? She needs to be the sweetest thing in the whole world. Or does she not care? Is she ambivalent? She's doing her part, so she's out after this, right?
Yeah. I don't know.
If she, I don't know. Sorry.
But it may not matter. The defense lawyer is not doing great.
I see it.
Okay.
I'd be mad.
And this is page 3 of 3.
I can see it.
Okay. This looks like it was written on November 1st, 2023. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. And that's your
Agreed. Hobo mom.
signature down at the bottom? Or
Yes.
your name? Let me bring your attention to the highlighted portions.
Agreed.
Can you read that, please?
Yes. I said, it's killing me, and I mean it.
Mm-hmm.
And then another paragraph. It breaks my heart to think that I may not be able to be with you guys soon. It hurts me extremely thinking that I may not be there for Thanksgiving, Christmas, New Year's, friend's birthday, and all those special dates with the situation.
Okay. And do you recall, was this, so this would have been sooner than the one that I showed you before? Because it was November. Do you recall whether the offer of a misdemeanor had been extended prior to you writing this?
I can recall.
Okay. So you don't know whether it was before writing this or after writing this?
I can't say for sure.
Okay.
Right, Pam? I think you're right.
Yep.
She doesn't care. She's out of here. She's off to start a new life.
Ma'am, I put on the screen what will be marked as Defense Exhibit number 3. Can you see that?
Yes, I can.
And this appears to be, well, you tell me. I don't want to suggest anything to you. What's the date at the top of the letter?
14/11/2023.
So November 14th, 2023?
Yes.
Okay.
Dreamy wants to know what her
Did
deal
you get a
was.
chance to read that first page?
I can see it on the screen.
Dreamy's asking what her deal
Yeah.
was.
I just wanted to pause. We don't know 100%. So we know that she's going to be given time served, but we don't know if she'll have how much of her sentence will be
Right.
shortened. We think it's probably after the trial she goes
We
home.
think it's a sweetheart deal.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
what we think. That there's basically be 2.5 out of the 10 years
And then they're just going to deport her.
in the Porter, and
Mhm.
and that'll be it. We don't know that, and it might be contingent on how well she does here and different
Right.
things. There's no way for us to know, but that's kind of the speculation from most legal pundits that I have read.
Right.
Okay. And I just want to make sure you have a chance to read it. I'm not trying to rush you through
Oh,
this.
do you want me to read them?
Well, I want you to make sure that you know it's your letters.
Okay.
Okay?
Yeah.
When you're ready to know that that's your letter, then I'm happy with that.
Yeah, dreaming, it's okay because everybody, there's people that come and go. And so if you've got the question, other people probably are thinking the same thing
Right.
or wondering
No,
the same
it's
thing.
fine.
So,
I
yeah,
mean,
questions are great.
we were here 8 hours yesterday, so I mean, I think.
Well, I was.
Well, you were.
I was.
Sorry. Actually, I'm going to have to step away, and I'm.
Oh, there you go. Already bailing.
I'm sorry. I have to use the restroom. I also have to tell our son that we need to start thinking about it.
Getting ready.
Getting his shower and all that.
Gotcha.
So, middle E is home, and he has to go to therapy. So I got to get his shower going first. So. Anyway.
I'll fill you in on the au pair.
But I might have to have your help in a little bit.
I know.
It is my letter.
Okay, let me call your attention to the highlighted portion. And this is after you've already signed off from your signature, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and if you can just read that aloud, please.
Yes, I said, I can bear living this without you. It's too much pain that I don't want to live like this. I can't. I just don't want to feel this way anymore. It's a torture. I love you more than anything.
Okay. And can you describe for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, what is the feeling that you're talking about and what is the torture that you're describing?
Being in this situation,
okay,
what I was going through mentally.
Okay. Can you articulate what that situation was on November 14th, 2023 that was causing you torture?
It's being away from my family. It's being in a situation I've been in for the past 2 years.
Well, we're talking about then, what you were feeling then, which would have been November 14th, 2023.
I guess the fact of being away from him.
Okay. And so at that point, you'd been away from the Banfield house for a little over a month. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And so is the torture that you're away from him or the torture that you're in jail?
I would say both.
Okay. Well, I'm not trying to suggest to you what you should say. I want to hear from you. What are you describing?
Except he is. I mean, she's already answered that question 3 times. Right. That's the answer. I don't even know how that helps him. How does that help the defense?
I don't know.
Well, I think it's always been both.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand that.
I said it was always both.
Okay. So when you're being asked to recall, and I'm giving you a date, what I'm anticipating is that you can say what it is that you were feeling that caused you to write a letter like that. Can you remember what you were feeling that caused you to write that letter?
No, I normally write letters when I was sad, upset.
Okay.
How does this help them? Of course she won't.
Ma'am, do you see a new letter up there on the screen in front of you?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
And it looks as though it's October 15th, 2023. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, and is this a
Oh,
letter?
I think it was November.
Oh, I did say October. Sorry, November.
Yes.
And it says, "Hi, Mimi." Can you describe who that is?
It's Brendan's mother.
Okay, and so this is a letter to Brendan's mother, like the second one that I showed you.
Yes.
Okay, and can you just look at this and tell me whether you know that to be your letter that you wrote or not?
It is a letter that I wrote.
It's the letter you wrote. Okay,
Mhm.
good. And if you could, I'm going to scroll down to make sure I catch all the highlighted portions. So let me start with the first page there. Can you read the highlighted portion there?
Yes. So what if they don't let me go home for now or so long? What am I supposed to do? I said it before, how disturbing my thoughts have been recently. I'd rather to die than live like this, live with this pain. It's too painful for me.
Okay. And that's obviously very serious language for you to write. What were you experiencing that caused you to write that particular portion of the letter?
Depression,
Okay.
and I just didn't want to live anymore.
Okay. Now, in terms of the procedural posture of your case, had you had a bond motion at that point?
I don't remember exactly the times I've had bone motion, but I did have a few.
So you were arrested, was it October 8th?
October 2023, yes.
Do you remember the day?
October 13th.
The 13th, sorry.
Mm-hmm.
And I imagine soon thereafter you had a bond motion, correct?
Yes.
And you were denied that bond motion?
Yes.
And did there come a time where you had a bond motion in the circuit court?
Yes.
And when would that have been in relation to November 15th, 2023?
Say it again.
November 15th, 2023?
What about it? I didn't hear it.
When would the circuit court appeal of the bond motion have occurred in relation to November 15th, 2023?
When?
Yeah. Do you know?
No, I can't recall.
Okay. And so you don't know whether having the circuit court deny your bond motion was the cause of what you're talking about in your pain in your
I can say for sure, no.
Okay. It was what you said before, being here and being in the situation that you're in.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And let's look at and there's a further highlighted portion down the letter. Can you read that?
Yes. The first one says, I will always remember you, moments and memories we made in New York City.
Okay. And this was when you were with Tess up there, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to move. And finally, this highlighted portion.
I said, I am in a terrible and deep pain. I wish I could take it away. I cannot stand with it. I can't do this. It would be too much pain. I'm firm.
Okay. Those are serious words. Did you seek any sort of help? Or were these letters kind of you reaching out for that help?
I also started taking medication for depression, anxiety in the jail. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. And when did that start?
I can say for sure.
Okay. Was it, let's just take a notable event in every year. Was it before New Year's Day or was it after New Year's Day?
I can't say it.
Okay. And so, Judge, if I didn't say it, I would mark this as defense exhibit number 4.
It's number 4,
Okay,
yes.
okay, I
You
just
did.
want to make sure. So for what's been identified as defense exhibit number 4, you're not certain what the source of the pain is that you're referencing in this letter.
Specifically, no.
Okay, but and this is my words, not yours. You tell me if I'm wrong. It appears to be getting worse.
It appears to be what?
As the letters go in chronology, they appear to be getting worse in terms of what you're saying about the torture and the pain and things like that.
Yes,
Okay, is that fair to say?
it is.
Okay.
Yeah, so y'all are on it. So maybe he's trying to prove why she took a plea.
All right.
Yeah.
The letter before you, I'd identify as defense exhibit number 5.
Okay.
Yeah, I know.
Pam, do you see that letter?
I do.
And this appears to be dated November 16, 2023, correct?
Correct.
And let me just bring you down, and would that be a letter that you've written?
Yes.
Okay, let me just bring you down to the highlighted portions. This would be a day after the letter that was received that we just talked about, exhibit number 4. Can you read the highlighted portions, please?
Yes, the first one says, I cannot bear living without you. And the second highlighted is, I'm trying to be as strong as I can be.
Okay, and I'll scroll down for you. So if there's any further. That's the end. Okay. And ma'am, is there anything different about what you're talking about here? It's not talking necessarily about pain, but it's talking about bearing living without living in the jail without him.
Living in what?
You say, I cannot bear living here without you.
Oh, yes.
Okay. And was that based on what you were experiencing in the previous letters?
Yes.
Okay, the same thing, or was there something new about this particular letter?
Well, for me, it's the same thing. I guess it's just get confused. I guess messed up with words, how to describe them.
Okay. So it appears that up to this point, and I'm going to try to keep this moving along, everything appears to be kind of going back to the same thing that you've already testified to. So I'm going to show you letters. If something changes as to why you wrote certain things, can you tell me that? I'll ask you the question, but I just want to keep moving along.
Yes.
Okay. And can you read that, which will be marked as defense exhibit number 6? Sorry, were you able to read that?
Yes.
Okay, and was that a letter that you had written?
Yes.
And who is that addressed to?
Brendan.
Okay, and can you read the highlighted portion for me?
Yes. It says, during the day, I just feel like crying, sad, depressed, racing thoughts, heart pounding, and I can't sleep. And this is exhausted, physically and emotionally. I feel drained, no strength anymore, no courage, no hope. It feels like a personal hell in life. Painful, torture, disturbing, and I don't want to live or to feel this. Better take my life in trade of the pain. And the next it says it's killing me.
Okay. It sounds like this is getting worse in terms of the things you're saying. Is that the way it sounds to you?
Sounds like it, yes.
Okay. How were you, what were you feeling to make you write a letter like this?
I think it's mixed feelings. Like I said again, it was a lot to hold in.
Okay. And was there anything greater or lesser than what you had said about the previous letters?
Well, for me, it sounds basically the same, where I said, I just don't want to live to feel this.
Okay, well, it's not necessarily to interpret the letter that you see now. It's actually what was the feeling that you had when you were writing the letter is what I'm asking.
Well, clearly not good,
Okay.
no good.
And do you remember whether this was before or after you were offered the opportunity for a misdemeanor and to try testify against my client?
Well, in terms of the date, I can't tell.
Okay. Thank you.
He sits there looking like a mastermind, like he's trying to control everything now. Just want to highlight a couple of comments. Suenna says he's trying to make her look like she's the one that initiated all this and that it's all her fault and that he was merely a bystander or a good roll in the hay. That might be the direction they go. If they do, I think that'll be a mistake for them. The defendant is trying to look important, Angel Wing says. Yeah. With his note taking and everything. And then this hobo mom, we took people's lives together, but I love you and now throwing you under the bus, right? All that I love you stuff is out the window now, right? And then of course he made the question earlier, trying to get her to figure out the time of when she wrote a certain letter. And he's like, Angel Wing said, was it before or after you watched the ball drop for the new year? He's not doing great here. And so Caring for All is asking, how would she not know if those letters were before or after the deal? I think there were a lot of letters, so she may not actually remember. I think she was in contact with someone almost every day. Blessed Happy Nana says, is he trying to say she wasn't in her right mind when she took the deal? That's maybe. My guess has been, and I don't know. My guess has been, is he trying to say that because she's so miserable sitting in a sale that she's willing to lie to get a deal to get out and point the finger at Brendan? I think that's my guess is what they're doing, but I don't know. This is in some ways pointing out how much all these letters where she talks about how much she loves him paints her more like the victim that he took advantage of her love for him to make her an accomplice. That's the way. I don't know that really does him a lot of favors, but we'll see.
Ma'am, can you see the letter that's on the screen?
Yes, I can.
And if you'd like to read it and just tell me if that's a letter that you wrote.
Yes, it is.
Is it 7?
I believe, yes, it's 7, Judge. This will be identified as Defense Exhibit 7, but if you could just please read the highlighted portions.
Yes. It says, I don't want to live this. I don't want to keep living, keep going. And the other highlight says, I just want this to be over in one way or another, good or bad way.
Okay. And this would have been probably, let me see, would have been 3 days after Exhibit 6. Is this more serious, or is it the same as what you were talking about?
It sounds the same to me.
Okay. Did there come a time when you sought help within the jail?
Yes.
Okay, and that's where you got the medication from?
Yes.
And would it be fair to say that these kind of statements weren't in your letters at some point after you had done the medication?
These letters, what? I'm sorry.
So I'm just trying to understand. You sought help. They provided you medication.
Yes.
And is the medication specifically related to the pain and the torture that you're talking about in these letters?
It was related to all that I was feeling, the feelings I was carrying with me.
Okay. And did that feeling that you've just described through mid to late November in the last few letters, did that continue on after you took that medication, or did it get better?
It made it better in a way, I guess, that I felt numb.
Okay.
Good to see you, Penny.
Let's move on to what would be marked as Defense Exhibit number 8, I believe, Judge.
All right, yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Can you read that, ma'am, just to tell me if that is your letter?
It is my letter.
Good point, Hobo Mom. You're probably right.
It is?
Yes.
Okay, and let me just scroll up so you can look at the highlighted portions. It looks like there's just one line highlighted there. What does that say?
It says, I'm not willing to spend life in prison for something I didn't do.
Okay.
You did.
Now, was it your understanding at the time that you had the possibility of life in prison?
At the time, yes.
Okay. Based upon the charge that you were charged with?
Yes.
Okay. And who told you that?
My lawyer.
Okay. And let's just talk about that particular area of the letter. Do you remember? So you're talking about something that you didn't do. Are you talking about this case?
Yes.
Okay. And so at that point, you were in jail and you wrote, I didn't do this.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. Ma'am, let's look at the next letter here. If you can tell me if that's a letter you wrote, then we can go right to the highlighted sections, but I don't want to rush you.
It's Exhibit 9, correct?
Exhibit 9, sorry, Judge.
That's fine.
It is a letter I wrote, yeah.
Okay. And can you read the highlighted portion? I think it looks as though there's two on the first page. This was dated December 4th, 2023. Does that sound right?
Yes.
Okay, that's what's written on the top. If you could please read the highlighted portion.
Yes, it says, well, they arrested me for the obvious reason, right? But they want me to cooperate against you because according to them, I know more than it's being said, and they say they know more than I think they know.
Okay. And then the lower portion?
It says the only way this, I'm not sure what I said either, but the only way this case is not going to trial if they drop the charge, and we know they won't.
Okay. And that's, do you recall whether or not you've said this statement, the first one, whether you had met with the police or the prosecutors at this point on December 4th?
No, I have not met with them.
So this information comes from when you and your lawyer were talking?
Yes.
Okay. And then you wrote a letter to Brendan about that?
Yes.
Okay. What was the intention of that?
The letter?
Yeah.
To let him know, but it was, I think I always let them, Brendan and his mom, know that the Commonwealth was offering me something in exchange of my cooperation, and I always let them know.
Okay. And this just supports that you weren't going to do anything with cooperation?
Yes.
And in the last letter, you said because you didn't do anything?
Right.
Okay.
Thank you, Hobo Mom, for the super chat. We really appreciate it. She says, thank you for covering this. Love spending time with y'all.
Aw, she's the sweetest.
Yes.
Was that number 8, Judge?
That was number 9.
Number 9, okay.
That is the same one on the screen.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, that's where he was going there.
Ma'am, can you take a look at this letter and read it, make sure that it's something that you authored, and then we'll look at the highlighted portion.
Is this Exhibit 10?
This would be 10, yes, thank you, Judge.
Yes.
Okay, you ready to move down to that?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Okay, can you see it? Can you read that read that highlighted
The
portion?
highlight, yes. It says, do you know why we, parentheses, me, Dina, and many other people, close parentheses, think about suicide? It's when you're facing too much pain, living too much pain, the pain you cannot bear, the pain you want to be able to change or to make any better. I'll tell you this, what I can't bear, a life sitting in prison and causing pain to all of you and my family in Brazil. A life without you guys, Brendan, Valerie, a life where my dreams can't come true.
Okay, let me just check and see if there's any further highlighted.
Your Honor, do you mind if I move the microphone
Yes,
so
okay.
she won't have to track it
All
somewhere?
right,
Yeah.
you can do that. That'd be fine. Thank you.
If you move it over here.
Rosebud says, I think what he,
Okay, it's
This
better.
one doesn't.
I think,
She has to be close to it.
That way you can lean in.
I think what he might be leading to is a point in her letter writing when her attitude changes or she just stops writing to him. I'm wondering if we're going to see that.
Maybe.
Nicole says the river runs. There it is. Denial, that is. This attorney is very boring and isn't
And
getting
can
his
you
point
see this
across. The
letter?
jury is going to go to sleep
Yes,
from
And
Starflower.
this would be marked as Commonwealth's, I'm sorry, Judge, I had to have it. Defendant's Exhibit number 11.
Yes.
Is this a letter you wrote?
yes.
Please read the highlighted portion.
Yes, it says, they want me to cooperate against you, your son. Since the beginning, they've told us they could make, they've told us they could make from my charges something very simple called misdemeanor. And I wouldn't be charged with this if I decided to cooperate with them. They know I'm not doing that. I don't have anything to cooperate with them. With what they say that happened, I know it didn't make them happy. So they will do anything to hold me here, anything for them to win. They've got it so far, right? I have no idea what they are making up, faking stuff, lies, etc.
Okay, and there's another portion down below.
And I said, I would give my life for his, and I would never do anything to hurt him or against him. Whatever they're saying, whatever they want to believe, I don't care. I would take the blame for both of us.
And this is a letter to Mrs. Banfield, correct?
To his mother, to his mother.
His mother, Tess.
Yes.
Okay. Ma'am, look at, if you could look at the screen, do you see a new letter there?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Can you read that to determine if that is your handwritten letter?
It is.
And can you look at the highlight portion? This would be Exhibit 12.
Thank you.
Can you read the highlighted portion?
Yeah, sure. It says, I would do anything for you. If they want me to turn against you, if they think or whatever they believe, and if they want to blame me for that, that's okay. I can take the blame. I'll never do anything to hurt you or against you.
Now, just to kind of break away from that for a second, the letter's date is January 3rd, 2024, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in 2024, you had been charged with one count of murder and 1 count of use of firearm in the commission of a felony, correct?
Correct.
And that's what we saw in the plea agreements that they just showed you that had been dropped, correct?
Correct.
Okay, but you were charged with a warrant of arrest, so you had a preliminary hearing at some point, correct?
Correct.
And when did that preliminary hearing, what month of the year was it in 2024?
If I remember right, it was around March, if
Okay.
I remember right.
If I told you it was April, would that sound right?
In my mind, I have March, but
Okay, that's fine, that's fine. So you knew there was something coming ahead, which was important for you,
yes,
correct? And so, and is it fair to say in your communications with your lawyer and you're learning about this case, you were receiving discovery from the Commonwealth?
yes,
Okay, and so when your lawyer would get discovery, he would provide discovery to you, is that right?
it is.
Okay, and kind of moving forward toward what ultimately would have been your trial date in 2024, November 12th, you had received all discovery from the Commonwealth prior to September 30th, is that right?
Yes, so,
Okay, and so that was discovery that you and your lawyer, and in fact, the case was continued one time because there was more discovery that was being held back and your lawyer had to review it in order to get ready for the next trial, correct?
correct.
Okay, and is it fair to say it's a pretty large amount of discovery?
Yes,
Okay, lots of videos, lots of reports, lots of other things, correct?
correct.
And you got a chance to fully understand all of that prior to what was going to be your second trial date.
Well, from my understanding, yeah,
Okay. But you had full discovery is what I'm trying to say.
yes,
Okay. Would you agree with me that everything that you testified to yesterday was provided to you in discovery?
I'm not sure if I'm following your question.
Well, you had a series of facts that you were pointing out to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury. And this was within weeks of your trial that was scheduled, correct? So you had all the information. And is that what the basis for what you testified to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury was yesterday?
Ambiguous is your objection? Yes. Overruled.
Do you understand my
Well,
question?
well.
Nope.
Okay, let me repeat it. So what I'm saying is, and what you've said to me is that you received all the discovery for the case. That would be what the Commonwealth's required to give you before you go to trial. And what I'm asking you is the basis for your testimony yesterday was provided in discovery prior to you testifying here today, correct?
Well,
I don't
I
think
just-
she understands.
I don't understand the
Suggesting
question
that-
either.
my testimony is based on the discovery and not the facts that happened. I'm not sure. I'm confused still. Sorry.
Well, just tell us what role did the discovery play in the decision to speak yesterday and what you said?
The truth?
Okay, I appreciate that. Was that the truth that was provided by the discovery so you could work for the Commonwealth?
No, the truth was that really happened. I
Pause
can't
for a second.
make my words fit into the evidence.
He's purposely trying to confuse her,
Maybe.
to slip her up.
I'm confused.
Yeah.
I don't understand the question, so I
And Denise was saying she should be being examined in her native language using an interpreter for the courtroom.
I think they gave her that option.
Oh, okay.
I think that option, I don't know who made the decision on not to do it that way, but I think she had that choice.
Yeah, that's what he's trying to do. He's trying to get her to say that they provided this to her.
I see.
Yeah, and Sarah, I'm confused too. He's and I have a pretty decent grasp of the human language, and I can usually pick up on what people are saying pretty quickly. I'm lost.
I wouldn't know how to answer that question because I don't understand what the question. I don't understand it. What would be the right answer?
Nicole's saying, and Nicole has the flu, she thinks, for the first time in her life. And so we hope you feel better. She says everything she stated was given to her in discovery. She provided no information outside of what she has learned in the discovery paperwork. Okay.
Okay.
That might be okay. Well, I'm glad somebody understands it because
how's she supposed to answer that question?
I don't know. I'm a little bit lost.
What would be the right answer?
Yeah.
I don't know.
Okay. Well, I guess what I'm saying is you can make their evidence fit into your words, however.
I don't know what you're suggesting. I'm utterly confused. I'm sorry.
Okay. So let's just go back to our letters here. And we'll get back to that.
Yeah, what Rosebud is saying is probably what's going on.
But there's got to be a better. Okay. Yeah, but the question, what's she supposed to say?
Right.
What's her answer supposed to be to a convoluted question like that? Yeah, what's she supposed to? Yeah, everything I'm telling you is false. I'm just basically repeating what discovery.
I think that's what he's trying to imply, at least put it in the jury's mind.
Yeah.
Oh, this is the part where they say she was paid to testify. Maybe that's what they're getting at. And maybe Denise, I don't know. It's weird. It's very weird cross-examination.
Is this a letter you wrote to my client, Brendan Banfield?
Yes.
Okay. And can you look at the highlighted portions and please read that off for the jury?
Is that Exhibit 13?
I'm sorry, 13.
Okay, thank you.
It says, excuse me, it says, oh.
Sorry, I'm just trying to get it centered for you.
Okay. It says, nobody is more afraid and sad, upset than me. I'm the one facing life in prison. Even though we are confident and positive that we have a strong case, we don't know what's going to happen. I can be fucked up forever. We'll be up to 12 people to decide.
Was this before or after your preliminary hearing?
Like I said, I do not know the date.
Oh, sorry, let me show you.
I mean, I do not remember the date of my preliminary hearing, so I can't tell for sure whether or not it's after that.
Okay. But your letters seem to be changing tone. You're talking more about the case at that point. Would that be a reason why either the preliminary hearing had come or it was gone?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Thank you.
We'll do Angel Wings.
You can look at what will be marked as Offense Exhibit 14.
Yes, sir.
I'm just going to find the highlighted portion real quick, ma'am, before we go through this.
Speaking of Middle E, I told him, but he hasn't come out yet. So.
Okay. Oops. I don't think we want that there. Ma'am, I'm going to let you go from the top. Is this a letter that you wrote to my client, Brendan Banfield?
Yes.
Okay, and I'm just going to go down to the highlighted portion. Can you read that?
Yes.
Okay,
It says,
please read that for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury.
it says, I really just hope I have the chance to be with them again, back home. I really do. I can't stand the thought of not being with them anymore for my own mistake.
Okay, and the lower portion?
It says, I would never forgive myself. if I couldn't see them after all this.
Okay. Now, this is April 14th, 2024, and your letter is speaking about the family in Brazil, correct?
Correct.
Okay, this isn't the family that you had been writing and talking about in the first set of letters.
Thank you, Pam.
No.
Okay. Is that showing up on your screen, Judge?
Your files, yes.
Yeah, I don't want that. Ma'am, is this a letter you wrote to my client, Brendan Banfield?
Yes.
Okay, and can you see the highlighted portion?
This would be 15 for the record.
15, yes, thank you.
Okay.
Yes, I can.
Can you read that, please, for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
It says, sometimes I just think to myself, like, I can't believe I'm facing life in prison for someone. Then things weren't supposed to be this way, right? But people are stupid, including me, and make mistakes, act without thinking. That's all I did.
Okay, and I believe that's it. Ma'am, can you see the new letter that's on the screen right now?
Yes, I can.
Looks like it's July 24th, 2024.
Correct.
And it appears it's a letter from you to my client.
Yes.
Okay, and
Exhibit 16?
sorry, exhibit number 16.
Okay.
And can you read off the highlighted portion?
Yes, the first one says, I wanted to make sure you get this letter through Ryan.
Okay, and what about the remaining highlighted portion?
It says, I would feel if we were able to get a guilty plea for me, that would be pleaded guilty for voluntary manslaughter plus time served, plus not testify against you, plus deportation. Well, that actually sounds good if he gets it for my case instead of facing a murder charge, plus sentence.
Okay, and so, and I'll just get this other portion down. So you can read it. Go ahead.
It says, because since the beginning, what they tried to get from me was for me to testify against you. So maybe they would give us that under the condition if I turn against you. A lot of people end up turning against the other person. They either broke down after a few months in jail or they got a good deal for their sakes.
Okay. And I'm just going to make sure that there isn't anything else. And so July 24, 2024 is a different sort of communication with Brendan, correct?
Correct.
Compared to, the torture and the pain and then the stress of a trial and all that sort of thing. You're talking about a resolution at this point.
Yes.
And who suggested that to you?
Suggested what?
The resolution that's described in this.
That's something I was thinking.
Okay, so you came up with the idea?
Yeah, they never offered me another plea or I wouldn't testify against Brendan.
Okay.
That was my mind.
They offered you a trial unless you testified against Brendan.
Pretty much, yes.
Okay. And you didn't feel very good about going to trial, correct?
My lawyers never expressed any concerns relating going to trial. They were very confident.
Okay. How did you feel?
I feel as any other person would feel going to trial. Being in a situation like mine, I don't think people feel very happy about it.
Okay. So your answer to my question is that you weren't happy about it?
Nobody is. If you're being in a situation.
Okay, I'm just asking you to answer my question, not to
All right,
say it in
no.
that manner. So you didn't feel confident in the evidence that was going to be presented on your behalf?
I just didn't feel confident, yeah.
Okay. I think that we left out the lower portion of this letter. Did you read that?
I already read that one.
Did you already read it? Okay.
Yes, I did.
Okay, I'm going to move on to. Ma'am, can you see? This is from the jail's mail called Smart Jail Mail.
Yes.
Can you see that?
Yes, I can.
And there's a highlighted portion in English, but the original was in Portuguese.
Correct.
Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay.
Is this exhibit 17?
This is 17, Judge, sorry. Now, please read for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the highlighted portion.
It says, anyway, yesterday my lawyer tried to call me, but I don't know what happened. We couldn't talk. The call was not working. He had told Mimi that he was going to try and schedule the trial for the first week of October. However, at the hearing, he didn't mention anything about October. The option he gave was November, December, and January. I was so pissed. I started to yell and cry. I hate this. He said he was going to try October, and for no reason he offered January. Fuck him. Screw him. He said he would come see me today at 12:30. Let's see, because he says he'll do so much, and he doesn't do shit. I don't even know why I'm paying a lawyer who doesn't do his job in a timely manner. And the other portion of highlighted says, anyway, I'm disappointed at my lawyer, who should be doing a better job and holding to his word. They scheduled the trial for November 12th. They say it's 2 weeks of trial.
Okay. One question about that. Under the first highlighted portion, you said, I don't even know why I'm paying a lawyer. Did you pay the lawyer?
No, I did not.
Okay, someone else paid for you, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And does this fairly and accurately depict your communications with your mother?
The what? I'm sorry.
Does it fairly and accurately depict your communications with your mother?
I can hear you well.
Is this a fair and accurate transcript of your statement to your mother?
Yes,
Okay, thank you. And ma'am, that's July 1st, 2024, correct?
correct.
Can you see this new?
Yeah, you're back.
I'm now
You
back.
missed some stuff. You may want, I mean, I hate to, but I'm not sure I can explain it.
Oh, no, we don't have to go back.
Well, I don't know.
Pam says, brace yourself. So he's doing the voice of Satan again back in the courtroom with the mic?
It's a little better now.
Okay.
Wow had a question I couldn't answer. She says, does she still get the plea deal if he isn't found guilty?
I don't know. We don't know. We don't know what the deal is.
And Nick said boom, and I guess I didn't, or owned. I guess I didn't. I must.
I mean, I can go back and listen later. I don't want to make everybody listen to this again.
Yeah.
So we'll just go on from
I
here.
was trying to type up. Rosebud said she had been folding laundry and had us in one ear and had Victor Vito.
I think you're muted. Are you muted?
No.
Oh, okay.
Hello.
Okay.
She said she had Victor Vito in one end, or, one ear, and us in the other, and I just was.
Victor Vito. Yeah, we know.
Freddie Vasco ate a burrito with Tabasco. They put it on their rice. They put it on their beans. They put it on their what?
Heard it a million times.
They put it on their rice. They put it on their something, and they put it on their something.
Yeah.
Anyway.
I could actually sing the song if we needed to do it. I've heard it so many times. Okay, well, I'll just get caught up here.
Play it again, not long.
Oh, man, I just hate to do that to everybody. How far back? Like 4 minutes, 5 minutes?
What do you guys think? Like 3 minutes? 4 minutes? I could probably look at the timestamp and tell you.
I'll just play here and we'll see if this works.
Also,
Yes,
Can you see that?
yes, I can.
And there's a highlighted portion in English, but the original was in Portuguese.
Correct.
Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay.
Is this exhibit 17?
This is
This good?
17, Judge, sorry. Now, please read for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury the highlighted portion.
It says, anyway, yesterday my lawyer tried to call me, but I don't know what happened. We couldn't talk. The call was not working. He had told Mimi that he was going to try
they're
and
saying go back
schedule the
further.
trial for the first week of October. However,
they're saying go back
At a
about
hearing-
5
More?
minutes. Yeah, about 5 minutes. Sorry. Could you make it go a little faster?
No, unless you testify.
Oh, so she says right here, they never offered me a deal or something. So maybe that's the part I need to hear.
Yeah.
Okay.
months in jail, or they got a good deal for their sakes.
Okay. And I'm just going to make sure that there isn't anything else. And so July 24, 2024 is a different sort of communication with Brendan, correct?
Correct.
Compared to, the torture and the pain and then the stress of a trial and all that sort of thing. You're talking about a resolution at this point.
Yes.
And who suggested that to you?
Do you see that?
So just
Yes.
what?
The resolution that's described in this.
That's something I was thinking.
Okay, so you came up with the idea?
Yeah, they never offered me another plea or I wouldn't testify against Brendan.
Okay.
That was my mind.
They offered you a trial unless you testified against Brendan.
Pretty much, yes.
Okay.
Oh, that's what it
And
was.
you didn't feel very good about going to trial, correct?
My lawyers never expressed any concerns relating going to trial. They were very confident.
Okay. How did you feel?
I feel as any other person would feel going to trial. Being in a situation like mine, I don't think people feel very happy about it.
Okay. So your answer to my question is that you weren't happy about it?
Nobody is. If you're being the situation.
Okay, I'm just asking you to answer my question, not to
All right,
say it in
no.
that manner. So you didn't feel confident in the evidence that was going to be presented on your behalf?
I just didn't feel confident, yeah.
Okay.
I just remember they put it on their rutabaga and they put it on their collard greens. I just remember.
I think that we left out the lower portion.
I'm surprised how few people are in
This
court.
letter, did you read that?
I already read that one.
Did you already read it? Okay.
Yes, I did.
Okay, I'm going to move on to. Ma'am, can you see? This is from the jail's mail called Smart Jail Mail.
Yes,
Can you see that?
yes, I can.
And there's a highlighted portion in English, but the original was in Portuguese.
Correct.
Can you see that?
Yes.
Okay.
Is this exhibit 17?
This is 17, Judge, sorry.
Stop for a second.
Now, please read for the ladies and gentlemen.
Taibei, who loves the trials, does not know anything about this case. Could you give her a quick summary?
Yeah, Taibei, good to see you in. So this is the au pair on the stand. The accusation is that she began an affair with the defendant, Brendan Banfield, to kill the wife. There was another person brought to the home. He thought he was coming in for a role-playing session as a essay attacker. He thought it was all consensual adults. When he gets there, the wife doesn't know that it is. And so he thinks she's playing along. So Banfield comes upstairs with the au pair, supposedly to the rescue, kills him, and then he takes the knife and stabs his wife to death, is the accusation. So that is the shortest version I could think of to do on what it is.
She got a crash course this morning. We did do a stream about it a couple nights ago.
And then so that's the nuts and bolts of it, and they're trying to. It looks like he's trying to nail down whether or not what kind of deal she's made for freedom,
right,
and how much that impacts her testimony.
And Pam says a trial and a music lesson too, full service live stream. Absolutely, we are here for you. I've
actually been scrolling back through the comments I missed while I was gone, and I was seeing trying to see what people's reaction was to all of this. So, I saw the Lori Berkner reference there.
On the jury, the highlighted portion.
It says, anyway, yesterday my lawyer tried to call me, but I don't know what happened. We couldn't talk. The call was not working. He had told Mimi that he was going to try and schedule the trial for the first week of October. However, at the hearing, he didn't mention anything about October. The option he gave was November, December, and January. I was so pissed. I started to yell and cry. I hate this. He said he was going to try October, and for no reason he offered January. Fuck him. Screw him. He said he would come see me today at 12:30. Let's see, because he says he'll do so much, and he doesn't do shit. I don't even know why I'm paying a lawyer who doesn't do his job in a timely manner. And the other portion of highlighted says, anyway, I'm disappointed at my lawyer, who should be doing a better job and holding to his word. They scheduled the trial for November 12th. They say it's 2 weeks of trial.
Okay. One question about that. Under the first highlighted portion, you said, I don't even know why I'm paying a lawyer. Did you pay the lawyer?
No, I did not.
Okay, someone else paid for you, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And does this fairly and accurately depict your communications with your mother?
The what? I'm sorry.
Does it fairly and accurately depict your communications with your mother?
I can hear you well.
Oh, here it comes. Right.
Is this a fair and accurate transcript of your statement to your mother?
Yes,
Okay, thank you. And ma'am, that's July 1st, 2024, correct?
correct.
Can you see
Hey
this
guys, we'll be
new
right back. Middle needs us.
message marked as Defense Exhibit 18?
I see it.
Can you read that, please?
Yes, it says, my lawyer came to see me. He said he's scheduled for November because my female lawyer was unavailable in October, and he can do it without her. Anyway, this made me even more pissed. But what can I do? I can't do anything. It's too late. I didn't really want to talk too much to him today. I'm so pissed off.
And this is on the same day that you sent the previous message to your mother, correct?
Correct.
Now, let's just talk about the messaging. When you're talking about with Ms. Bristler, the money, or how you communicate, this is what the money is for in order to communicate with your mother, correct?
Correct.
And so the money that was being provided to you by my client before he was arrested and his mother before you turned state's evidence, I guess, that was money that was being used for this in order for you to be able to communicate with your family, correct?
Correct.
And also to communicate with them, correct?
Correct.
And in fact, you communicated with whomever you wanted, friends, former boyfriends, all those sorts of things, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And in addition to the money for this, the money that was being given to you was also to buy edible food in the jail.
Correct.
And is it fair to say that the food otherwise you didn't like?
It's just not enough.
Okay, and so you would ask Tess or Brendan for money, and they would put it in there so you could get more meals.
Yes.
Okay. But these messages are also part of that as well, correct?
Correct.
Okay, thank you. And here's a message to your friend Paola, correct?
Yes, correct.
Okay, and is that a message that you wrote?
Yes.
Can you please read that to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
It says something you can't really read, and then it says with my lawyer, that he changed my trial date for it to start on November 12th. We had a hearing on Monday to get it scheduled. Anyway, I'm very frustrated and upset, satisfied with my lawyer. And thinking back now, I think he already knew all along that it wouldn't happen in July, that in April, they agreed for the trial to be in July, so just to have a date. But my lawyer already knew he wouldn't be ready. I think that's what upsets me, that he has been super slow lately. The specialist we need to testify, he hadn't even hired yet. Anyway, my female lawyer who works with him is not available in October. That is why it will be November. I had asked him to try to go for at least the first week of October. But I think all this time he already knew it. It's unfair because everyone was anxious with expectations. We were so close, and he took the hope away from me. No matter how much he promises to take me home and knowing that I am innocent, it doesn't change the fact that I feel neglected. I really wanted to risk everything and do it in July, even if he isn't ready. I only signed papers for this, but there's no such contract. If there was, I would.
Okay, and so this is after the continuance of the first trial date, correct?
Correct.
And the scheduling of the second trial date.
Yes,
And that was the one that was the trial date that you were going to trial until you decided to accept the Commonwealth's deal.
correct.
Okay. This is from July 8th, also to Paola. Can you please read that highlighted version?
That's exhibit 20 now, right?
I'm sorry, 20, yes.
It says, yeah, I'm really disappointed in my lawyer because I expected the prosecutor to try and delay it as much as possible, you know, to make fun of us. But this time it was my lawyer's screw up. And no matter how much he wanted to postpone, it didn't have to be almost 5 months, right? That's too much. He's being paid, Joe, and he's very expensive. He has a lawyer working with him. He says that we need a specialist, blah, blah, blah. But all this time, and he hasn't done anything. I told him that Brendan's mother could help him find the right person by making calls, checking who is available or not on the date of my trial. I said that we could pay someone else to help him prepare if he needed it. I don't know what else to say to him. Anyway, I'm sure he knew it all along, and that's what stressed me out, because he made everyone anxious and hopeful for nothing. I prefer that he tells me the truth all the time.
You see this letter from July 15th on Smart Jail Mail, which would be marked as Defense Exhibit 21.
Yes, sir.
Can you read the highlighted portions for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Yes, it says, this week my lawyer is on vacation at the beach with his family and all. Then he says, I'm sorry you can't enjoy the beach this year. The other portion of the highlight, it says, Brendan's mom and I are pushing him to do what needs to be done. But the truth is that I myself was never satisfied with his work. He could have done a lot of things differently, faster, putting more pressure on the prosecutor and everything, not to mention that his communication with me is terrible. And the other part of the highlight says, but that's it, I don't have any news. After all, my lawyer is enjoying it. After all, my lawyer is enjoying his vacation.
Ma'am, can you see the message from July 17th, 2024, and the highlighted portion, which would be marked as Defense Exhibit number 22? Is that a message you wrote?
Yes,
Okay, and that was is it to your mother?
yes.
Okay, can you read that highlighted portion?
It says, and about your lawyer friend, he's right. But I can't force my lawyer if he says he's not ready, right? And he's there chilling at the beach with the family, enjoying his vacation, right?
And so that the substance of that message is you're essentially asking your mother about whether that's right to continue a case because you need to obtain experts, or you need more time in order to prepare. And the lawyer's saying that that you're right, or saying that the lawyer's right, but that you can't force them, right?
Yeah, that's what I said, yes.
Okay, that still doesn't help. That doesn't affect how angry you are, but that's an explanation your mother was giving, correct?
Correct.
Okay. You see the new message, July 20th, 2024?
Yes, I do.
Okay, and can you read the highlighted portion?
It's exhibit 23, correct?
Sorry, exhibit 23.
Okay.
It says, my lawyer returns from vacation tomorrow. Then he'll come and see me during the week. We'll see.
See the Smart Jail Mail communication, July 25th, 2024?
Yes,
Is that your communication?
it is.
And can you read the highlighted portion?
It says, waiting for my lawyer to come see me tomorrow.
And I'm sorry, that's Exhibit 24. Sorry, I interrupted you. I want to make sure I got
That's
that.
fine.
Ma'am, go ahead and read that.
It says, waiting for my lawyer to come see me tomorrow. I'll tell you more, okay?
And so it's fair to say that getting to see your lawyer is pretty important at that point after July or at the end of July. Is that right?
For me, it's always been, doesn't matter when.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, this is a message that you wrote from July 25th, 2024. There's a highlighted portion at the bottom, and that would be exhibit number 25. Go ahead and read that. Can you go ahead and read that?
It says, if my lawyer hadn't changed my trial date, you'd be starting next week, right? But anyway, my lawyer is coming to see me tomorrow.
Ma'am, I'm going to have you look at what is going to be marked as defense exhibit number 26. Can you read that highlight portion?
Yes, it says, and my lawyer didn't even come to me at all. He said something happened in his bathroom, that the plumber was at his house and he wouldn't be able to come today, but it'll come on Sunday. I doubt it. But anyway, it's an excuse, one thing after the other.
Okay. Ma'am, can you see your communication with your mother dated 7/27/2024? It would
Yes.
be defense exhibit 27. Can you read the highlighted portion?
It says, but that's it. Let's see if my lawyer comes to see me tomorrow.
Mr. Carroll, do you have many more letters?
Do I have any more?
Many more.
Sorry, Judge.
I'm going to take that as a yes, so.
I have
Ladies-
about, oh, sorry.
That's okay. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take our 15-minute recess, morning recess. All right, so we'll get back at 11:45, so just don't talk about the case and don't do any outside research, okay? Thank you.
And I just realized I was muted.
Oh, want to be sleuthing something? Are you in our Discord? If so, I can send you the link to the case that you're looking for. I found it. So
She's already back. If we want to skip the break,
yeah, that's
unless
fine.
you want
I
to
just
say something
wanted,
before we start.
Sorry, we had to jump away. Middle E needed us, and we are back now. No, I just wanted to tell her. Oh, okay, I'm glad you found it. Good. I found it as well. Okay. Okay, no worries.
All right.
And
So,
members, you are welcome to join our Discord. I think I had to go in there and make sure that you guys could all see it. But sometimes when people join, you can't see everything that's going on.
so while we're at just a little pause
Hey,
here.
Detective Mom, nice to see you. Yes, Middle E's okay. He just he was doing his shower and he needed our help. So
Great. Good to see you. Wowzer says, Judge knows it's getting boring. Yeah, we need a 15. We need to regroup.
yeah.
Let's come back with a little more energy. Can we put a little more life into this questioning? Yeah. Yeah, I know. She's telling them every novel between her and her lawyer.
Mhm.
I hopefully we'll be able to find text of all these letters later that were admitted, and we can read and try to understand
be
what he's
nice.
getting at. So I'll try to do that
And
tonight.
Angel Wing said, I bet the judge enjoyed Depp's trial more. It was very entertaining.
Oh,
I wish we were doing,
yeah.
true crime when that was going on. That was pretty awesome.
All right, so we will we'll get back to this unless you got anything before we start it.
Mm-mm.
Okay, so we got the au pair coming back. Looks like he's trying to imply that she's basically testifying to get out of this, even though
That's all they've got, right?
she's basically making up her story to fit the prosecution's narrative.
They're also trying to imply that she's mentally unstable.
Yes, and was depressed and suicidal, all those kind of things, sure. Which, who wouldn't be depressed? Of course, she's not depressed about, taking that innocent guy's life. Depressed about being in the cell.
Right.
Yeah.
That should tell you a lot there.
She's out of her comfy bed. She's not in the master bedroom anymore.
Yes.
Oh God, he's snake-like, isn't he? He's got a smarmy quality.
Yeah, he would definitely be in Slytherin.
Mm-hmm.
If he were a Harry Potter, he would be a Slytherin for
I know,
sure.
and there's probably nothing he can control, but his affects are they're just not. He acts like a guilty, calculating guy.
When I get a little distracted, I start trying to get off topic. So
You mean you're not you haven't found this line of questioning about her pen pals riveting? In fact, I'll skip ahead till she gets on the stand. Here we go.
Judge, may I have Madam Clerk redirect?
Redirect to your laptop?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, we took it down because.
Okay, that's fine. There you go.
Oh, Harry Potter's good, Angel Wings. It's good. The books are great.
And do you see that email or smart mail message from July 27th?
Yes.
And did you write that message?
What's the yellow one? Hufflepuff?
That would be you.
Yes. I think, yeah.
I didn't touch anything.
Check the connection.
While we're waiting, off topic, what
This is
house?
going to be Exhibit
I think it
28.
fell asleep.
Exhibit 28?
This is Exhibit 28.
Okay, thank you.
And can you take a look at that?
Oh, wait.
Yes,
You wrote this?
I did.
Can you read the highlighted portion?
It says, tomorrow when my lawyer comes to see me, I'll send you a message.
Oh, what I was saying is, what house do they
This would
think
be
we'd be in? You all think we'd be Hufflepuff?
Defendant's Exhibit 29. Ma'am, do you see the smart jail mail writing on your screen?
I do.
And do you recognize that?
Yes,
Is that something you wrote?
yes.
Can you read the highlighted portion?
It says, my lawyer came to see me. Didn't bring anything I had asked him to bring. Said he came to check on how I'm doing. I was like, darling, how do you think I'm doing? All the same.
Ma'am, do you see the new smart jail mail on the screen?
I do.
Did you write that?
Yes,
Judge, we'd be introducing this as, identifying it as Defense Exhibit number 30.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, can you read the highlighted portion?
it says, the situation here is the same. My lawyer is calm and positive. He just postponed the trial to be ready for real. But my hearing is in November. It starts on the 12th. I think it will last about 10 days. Tiring, but it's okay.
Okay. And this is to a friend of yours?
That's my brother.
Okay, your brother. Okay,
Yes.
gotcha. Ma'am, do you see the new smart jail mail communication that's on your screen?
Yes,
And this would be identified as Defense Exhibit 31. Is this a jail mail that you sent?
yes.
Can you please read the highlighted portion?
It says, tomorrow I'll message you more. And if my lawyer comes to see me, I'll let you know.
What?
And you see the smart jail mail
Deanna.
communication on your screen.
Yes.
And this would be identified as Defense Exhibit number 32.
I missed it. I was reading all the Ravenclaw.
Can you read the
blah, blah,
highlighted
blah.
portion?
Well, that was a Ravenclaw reference. So I'll go back. This is totally off topic, but I mean,
Off topic.
we're just basically cataloging all of our jail mail for the last 2 years, you know. So Wannabe Sleuth and something says, if you ever want to spot a Ravenclaw, just say something factually incorrect and they will start crawling out of the cracks in the wall to correct you. I don't even quite understand the houses, but that I totally get it. You know, the Ravenclaw
You know
type.
the names. You just don't, you know.
I haven't read the book, so I don't really know the differences in
Pam was asking what it is. So basically in the Harry Potter books, they're in an English school of wizard and witchcraft and wizardry.
Yes.
And they get placed in certain houses. They get sorted based on their intentions. I
Yeah,
guess.
their personality,
Their
types or
personality
whatever, right?
intentions. And there's Gryffindor, Ravenclaw, Hufflepuff, and Slytherin. Slytherin is what it sounds like, snakes, like bad people.
Right.
Gryffindor, kind of the heroes.
Yeah.
And I really don't know about Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff.
So here, anyway, so Wannabe Sleuth and something gave this description, and then what made me laugh was Deanna says, like CP.
Yeah.
That actually is right.
I would think CP
He's
would
definitely
be
a corrector, right? So he probably would be a Ravenclaw.
I don't know.
Well,
Gryffindor is brave, Slytherin is cunning, Ravenclaw is smart, and Hufflepuff is loyal. Oh,
Yeah.
so you would be Ravenclaw, they said, and I would be Hufflepuff. And see, here I am thinking I'm a Gryffindor the whole time.
Okay, here's a pretty concise description of this. Gryffindors are brave. Oh, you did?
Just read it.
Oh, okay. Sorry, I was reading other chats.
Is there a house for people who don't listen to their
listen.
spouses? I'm
I
going
can
to
listen
call it.
or I can read. I just can't do both at the same time. That's the thing.
Let's see. What could I call it? What house could I call?
The E house
that doesn't listen. Our house. Yeah.
Our house. So okay. So Gryffindors are brave, Slytherin is cunning, Ravenclaw is smart, and Hufflepuff is loyal. Okay. Well, anyway, so all right, you want to get back to this, or do you have anything on the Harry Potter that we want to?
I was going to tell you the oven's beeping.
Oh yeah, okay.
Okay.
You want to? I can go ahead and play it though,
Yeah, go ahead. We don't want to wait for
and
you.
I'll close my thing.
It says, when my lawyer comes, I'll let you know how he was.
Ma'am, can you see the smart jail mail communication on your screen?
Yes,
Can you see the highlighted portion?
yes,
Is this something that you wrote?
yes.
Judge, we'd identify this as Defense Exhibit number 34?
33.
33, sorry. Please read that for the jury.
It says, waiting for my lawyer. He was already supposed to be here, but the appointment he had in another city this morning got moved to 1 p.m. So I don't even know what time he will arrive here or will have time to do anything shitty. Everything that happens is to mess things up. It's impressive.
Now, you talked about getting medication from the jail relating to the depression that you were experiencing around the holidays going into the new year, correct?
Well, I told you I didn't remember when I started taking it, so I can't tell for sure.
Well, let me ask that question in a simpler form. You were experiencing anxiety and depression during the holidays into the new year, correct?
Yes,
Based upon those letters?
yes,
Okay. And at some point you sought help from the jail, the pharmacy.
correct.
And you don't know when it was,
No,
but when you did get any sort of medications or things like that, how long did you stay on those?
How long did it stay what?
How long did you stay on the medications for anxiety and depression?
As far as I remember, it was a few months.
For a couple of months?
Yeah, I don't remember exactly, but I would say so.
Do you remember when you started?
When I started,
Yeah.
I do not remember.
Okay. Do you remember when you finished?
I do not remember the date, no.
Okay. Ma'am, do you see the new Smart Jail Mail communication that's on your screen?
I do.
And is this something you wrote?
Yes.
Your Honor, we identified this as Defense Exhibit 34.
Yes.
Ma'am, can you read the highlighted portion?
It says, my lawyer didn't come. He called me to say he wouldn't have time today and that he'll come on Monday. I hung up on him. I'm so angry. He's the reason for my stress and anxiety.
Okay. Now, the stress and anxiety you're talking about, is that the stress and anxiety that you were receiving medication for?
No, it's a different kind of stress and anxiety.
Okay.
It's mostly disappointment. That's it.
Okay, so this is disappointment.
Yes.
Okay. But it's clearly on your mind. I mean, for the entire month of July, these messages to your mother are about, you don't feel like you've seen your lawyer enough, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Ma'am, I'm going to ask you to read the new Smart Jail Mail that's on your screen. This will be identified as defendants number 35. Is this a communication that you wrote?
Yes.
And can you please read the highlighted portion for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
It says, living in Brazil did not work out for Brendan. Jill, not culture, Valerie, his family, career, not anything. That's what I'm getting this idea out of his head and telling him it's okay to move on with his life. That's what makes me more upset, knowing that my trial would have been this week and the next, and that this would have come to an end one way or another. But what can I do? And yes, it will be November. The son of a bitch better to think, not to think about moving again. I'm already pissed off at him because for the third time this week, he said he would come see me today and everything, but he didn't come. He had unforeseen circumstances. He says he'll come on Monday, and I already feel like we're behind again in hiring the specialists we need, etc. I don't even want to think about it. He's stressing me out. And you soon be back to college classes, right? And how is the progress on your paper? That's right. Enjoy the stuff around the house. I reckon that anything there costs 230, 100 reais. So expensive compared to here, LL. Wow, don't even get me started on letting go of relationship.
Is this your communication saying that you're letting go of your relationship with Brendan?
Well, it seemed like it.
You wrote it.
Can you pause?
Yes.
So is that what this is?
You may want to go back a couple minutes, but I was going to tell everybody that if it's okay with you guys, we're going to go off camera and mute for a little bit so that we can eat our lunch because I keep nibbling on it right now.
Oh, no. No, I wasn't muted.
Oh, okay. Okay, perfect. Okay. So we are going to mute now and go off camera for probably 5 minutes. So we're here though, listening. If anything crazy happens, we'll stop.
Okay.
It sounds like it.
So, ma'am, what I'm doing is asking of you as the author. You wrote that for a reason. Is that the reason?
What did you ask?
You as the author, you wrote it for a reason.
I wrote a message for a reason.
And is the reason here that this is you letting go of Brendan and your relationship?
I guess so.
Okay, well, do you know? Do you remember writing this?
Yes.
Okay, is that what you were saying?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Ma'am, can you see the new message, smart jail mail message on your screen?
Yes,
And do you see the highlight portion?
I do.
And Your Honor, this would be marked as Defense Exhibit 36.
Okay.
Ma'am, please read the highlighted portion.
It says, I'm waiting to see if my lawyer responds about coming to see me today. I hope so, because I'm pissed off at him.
Ma'am, can you see the next smart jail mail?
Yes, I do.
You wrote that?
Yes.
Your Honor, we identify that as Defense 37.
Okay.
Please read the highlighted portion, ma'am.
It says, my lawyer came to see me, but he brought his computer uncharged yet again, just like on Sunday. He came, but we didn't do anything. I don't know how he doesn't check it before coming. He came from home, wearing normal clothes. He wasn't even working. Ridiculous. I'm pissed. But I told him that I don't want to hear him say that we're not ready again. That he asked how I was doing, and I just cried. Couldn't speak. It's because of him that I'm still in this place. But I told him that I don't trust and believe in him. He's traumatized me. He said, my lawyer will come to see me next week. Let's see.
Ma'am, there's a new jail mail communication that will be marked as Defense Exhibit 38.
Okay.
Did you write that?
Yes.
Can you read the highlighted portions?
It says, I don't expect much from Brendan, whether I come back or get deported to Brazil, for various reasons. Valerie, his career, family, fight with Christina's parents, etc. And I'm very honest. He knows what I think and feel. Even though he wants to be with me, it's more complicated than it seems. And the other part says, that's why Brendan's mom and I got really mad at him, because he says he's coming to see me and he doesn't come. She keeps calling him, drives to his office, and nothing. She pushes him and calls his attention. Now it's getting close again. For me, it is a long time. But for them, 100 days isn't much. And finding and hiring the people who we need, etc. But I think he doesn't care. Time is money. The longer he pushes things back, the more money it will cost. Ridiculous. And the other part says, Brendan and I, we are different in many ways. Money, career, culture. We are only the same about sex, LOL. But still, if I can, I want to make it work.
So in this message, you're also talking about the possibility of letting go of this relationship, but then you say that you want to try to make it work.
Yeah.
Okay. And when you're saying in the first portion, in the second portion, that's why Brendan's mom and I got really mad at him. You're not talking about Brendan, are you?
No.
Okay, you're talking about your attorney.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Ma'am, do you see the new smart jail mail to your brother?
Yes.
Dated August 6th at 10:44 a.m.?
Yes.
And did you write that?
Yes.
Your Honor, we identify that as Defense Exhibit number 39.
Yes.
Ma'am, can you read the highlighted portion?
It says, the same old crap as always, no news. My lawyer comes to see me and it just makes me mad. And the other one says, Brenda and I are doing well.
Ma'am, do you see the smart jail mail communication? And this is from you to your mother on August 6, 2024.
I see it.
Did you write that?
I did.
And can you read the highlighted portion for the jury? Your Honor, that we'd identify that as Defense Exhibit 40.
Yes, sir.
It says, so I got pissed at my lawyer. He brought his computer uncharged again. Ridiculous.
Ma'am, do you see the new smart jail mail communication on your screen?
I do.
It's one written by you to Paula. Did you write this?
Yes.
Your Honor, we'd identify this as Defendants 41.
Okay.
Can you please read the highlighted portion?
It says, so I'm so pissed at my lawyer because he just disappears for no reason. Says he's coming to see me and nothing. Anyway, I hope this changes. Otherwise, it will be difficult for us to prepare for November. But he said we have enough time. We'll see. I told him that I don't trust him or his words anymore.
Okay. Ma'am, with regard to this, the timing on the message is 90 days out for your trial. Is that correct?
After my trial? Was that what?
90 days out from
Out.
your scheduled trial.
Yeah.
Okay. And is that why you're upset?
Well, it
Because
seems,
it's close to trial?
well, it seems I was upset because I was not seeing my lawyer.
Okay. I mean, you know you wrote it.
Yes.
Ma'am, do you see the smart jail mail that's on the screen?
Yes.
It's a message you wrote to your mother.
Yes.
Will be marked as Defense Exhibit number 42.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, can you read the highlighted portion for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
He says, and I spent almost 2 hours with my lawyer. It was good, but no actual news. We're just reviewing a few things. Marina, a reporter here, sent me a message today saying that the article about my case will be published on Sunday with your interview and everything. I hope I didn't say anything stupid. Everyone will see it.
Ma'am, do you see the smart jail mail message to between you and Paula?
Yes.
And can you read the highlighted portion?
It says, yes, you and Brendan are a bit complicated, right? Because it involves many circumstances, family, his daughter, but once you live there, you guys will figure it out what needs to be figured out. Now you really need to give your lawyer a push, right? To make sure everything will be ready for November. This person, he said, you would need the specialist. He has gone after this person.
Now, there's a pattern in the August messages which appear to be about your lawyer, but also about your relationship with Brendan. Is that fair?
Yeah,
That was on your mind at the time?
Probably, yeah.
Okay. Is it fair to assume that if you wrote about it, that was on your mind?
Yes.
Okay. Ma'am, if you can look at the smart jail mail that's on your screen, is that something that you wrote?
Yes.
And Your Honor, we'd identify this as Defense Exhibit 46.
44.
Can you please read the highlighted portions?
44.
44?
Is correct?
Okay,
44.
sorry about that. Sorry.
Yes, 44.
44.
This is 44.
Ma'am, can you read the highlighted portions of this smart jail mail communication?
It says, my lawyer came to see me on Friday. We spent almost 2 hours together, and I was reading the stuff, the interviews. They did it with everyone, my friends, Brenna's, Christine's, and the guys. I discovered even more betrayals on Brenna's part. Haha. Since the beginning of the relationship, several that he never mentioned. I was shocked. Haha. And the other one says, Brenna and I sometimes I consider it a lost cause, but I really feel for him, but a lot has happened, and there's a lot to be considered before any decision. And we don't even know what's going to happen in November, right? Now, we're really on his tail to make sure he won't screw up again and postpone it. I'm not so confident about it, LOL.
Ma'am, do you see the smart jail mail to your brother dated August 25th, 2024 will be identified as defense exhibit number 45? Do you see that?
I do.
And can you read, is this a message that you authored and sent?
Yeah,
And can you see the highlighted portions?
I can.
Can you read that, please?
It says here, nothing new. My lawyer barely comes to see me. And later on it says, I told mom that Brenda wants to go to Brazil with me, buy a house there, etc. But she's kind of pissed because she doesn't want me to live away from home. And that grandpa likes Bruno, but doesn't like Brendan, even though he doesn't know him. Valerie or anyone personally, I told her to stop judging based on what she heard people say, what she assumed to be true. She assumes to be true.
Okay, so if we can identify, Bruno is your former boyfriend?
Yes,
Okay. And with the smart jail mail system, were you communicating with him as well?
with Max?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you. Ma'am, do you see the new smart jail mail that's on your screen?
Yes.
And did you author that?
Yes.
Your Honor, I'd identify this as Defense Exhibit 46.
Okay.
Ma'am, can you read the highlighted portions for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Yes. It says, my lawyer came to see me, but he had a problem with the computer again, and we basically did nothing. He told me that they lost the other trial that took place 2 weeks ago. And the other one says, another American reporter messaged me today, trying to talk to me. I don't even know where these people
Okay.
get.
So, I'm sorry, you're saying another American reporter messaged me today.
That's what it says, yeah?
Do the media and reporters and those associated with the media, do they have the ability to communicate with you on smart jail mail?
They do.
Okay. And how
There were just a couple of questions I wanted to answer. The lawyer she keeps talking about was her original attorney that was provided by the Banfield family, by Brendan's mother. She never switched defense attorneys, but basically lost that attorney when she decided to make her plea deal and work with the prosecution. There was another question about that. Let me see what that was back here. And it was the lawyer that Brendan's family was paying for. And then someone asked about the woman yesterday. The woman yesterday is one of the prosecutors for the Commonwealth of Virginia. So not technically her attorney, Okay, so I think that should clear that up.
How long have they been communicating with you, whether you answer them or not?
I guess throughout the whole process. I'm not sure.
From the time that you were arrested?
Yeah, I guess.
Okay. And are there any particular media or news people that you communicate with frequently?
Yes.
Okay. And who is it that you communicate with frequently?
Do you want me to mention the name?
And if you don't mind, take a moment to give a prayer for Hobo Mom today, and that she gets good news today on her visit. She's got a big one today. So we'll all be thinking of you.
Find two.
I'd say Josh.
Okay, Josh, and who's he associated with?
Should I say it?
I'm asking you.
He's a producer with 48 Hours.
Okay. And are you speaking to anyone else who's a producer or potentially looking to buy your story?
At that point, no.
Or you want to rephrase your question?
Are you speaking to any other media person
Was I?
other than Josh?
Was I?
Was you or are you now?
No, yes.
Now you are?
Yes.
Okay. And that's my question. Who are you speaking to?
Who am I speaking to?
Yes.
2 people.
Okay. Do you know their names?
I don't know their names, yes.
Okay. And is one of them Josh?
No.
Okay. What are their names?
Kate and Zachary.
Okay. Is that Kate Brower
Yes,
and Zachary Franks?
correct.
Okay. And has there been any sort of, have they given you anything in anticipation of something?
Anticipation of what?
In anticipation of anything? Have they given you anything? Have they provided you anything?
Yes, they have become my support system, so they've been helping me with money to communicate with my mom, my family in Brazil, and whoever I want to communicate with,
Okay.
and money for commissary and that stuff, yes.
So let me just slow you down there. I didn't quite hear all of that. I heard something about them giving you money.
Yes.
Okay. And was it money to your mom in Brazil?
No.
Oh, I'm sorry. So if you could just slow down on that and just say exactly what you just said.
I said they have become my support system. They've been putting money on my books to talk to my mom, my family in Brazil, and whoever else I want to talk to, and to buy commissary and stuff, yes.
Okay. So they're, in the absence of Tess, who used to pay all of that,
Yes,
these two are paying money toward your commissary.
yes.
And what is it that they want from you?
Eventually I want to tell my story.
Okay. And have you negotiated anything?
No, not really.
Okay. Have they thrown a number out?
Have they what?
Have they thrown a number out for your story?
Yes,
Okay. Have you agreed to that number?
no.
Okay, so you're still in negotiations.
Well, you can say so.
Well, you tell me. You're the one who's involved in it.
Yeah, if you want to say yes.
Okay. And do you owe them any obligations for paying for your commissary money or your ability to use smart jail mail, any of those sort of things?
I do intend to write a story with them eventually, yes.
Okay. And is, just for curiosity's sake, is the story this story?
It's the truth, if that's what you're asking for.
No, I'm asking, is that what they're basically communicating, being your support system, paying money? It's for this story, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
So I just did a quick search on what Nick is saying here. He was saying that this could be illegal or unethical. I just did a quick search just to see, what this is, and he's right. It depends. It could be viewed as witness tampering, obstruction of justice. It's probably against prison rules. It just depends on the institution. She could get in a variety of trouble. Is considered, even if not illegal, it is generally considered highly unethical for media people to do that, just in general. So I think I saw another comment down here where Nick says they are probably, she just got them fired or charged. They are probably running for the hills. I am laughing. So yeah, so especially someone that's a witness in a trial, that's a big no-no. So she's not, but it, it just depends on exactly the state, the jurisdiction, all of that. But just in general, could be illegal for all those people and a problem. So that's why he's going down this road. And of course, it could affect the story that she tells. I mean, that's really bad. This is a really bad moment.
And what outfit are they with that would be handling this story?
What?
What company are they with that would be?
It's called Cream Productions, if I'm pronouncing it right. I'm not sure.
Cream Productions?
That's what I would say, like, yeah.
Okay, and is this story going to air on any network or TV streaming service or anything like that?
I heard.
Well, if she knows that she can answer it, go ahead. You can answer it if you know.
As far as people told me, yes, but not that I have seen. Just people telling me that.
Well, it hasn't
Other
been made
producers have made the
Okay.
story, yes.
But they represent some company, correct?
Correct.
And what's the company?
I'm not sure. Some people said Dateline.
I'm sorry?
Some people told me they saw it on Dateline, for example.
Okay. So
I
you've-
haven't, but that's what I heard.
You've spoken to Dateline too?
I did not speak to them. I said they made this story and somebody told me they saw it.
I'm sorry. They're talking about another story that they made that was on Dateline?
I did not know they started it was on Dateline. I did not see it.
I'm just trying to understand what you just said. Something about Dateline.
Yes.
Are you saying that Kate and Josh are associated with Dateline?
No, they were not.
Okay. So how did Dateline come into what you just said?
You asked if other producers, company, whatever it is, made the story, told the story on the news or TV, and I said, as far as I've heard, they did, but not that I have seen.
Okay. Well, I was just asking who you were associated with and who was supporting you and
Okay.
who they were associated
Yeah,
with.
that's not them.
Okay. And you don't know what their company is?
You're going to have to use your mic. I'm sorry.
Judge, that's been asked and answered. She said that they represented Cream Productions.
All right, asked and answered, so I'll sustain the objection. Next
Okay.
question.
I'll move on from there. We'll talk about that a little bit later.
Sure.
Ma'am, do you see the smart jail mail for August 30th
I see it.
from you to Paula?
Yes.
And that would be, Your Honor, that would be identified as defendants 47?
Yes.
Ma'am, can you read the highlighted portion for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
It says, in next month, I have a hearing. One of the regular procedural hearings that we have before the trial to decide some things. I presume now it's supposed to be twice as tiring. And of course, he won't want to talk about these things over the phone. I don't even think there are enough excuses, but it's fine. I'm getting over it. So this thing about the article in my case, my lawyer told me that last month, this Marina sent him an email saying that she was going to publish the article, etc. And he even got mad at her because we gave them your information so they could call you and write about me, not about the case, since I haven't even had my trial yet. And he said that she does not have access to police documents, my interview with them, evidence, etc. She only has access to the hearings I had because they're public documents here. But they must be either bluffing or waiting to see if I talk to them, because she told me she was going to publish it 3 weeks ago and still nothing.
Ma'am, do you see the smart jail mail that's on the screen before you?
I see it.
Your Honor, that would be identified as defendant's exhibit number 48. Ma'am, did you write this message?
Yes.
Can you read the highlighted portion for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
It says, my lawyer didn't even come to see me and said he had a hearing in the morning. And when he arrived here, there was a line of lawyers and they didn't have enough time to see the clients because there are only 3 rooms, 3 lawyers at a time. He says, you'll come tomorrow, son of a gun.
Ma'am, do you see the smart jail mail message that's on your screen?
Yes,
From you to your mother?
yes,
Did you author that?
yes.
Can you please read the highlighted portion to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
It says, and yes, I hope my lawyer comes tomorrow without fail. He stresses me out more than anyone else. A son of a bitch. I've already started crying and all because I got frustrated, you know.
And that's exhibit 49, is that correct?
49, I
Okay.
apologize. Ma'am, do you see the smart jail mail message on your screen?
Yes,
Dated September 5th, 2024.
yes.
This will be identified as Defense Exhibit 50. Can you read the highlighted portion of the message?
He says, your mother messaged me saying she's going to see Ryan now, and he's coming to see me. She wait for him because I have something for Ryan.
Ma'am, do you see the new message on smart jail mail?
Yes,
And did you write that?
I did.
Okay, Your Honor, this would be identified as Defense 51. Ma'am, can you read the highlighted portion
He
for the
says,
ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
he says, well, again, my lawyer won't come to see me today. Mimi met him. He said he has another hearing now, and while he was here earlier, he was talking to my lawyer. I'm like, are you kidding me? You have all the time in the world to talk to her, and you do that instead of coming to see me since you were here, and I've been waiting since yesterday, as if I could go to his office to see him, right? Guess what? I can't because I'm here. I've been here longer than necessary because of his own screw-ups, delaying everything. Let's see if he won't screw up my trial too. During the trial, they will ask if I was satisfied with my lawyer, and if he represented me well, I'll be honest and say no. But it's so good that you feel the change, Mom, and try to get along with Raisa too. It's not worth it acting like this. Did he say something about being in touch with me? Because it stops there.
I think that's just a bad highlighting job. Thank you.
So I just did a little search on this, and it's just from Justia Law, you know. So just playing a little doctor attorney or a little online attorney here. So just searching, just looking up what they do in Virginia. It looks like what could be the problem is if she received that commissary while she's, you know, what before this trial happened. If it had been a media deal that paid after the release and she couldn't get anything now, that has a better chance of being legal. Getting something before is where it's really more of a problem, especially since she's had a trial coming up. So anyway, you could get theoretically, you could get a deal as long as it wasn't influencing anything. And if you were getting, if all of that was going to be afterward and not influence your testimony, that's the prior payment that might get them in more legal trouble. And then of course, ethically, it's just a whole other matter. So this, and it boils down to the reason the courts get upset about things like this is that it potential for mistrials, which I'm not going to be surprised if that happens now.
you see the smart jail mail communication that's on the screen?
I see it.
Okay. And is that a message sent by you to your mother?
Yes.
And it looks like it's September 5th, 2024 at 9:18 a.m. Your Honor, that would be identified as Defense Exhibit number 52.
Okay.
Ma'am, can you read the highlighted portion?
It says,
Gentlemen of the jury.
let's see if my lawyer shows up today. He makes me very frustrated. I'm never happy and satisfied with his work. He says he will do things, but he doesn't. He's delaying my entire process. Says he'll come to see me and nothing. Doesn't make an effort, you know. I should have changed lawyers long ago, but now it's too late.
Ma'am, do you see the smart jail mail on the screen?
Yes.
And this looks like it's September 5th, 2024.
That one I already read.
Is that the one you just read?
Yes.
Oh, that must be a duplicate, sorry. Scratch that, Judge.
All right.
I don't think I did that, nothing.
Welcome back.
I believe there are some differences, ma'am. Can you just read the highlighted portions, and that would be identified as Defense Exhibit number 52?
53.
53.
Well, that's the one I just read.
Can
It
you
still
just
shows
please
it.
read it again?
Oh, it says, well, again, my lawyer won't come to see me today. Mimi met him. He said he has another hearing now, and while he was here earlier, he was talking to my lawyer. I'm like, are you kidding me? You have all the time in the world to talk to her, and you do that instead of coming to see me since you're here, and I've been waiting since yesterday. As if I could go to his office to see him, right? Guess what? I can because I'm here. I've been here longer than necessary because of his own screw-ups, delaying everything. Let's see if he won't screw up in my trial. During the trial, they will ask if I'm satisfied with my lawyer and if he represented me well, and I'll be honest and say no.
And that's one of the questions that's on the plea form that you signed.
As far as I remember,
Okay. And did you say no at that time?
I did not.
Okay. So you told him you were satisfied. You told the judge that you were satisfied with his and her services.
Yeah, he explained well to me.
Okay. So between September 5th and the plea in October 29th, everything seemed to be fine with your relationship with your lawyer that you've been talking about in these mails?
I guess so.
Okay, well, you lived it, so I'm asking you.
Yeah.
Ma'am, do you see the smart jail mail message on your screen?
Yes.
Okay. And did you write this?
Yes.
And can you, this would be identified as Defense Exhibit 54. Ma'am, can you read the highlighted portion for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
He says, difficult to trust him, knowing how he's like. His lack of commitment and care. At first, he said he would spend 2 hours with me, and when he came to see me, I wish. He barely shows up. He just makes us wait. But what can I do? It's too late to change lawyers. I don't trust him.
Ma'am, this is a smart jail mail that you authored to Paolo, your friend. Can you read this would be marked as...
Everyone would like me to catch you up on what's happened here.
Okay.
Have you heard any of this about her getting favors from producers or reporters?
No, I was doing stuff.
Okay. So what they said earlier is she's been in contact with two people. She's not quite sure which company it is, but they were trying to get her rights to the story. And he says, well, were you offered anything in exchange for this? And she says, yes, they've been helping me with commissary and contacting my family and these different kind of things. And so Nick was like, whoa, that's highly illegal or unethical. So kind of took a little time while it was going on just to see what that's all about. And it's borderline, but it kind of depends on the judge and if it could be viewed as witness tampering, bribery, obstruction of justice, things like that, especially if it could influence her testimony that hasn't happened yet. With an upcoming trial and an upcoming witness doing that kind of thing now could be a problem. So that this might end up being a mistrial. But it just depends. It's sort of how you interpret the law. Basically, if they think her testimony has been influenced by the producers or reporters in any way, that could and that could cause a mistrial.
And
if they think it didn't,
leave here in a couple minutes too. So
seems like it might be more okay if she had been promised something or been talking about something that was going to happen after. Go ahead, but not to receive anything early. But anyway,
okay.
So that's kind of where we are. Yeah, she named them. He kind of had to. She didn't want to tell any of this information. He had to really dig in there and get it. So not good. I was wondering where he was going with all this.
Exhibit number 55, defense exhibit 55.
Yes.
Can you please read the highlighted portion to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
It says, and about my lawyer, I wish, good heavens, he makes me so mad. Last week alone, he said 3 times that he would come to see me on Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday. He didn't show up. Brenda's mother kept sending messages and calling, and he kept her waiting for him, me waiting for him, and he still hasn't shown up. So on Friday, my female lawyer came to see me to talk about this next hearing. Nothing much, sweet Lord. I told her that I don't trust him. I'm scared because my life is in his hands. That I don't know how he expects me to stay calm when he doesn't even have the responsibility and commitment to come to see me or do things when they're supposed to be done, delaying my entire process, etc.
Yes, Ty Bay. I forgot about Josh. She did name that Josh, but I don't think he gave her anything. I don't believe whoever Josh was.
It was the lab.
Ma'am, do you see the message that you offered on September 15th?
That's right. Wouldn't that be crazy? It turns out to be Josh from the lab sending her stuff in commissary to get her story.
Yeah.
Well, that'd be quite the twist.
Just kidding.
2024?
Yes.
Okay. This would be identified as defense number 56?
Yes.
Ma'am, can you read the highlighted portion to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
It says, it's been 11 months since I've been here. My goodness. I need this to end as soon as possible.
Okay, so on September 15th, you're just ready to end it, correct?
Yeah,
Because you have a trial in less than two months from then, right?
correct.
And what's the basis? Why are you saying, I just want it to end right now?
That's the same way I always felt. I just wanted this to be over.
Okay, but this is the first time that you've written in one of your smart jail mail messages. What's the reason at this point?
I'm not really sure.
Okay, do you remember writing this?
I mean, it's here. I know it's from me, but I can tell you all the messages I wrote every day, and
Okay, so you don't have any specific recollection as to this message?
specific as no.
Okay. Ma'am, do you see this smart jail mail message
Yes,
on the screen? Your Honor, we identify that as defense number 57. Is this the person that you were talking about?
Yes.
Your friend who's supporting you?
no,
Okay, so this is someone who's reaching out. Were you aware when he reached out that that was the day that Brendan was indicted?
at that point I didn't.
Okay. Did he say anything to you in your communications in addition to this?
Yeah, he had mentioned that Brenda was just indicted.
Okay, can you please read the highlighted portion to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
It says, Dear Ms. Magallanes, I'm a producer for the show 48 Hours on the North American channel, CBS News. Our team is researching your case in the hope of producing a 1-hour documentary about your story. We'd like to ask you to consider participating in an on-camera interview. I'd also like to speak with any friends or relatives you think could be additional voices on your behalf. But first, I propose that we have a conversation over the phone, or even a video call, or an informal in-person meeting, so that I can tell you a bit about my experience over more than 30 years of a journalist, my interest in your story, and my ideas for the project. Feel free to contact me if you can. If you prefer to speak in Portuguese, I can arrange for a translator. Thank you for your time and consideration. Thank you.
Now, was Josh one of the contributors to your account here at the Fairfax County Sheriff's Office?
What do you mean by contribute?
Did he put money in?
No, he did not.
Okay. Are you still talking to him?
I was.
Are you still?
No.
Okay. Ma'am, do you see the Smart Jail Mail communication on your screen?
Yes.
Did you author this?
Yes.
Yeah. This would be marked as Defense Exhibit number 58. Can you please read the highlighted portion to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury? This is from September 16th, 3:49 p.m.
It says, I heard they either arrested or are detaining Brenda now. Have you heard anything about it? I'm scared. They sent me downstairs because they had a search warrant for my cell to see if they didn't find anything here, etc. You know. Then a guy from a TV channel messaged me saying he saw on the news that they had arrested him. My goodness, I don't know what's happening.
Ma'am, do you see the Smart Jail Mail that is on your screen?
Yes.
And is this something that you authored?
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I'd identify this as Defense Exhibit number 59.
Okay.
Ma'am, can you read the highlighted portions to the jury and
It
the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
It says, I want to avoid people staring at me and talking about me and Brendan. I'm so disheartened, so low on energy. I just want to lay down and sleep, tired. Even with the double dose of medicine, I didn't sleep well.
So Brendan's arrest had a real significant effect on you, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and is that where you're disheartened, you're low on energy, you're not able to sleep?
That's what I said.
In this message?
Yes.
Okay, and that corresponds with him you've confirmed that he was in fact arrested, not just heard it, you've confirmed it 5 days later, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, at that point, were you on any sort of medications for depression or anxiety or anything like that?
At that point, I don't think so.
Okay, so you had stopped them at some point?
I had.
Okay. Ma'am, can you read the Smart Jail Mail message that's on the screen before you?
Yes.
And did you author that?
That's from my mother to me.
Can you read the highlighted portion to the
It
ladies
says,
and gentlemen of the jury?
It says, but it seems that I was guessing he was guilty and putting the blame on you. At least you'll get rid of this. I don't know if it will be good for you to tell. I'm afraid she might block you from being able to talk to us. But you know what is best, because she probably doesn't know that he planned it. If you tell Mimi, tell her not to cut you off from your mom, please. Tell her that it was who planned it.
Okay, so there's a couple of things that I wanted to ask you about. It appears you and your mother are worried about the monies to be able to communicate, correct?
Like I said before, yes.
Okay, no, I'm talking about this at this moment.
Yes,
Okay, and it appears that you're worried about any monies that might be going in so you can get extra food, correct?
yes,
Okay, and it appears that your mother is telling you that Brendan is the planner, correct?
yeah, that's what she said.
Okay. And was that the first time that you said that?
Judge, I'm going to object. This message is from.
I can't unring that bell. It's a delayed objection. Thank you.
Is that the first time that you said it, that Brendan, in time, on October 26, 2024, is that the first time that you said what your mother's written here?
The first time I said what?
What your mother has written in this message?
Well, that's the only one I see here. I don't remember if she had said it before. I can recall.
I'm not asking about whether she said it. I'm asking about whether you said it.
But I'm confused because this is a message from my mom to me,
Yeah.
not from me to her. So I don't know what I said before this.
Well, it appears she's telling you to tell Tess or them that Brendan planned the whole thing.
Well, that's what she said, yes.
Okay. And what I'm asking is, was that the day when you told the police that Brendan planned the whole thing?
I had mentioned to my mom before about the plea. I had mentioned to her that I was thinking about taking the plea. And I had the reasons I was scared of why I didn't take the plea. And this message, that's when I told her that I had signed the plea, and that's what she responded to me. But she was aware before that I was thinking about taking the plea.
So you had signed the plea on the 26th of October?
Now I don't remember the date.
Do you remember the plea as being October 29th? 3 days later?
Yeah, the picture said yes.
So when was it that you made the agreement to the plea that you signed and was executed on October 29th?
I don't remember the day exactly I signed it. I don't know where we're going with this.
Do you need to see the plea form? Yeah.
Angel Wings, I'm not catching the question. You said, Mr. E, what did she want, the prosecutor?
Yeah, you can show me.
Okay.
Oh, I was trying, I don't know what she was objecting to, something about the message, and then the judge said, I can't unring that bell. So I took that to mean that the message was one that should not have been able to be admitted, but she waited too long to object, and whatever, I don't know what the grounds were going to be, but that's the way I interpreted that in the moment. But I'm not sure. But she said she started to object, and I think the judge was kind of reading her mind and knew she probably had a good objection, but it waited too long. That's what I thought in the moment, but I don't know.
Can you see the plea form on the screen, ma'am?
I can.
Just let me know if you need me to scroll up for you when you're finished looking at it.
That's my guess too, Taibe.
I see it.
Do you need me to scroll up so you can know when you signed it?
Yeah.
Taibe was guessing that because the message came from the mother, that should not have been admissible. Maybe there's a rule about you can make evidence anything from her, but not to her.
Yeah.
Is that what it says?
It says 28th of October, yes.
And so my question was with regard to the previous message, that was where your mother said to you, tell everyone that Brendan planned this. And within 2 days, you've signed a plea with supporting evidence saying that Brendan planned this. Understand? So my question was, when did you say Brendan planned this to the police for the first time?
Well, during the first interview we had,
And do you know when that was?
I remember it was a Friday.
Okay. Was it in October?
It was in October.
Okay. So October 25th, does that sound right?
Sounds about right.
Was that where you were in a room with another prosecutor, not these two, was asking you questions?
Yes.
Okay. Now, let me ask you a little bit about what went on prior to you entering into that plea.
Deanna says, I think the prosecutor was going to object based on hearsay, but not positive. Yeah, I really just don't know.
Can you see your screen?
Yes.
Have you seen this?
Not that I remember.
Okay, let's go through it. It's a pleading in the circuit court.
Judge, I'm going to object. She says she hasn't seen it, so how could she testify about what's in it?
I think she said she's not sure.
And
I mean, if you want to ask questions about it, you can, but can we mark it as an exhibit though, please?
Oh, yes. Okay. Your Honor, we mark it as defense exhibit number 61.
Okay.
Let me just scroll through it so you can see what you need to see, ma'am. And if you want me to slow down, so you want to read? Or
I'm not reading.
You've already read it?
I said I'm not reading right now.
Would you like to read it, is what my question was.
If you want me to, I can.
Well, I'm going to ask you questions about it, so it might be a good idea.
Oh boy. Yeah, the snark's coming out, right?
The next page?
Yeah.
She is so defiant. She really is. It's really funny. I think he just put her in her place, didn't he? Yeah, he kind of did. He came back with a little sarcasm himself. She acts like a teenager. The judge has to keep the exhibit straight for the lawyer. I wonder why she was arrested before the husband.
Next page.
I think to get pressured. I think they wanted her all along as a witness against him. I think that was always the plan. I think they thought their case wasn't strong enough without her help. In fact, they even kind of say in one of the press conferences that they had a few dozen different theories, and once she pled, they now have one. That was kind of how they said it. Defiant and attitude overload. And dreaming says very immature. Yeah. I mean, she's 25 and, spent the last 2.5 years in a jail. But yes, immature is right. And she did. She did admit that she shot him. Sue Anna says, well, once they entered the home and they saw that the picture was of her and the husband in the bedroom, then why wouldn't you arrest her? She's part of the plan. I don't remember when that search warrant was done, but she was the first one arrested not long after.
Next.
I think that's the end.
Okay.
Had you ever received this motion?
Again, I do not remember that.
Okay. Do you remember what you read there? Do you remember what was happening, what happened or was going to happen prior to the plea?
I think I was going to continue my trial.
Yeah.
That's what you're asking. Yeah.
So when did you find that out and how did you find that out?
I don't remember how I found that out.
Could it have been this motion?
Could have.
Did you go to court?
But my lawyer told me.
Okay. So were you in agreement with this motion?
To continue the trial?
Yeah.
Yes.
You agreed to continue the trial.
Well, what choice did I have?
Well, that's a good point. What choice did you have? Had you agreed to plead guilty prior to this motion being heard?
I don't
Judge,
know.
I'm going to object. There's no date that has been given when
All
this
right, you want me to
motion
foundation for the
was,
date?
there's no, yeah.
I'm just asking what, I don't know when the motion was going to be heard either, Judge.
She needs a date for reference, I think.
Okay.
I can answer if something I don't know about.
It's exactly right. So you don't know about it.
Well, I'm saying this now.
Now, let me just ask you this. We'll switch subjects. During the beginning portion, during the first 2 weeks of October, you had an emergency health crisis, correct?
I did.
Okay, and you were taken away from the jail here, correct?
Yes.
And you were in the hospital setting, correct?
Yes.
And you were being watched by law enforcement because you had come from here,
Yes.
correct? How long were you in the hospital setting for?
10 days.
10 days. And that was the first portion of October?
It was.
What was the time frame, if you recall?
It was October 13th.
Until October 13th or sorry,
No,
13th?
I went to the hospital October 13th.
So you were in the hospital October 13th, and if I understand, based on your answer, you were there until the 23rd?
That's correct.
Okay. And
Yeah. See, Angel says, wow, she's feeling a little power taking the glasses off. Yeah, it does seem like she's trying to, it was a little bit of a power move or something, wasn't it? Nice Marie says she reminds me of Quentin's mom in a way, too, in my opinion. I didn't watch that trial, so I don't know much about. I know of the case, but I didn't follow that at all. But a couple of people have mentioned Quentin Simon with this.
and then on the 28th, on the 25th, you told the prosecutors you were going to accept the deal.
Yes.
And then on the 28th, you signed the deal.
Correct.
And you appeared before Judge Ascarate on October 29th.
Correct.
So you recall all of those dates?
I do.
Okay. And my question to you is, you just testified that you were going to tell the story the Commonwealth's having you tell because you just wanted the truth to be out there. Is that correct?
I wanted to tell the truth, yes.
Okay. And so from October 13th, 2023 to October 28th, 2024, you were not concerned about telling the truth, but then on the heels, on the brink of a trial, which potentially was going to be continued, we don't know.
Testifying and not asking a question.
What's the objection?
Counsel is testifying. This is a narrative that counsel is
Thank you.
providing.
Argumentative, possibly?
Argumentative.
All right. I'll sustain the objection if you want to.
I'm sorry?
I'll sustain the objection if you want to ask
Okay.
another question.
So, are you asking the ladies and gentlemen of the jury to believe that you came out during that time frame because you wanted the truth to be known versus any time the year before that?
Well, the fact that I took a year to accept my plea, it does not mean that I didn't have an intention to tell the truth before. It does not mean that.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand that.
I said, just because it took me a while to take the plea, it does not mean that I didn't have the intention to do so. I just didn't get to do it. And for many reasons I said before, I was concerned about. But it
Okay.
does not mean I didn't want to do it.
Okay. And so your health crisis didn't have anything to do with it?
Well, we just coincidentally, when I came back from the hospital,
So it was a coincidence?
you can say that.
Well, I'm asking you.
Well, yes.
Okay. Could it have something to do with being 3,000 miles away from your family when you're having a health crisis?
Well, it might have been all the factors together. We can consider that one of the factors too.
Okay, and that's what I'm going through. An upcoming trial, is that part of it?
I was not really thinking about that.
Okay. The health crisis, being far from home, correct?
Correct?
Okay. Brendan being arrested and jailed, is that part of it?
Yes.
What other parts?
I said before that I had my concerns about communication with my mother. And yes, that's what I said before too.
Okay, so it was because of communications for your mother that you thought you'd take the deal as one of the parts?
You can put into the equation, yes.
Okay, so it's all the things that we just talked about went into you
Telling the truth.
deciding that the truth was to be told on October 28th, 2024.
Yes.
And that's what you're telling the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
What am I telling them?
That's when you decided the truth needed to be told?
I'm not telling them that.
Well, you're testifying before.
I
them, you're testifying before the court.
withheld the truth for a long time just to myself. And it was a lot for me to deal with.
Okay.
And I just couldn't do this anymore. It was too much for me. And I do believe that part of me getting sick, it was just one of the factors. There is only so much your brain can take before your body starts responding to the stress as well. And only I do know how I felt. Only do I know what I was carrying with me, how long I withheld the truth.
Okay. And so when I was asking you how you felt that made these statements about pain and torture and all those things in the emails, you didn't really have anything to say about that.
Of course I didn't have.
What is it that you were holding in?
Of course I didn't have anything to say to that because I knew our letters could be read because I was going through my lawyer. And at that point, my lawyer did not know the truth either. I did not tell him that. So I knew he was reading the letters as well. So I couldn't do that. And I did not tell Tess, Brendan's mother, about how I was feeling, withholding the truth, because she did not know either. She did not have any knowledge about what really happened. And so how was I supposed to do expressing the letters that I was feeling guilty or ashamed and all that stuff for, if the letters were being read? If she didn't know the truth, I couldn't do it.
So the truth, you were holding the truth yourself and no one else knew.
Well, Brenda does.
Well, but we're talking about you in jail,
Oh, yes,
okay? And so you were just holding that for an entire year by yourself,
I was.
enjoying the benefits of a lawyer,
Yeah,
enjoying the benefits of whatever comes into the commissary or for communication purposes. Correct?
if that's one how to describe it.
Well,
I can describe that way.
isn't that some of the benefits of either having, you're a lawyer or Tess Banfield helping you out?
Well, I had their love and their support. Yes, I did.
Okay. And so you were concerned about losing that? Is that why you were holding the truth?
Losing what specifically?
Losing her love and her support financially?
Yeah, I was lost and afraid in so many ways, yes.
Okay. And that's essentially the crux of the communication with your mother, which was the last smart jail mail that we were talking about. Isn't that right?
Can you rephrase your question?
That was essentially the discussion between you and your mother about telling everyone that Brendan was the one who planned this.
Well, that was the conversation we had.
I understand that. I saw it. And that's something that you knew was going to be read, correct?
Yes.
And when she said that to you, my question to you was, who was it you told that Brendan planned this whole thing for the first time, and when was that?
Yes, my mother.
And when was
Because,
that?
how can I tell you? I do not remember the date.
I mean, with all due respect, you don't remember a lot of details.
Yeah.
And that's what's really concerning about this.
Well, if you were in my shoes, you don't remember either. You know, your brain has a way to, defense mechanism it's called,
Okay.
and it protects you from losing your mind, losing yourself.
Okay.
And many things our brain blocks out. And I guess everybody can relate to that at some point.
So your brain's blocked out the details of this plan that
Judge,
you've talked about?
objection. That is not what she said.
I'll overrule. I didn't hear the question.
So your brain has blocked out the details of this plan that essentially your whole future rests on with the Commonwealth?
I still don't understand your question. What
So-
are you implying?
Your lack of detail is because of your brain blocking it out?
Yes,
Okay. And even included in the things that are important, like this plan that you've been talking about, but we haven't heard any details.
well, I can tell you that the fact that I do not remember some specific details does not mean it's a lie. I can guarantee that everybody has things in life that they do not remember. And it doesn't make
Okay.
any
well,
less.
I appreciate that. We're talking about you though, and what
I'm
you
talking about me
say,
too.
but if you can just give me a chance to question. What you're saying is that you're forgetting crucial details regarding a horrific, tragic event for many people here,
Yeah.
and you're not able to remember those details.
Well, I think you can also call it trauma
Okay,
for things that you've seen, for things that happened that your brain blocks out.
okay.
Yes.
So your brain's blocking it. You've got trauma that's blocking it. What else? What are the other reasons you're not able to explain details relating to this case?
What do you mean other reasons?
What other reasons? I mean, you seem to have two at least. What are the other reasons?
Oh, I cannot remember some details.
Okay. Okay. Well, Your Honor, is this a good time for break?
I was just going to ask you, is this a good time for break?
This is a good time to break.
Oh, okay, all right. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll go ahead and take our lunch recess then for the next hour. Please do not do any outside research and don't discuss the case with anybody, okay? Thank you.
Well, that was a little more lively than much of this has been. They really kind of got into a back and forth there. I'll tell you, I don't know who won that. I'm not sure who that benefited. Someone said, I believe her. When she got on her roll, and she's talking about, the situation and everything, and the guilt and the shame and those things. That I believed also. I think all that was true. I'm just not sure how that comes across to the jury. So not NorCal SoCal says, love the snark. I mean, she's definitely got the snark for not really being in a position of power. She acts like someone that has power, Nicey Marie says, well, she should have thought about the consequences of her action. She should have thought about the consequences of her actions. Pam just gives it an oh snap. Yeah, Deanna says it badgering the witness. That's kind of what I was getting at. Is that how that's going to sound kind of to the jury? Did it seem a little too aggressive? I don't know. I mean, he's got to go after her kind of. Pam says she thinks that she's been schooled on signs and symptoms of PTSD, in my opinion. Yeah, I thought that too when he said that. So blessed happy Nana says enjoying. That is a pretty low threshold. Yeah, he kept using that word. Were you enjoying the benefits of the commissary and the love from Tess and all that? I mean, how much are you enjoying anything in a cell? It's not like she's living the high life. Yeah, I thought that was a weird way to phrase that too. Yeah, Pam said, I think you're probably right. Something like that. Hurt herself. Something like that probably happened to put her in the hospital for 10 days. I had not come across that. I didn't know she had been in a hospital for 10 days until now. So very interesting. And Caring for All says, well, she won't answer him. And she doesn't answer a lot. If you went back, if you got out your deception deck here and went through this, she would fail on a few items. She doesn't. Several times she won't answer a question. She'll answer a question with a question, NorCal says, I kind of woke up after the change of attitude. I know I did too. It was getting a little sleepy there, going through 40 or so letters that she's had back and forth and not really understanding where they're going with all of that. But I think the argument he was trying to make, one of the points he's trying to make is she's saying now part of the reason that she wants to testify and make her deal is she wants to tell the truth. He's like, well, why didn't you want to tell the truth in October, November, December, January, a full year up until now, or when she made the deal. So I think that's part of it. DD is here. Oh, never mind. It's Mr. E. I know I'm a little overly influenced by Deception Detective, probably. Hey, Real Me Too. Good to see you here. She says, finally home, been listening. The prosecutor will get her chance for her to explain better. Yeah, she's going to have to talk to her again because they didn't address any of these letters. And that's another thing that's kind of, I don't know, with all these letters as evidence, they're pulling out excerpts. So you're not necessarily getting everything in context. But the point she made in her own defense was interesting. She was saying, she was trying to say, well, I've got this secret to myself. I know the truth. My mother, I can't tell my mother. I can't tell my friends the truth because I know all of my letters are being read. I don't know if she was aware of that, but if she was aware of that, hopefully her attorney told her that. Then that explains why she can't. She has to play along. Interesting. So, no, she's not shown any accountability or shown remorse. Not at all. Regret, maybe. Regret that she's sitting in a cell, but I'm not sure she shows any remorse about the 2 lives. Oh, yes. Oh, yes, Pam. That's probably the only YouTuber I watch literally every video they put out. Yeah. No, we used to have a joke when we first started doing the live stream that literally every stream at some point I would make a Deception Detective reference of some kind, because it influenced our approach here so much. Let's see. Yeah, that was a good line, Sophie. When she goes, I liked when she said, Brendan knows the truth. Yeah, the attorney did ask, so you were the only one that knows the truth. And she said, well, Brendan knows the truth. And she, he shouldn't have walked right into that. That he kind of walked into her trap there. So let's see. I'll fast forward here. We might already be caught up. I don't know. They usually take about an hour, but we pause several times. Part of why we don't mind pausing, because it's like, there's going to be breaks anyway. So why not just take a moment to read comments and such? They are back. They've been back for looks like 5 or 10 minutes. So I'll get see if there's any comments before we get in here. Nicey says, the guilt was eating her alive. It was too much to hold in, but if you play the part in a crime, you do the time, in my opinion. Yeah, if it goes the way she wants, she's not going to be doing a lot of time, is she? And of course, the most troubling part about her testimony is whether or not this will result in a mistrial, depending on how this is interpreted, with her getting help from some outside, either reporters or producers. We're not sure who she was talking to or what media outlet they are with. I think she said Crane or something, but even she wasn't sure. So we'll have to, hopefully that will not do that. All right. So here comes Brendan back into the courtroom. And, there's times you can actually pick up what they're saying on their mics, like privately. So I don't know if that's a good thing or not. There we go. Yeah, the deception detective wasn't her.
Sorry.
Yeah, it is interesting. We were talking about that at the beginning. I don't know if you're further back in the stream or you're here live now. But yeah, we did that at the beginning of the stream today. Talked about the Virginia State Seal. All right, I'm gonna look something else up here while they get ready.
And I'd like to play that for the witness. Your Honor, is it published to the counsel?
It's just the counsel at the moment. Okay. And to the witness.
The witness? Ma'am, is this the person that is your support and you're working with?
Say it again?
Do you see on the camera before you?
Yes, I can.
Okay, is that your friend Kate Brower?
It is.
Okay.
Do you want to make that exhibit 62? Just
Yes, Your Honor, exhibit 62.
okay.
And I'd like to play that for the witness.
No, if you want to approach.
And I just looked up also that I think we've got a sidebar. So let me if I can find. All right, so that's our, I haven't had to use that a whole lot. There have not been many sidebars in this case yet.
Ma'am, and did you have a conversation with your friend on March 14th, 2025?
Well, we have the date, so I would say I'll take your word for it.
Do you remember the date?
I don't remember date.
How many conversations do you have with her?
Depends. Sometimes more often than other times.
Okay. Well, let's talk about that. How many times have you talked to her?
How many what?
How many times have you talked to her?
I don't know.
Okay. When did you first meet her?
I would say back in January, February.
January, February of 25?
Yes.
And you continue talking to her to this date?
Yeah.
When was the last time you talked to her?
Last week, I guess.
Last week?
Yes.
Okay. And so how many times a week do you talk to her?
Well, I don't know how many times I talked to her.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
I said, I don't know how many times.
Okay. Do you talk every week?
Yeah, pretty much.
Do you talk 2 times a week?
Sometimes.
Okay. Do you talk 3 times a week?
Sometimes.
You talk 4 times a week?
Well, we have the records because I don't remember. I can tell it.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
I can tell.
You can't tell? You don't know?
I don't know for
You
sure.
don't have a guess of
I
how
don't know
many
for
times you've
sure.
talked to your friend?
No.
Okay.
I was looking up too, by the way. Virginia does have the son of Sam law, which is supposed to not allow people to make money off their crimes like this. So supposedly in Virginia, any money she earns through a TV deal or anything, book deal, anything like that is supposed to go in escrow for victims and the victims' families. But there's sometimes that happens, sometimes it doesn't. But generally that's what's supposed to happen if she makes any money from it. There's only like 4 states that don't have a son of Sam law.
Ma'am, do you see what's on your screen there relating to the smart jail mail?
Oh, I see it.
Okay. And let me just slide it up.
Just for the record, so the record knows what she's looking at. So the picture was 62 that we just,
Yes, sure.
that she just saw. And so this would be 63, is that correct?
Yes, yes.
Okay,
Defense Exhibit 63.
thank you.
These are a compressed version of smart jail mail communications.
Yes,
Do you see that?
I see it.
And are these the communications? You can see the ones that you're responsible for are the outgoing communications.
Yes.
Can you look at that first outgoing communication just to make sure that it's accurate and it's yours?
Yes.
Okay. And so that appears to be from January of this year. And those are back and forth communications between you and Kate Brower. Is that right?
Right.
And it says this is 100 that's on this document of 236 entries. Would that be accurate in terms of your back and forth communications with Kate Brower since January 28th?
Judge, I'm going to object at this time. If we go back up to the top of the document, please.
Could go up to the top.
Judge, this question assumes facts, not in evidence. There's a date range at the top of the document that necessarily limits the number of messages that we're going to see.
I think I guess the date range is.
I'm not sure I understand that, Judge. May we approach?
Yeah, why don't we approach?
Well, you know what that means. I think we started doing that because the last trial we did had so many sidebars. It was just constant. And we were like, okay, we gotta do something to acknowledge these sidebars. And then it evolved from there. Is that right, Mrs. E? Is that how we did that? Who is now back?
Yes.
Just getting herself set up.
Yes, the Megan Boswell felt like every few minutes they would do that. And then it just kind of got to be a joke.
Yeah.
And then Aunt E was live on air and a cat jumped on a TV or something at her son's house. And she started screaming, no, stop. And so, and that was around the time we had the Seth side eye going on. So
yes. So you just kind of meshed it all in there.
Yeah. I probably should make a new one. But
updated.
Yes.
Ma'am, I'm sorry if I created some confusion there, but I'm asking for whether or not the 263 messages were from January 28th, the first message, up until October of last year. Does that sound right?
Oh, it sounds right. It's there.
Okay.
True, Nicole.
Yes.
It's a superpower.
Do you need to see any more, ma'am, in order to verify that these are your communications?
What is your question?
Do you need to see any more of this document in order to verify that these are your communications?
No.
Okay.
That's funny.
Bliss, it says at this rate, if we have a drink for every sidebar, this could get more entertaining. Yeah, we would have been blitzed on the Megan Boswell trial.
Yeah.
If we did it like that.
It's fascinating. I listened to it in the car a bit.
It got pretty
Calling
good.
your attention to the
pretty
Smart Jail Mail dated 12/9/2024 at 1:20 p.m. It will be identified as number 64.
Yes.
Ma'am, can you read that and see if that's a communication that you remember writing?
Yes.
Is it?
Yes.
Okay. And the highlighted area, can you read that to the jury?
Yeah, it says, now I'm sending a message because I'm talking to Josh, Matthew's friend, and each time he sends a message, he transfers 50 credits, which is necessary to send a message.
I can't believe the
And
lab.
ma'am, if you can look at December 13th, the Smart.
Would you say?
I said, I can't believe the lab's getting implicated like that.
I know.
I really didn't think he was like that.
I know. I think less, don't you?
Just kidding. Don't go tell Josh we're saying bad stuff. We're not. We're just joking. Every
But-
time they say Josh, though, that's who I think of.
I know. Well, that's funny. So she's just confirmed here that every time she sends a message, he sends 50 credits to her commissary.
So that she can send a message back.
Mm-hmm.
This is not good.
Not good.
Not good.
Not good.
Jail mail, 12/13/2024 at 9:25 a.m. Did you write this
Yes,
and you recognize it?
I do.
Can you read the highlighted portion to the, I'm sorry, Judge, this would be Defense Exhibit 65.
Okay. I must not know any other Joshes.
Can you
don't know
read the highlighted portion to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Yes, it says, yes, let's work together to achieve more things. After a while, when I'm back home, I'll work for a producer and write a book with my story. And maybe even make a movie. Make money, right? Lawyers, producers, everyone tells me to do this, that I have a talent.
Oh, Lab is a true crime show. If you haven't checked it out, Pam, it's very good. I'll put his link in chat.
Yeah,
Ma'am, if you could look at what will be marked as Defense Exhibit 66, March 4th, 2025, 2:41 p.m. Is this something that you wrote?
I got to pause on that too. All right, sorry. So Taiba looks this, the talent. Did you hear that everyone tells her that she's got a talent about movies and books and all this?
She can't even. Okay.
That's really.
Is that not the epitome of Hollywood, though?
How gross. Because this, somebody probably did say that to her. I really think you've got a talent that, no, you're just in the middle of a horrific crime that you committed.
Can I show you something real quick? Did
No
anybody
talent.
watch the show Ugly Betty?
Oh, I'm sure, but everybody's probably seen the commercial, if nothing else. So they probably know what she looks like.
Okay, this is. Okay, no, that's not the one I want to use. Yeah, I guess it is. Hold on just a second. All right, hold on. Let me see if I can make it bigger. Can you see it?
Oh, yeah. Yeah. There you go.
I'm telling you, that's what they've dressed her up to look like Ugly Betty.
That's the look they're going for.
Yes. So,
yeah.
Anyway, so maybe that's why they think she's got the talent.
What if she actually even needs the glasses? She may not even need them.
I don't know.
It's just for effect. Dumb as a box of rocks.
Well, she's a beloved character from television, so there could have been some strategy in this. Who knows?
Make her look less threatening, maybe. I guess that's kind of what this does.
I don't know. The glasses make her more threatening.
And then she's like, I'm not doing this. I'm taking off my glasses and I'm getting sassy.
That's what she did. She was getting sassy. Okay. I was also talking with Middle East, so I had to go in and out. So what was she sassy about?
She was just giving it back, answering its questions with questions. And it got a little, it got good. It got good. It was the best part so far, as far as like a little energy instead of, just documenting every letter she's ever written in jail.
Okay.
Then they went to lunch.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. And can you read the highlighted portion to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
Yes, it says, what can you do, right? I had a video call with the producer who works with Netflix, and they want to make a movie or documentary about my case, and he explained in terms of compensation, money, etc. Things that Josh had denied, saying that don't do that, right? Anyway, he wants to finalize the contract already, so when I live here, we can have the interview and everything else. But they want to be exclusive, so I can talk only to them. It's worth it. They want to pay because they want to talk to you too, in interviews, and you share photos, videos, facts from when I was a child, adolescence, etc. Things for them to add to the movie. So they're thinking about $10,000, which would be around $55,000 in our money. Helps and it's good, but I want to negotiate. I want more than this because if I sign the contract, I end up losing other opportunities to make more money if I talk to other producers, etc. Right? We have to think. I know I can make even more than $25,000. It would already be more than 100,000 in our money, guys. Think about our future. What do we want to do?
Oh, Nicey Marie has been hidden by accident.
Well, how come?
Your Honor, I'd
I don't know.
identify this next item as
Aunt
exhibit
E,
number 67.
I bet she's pocket.
3/5/2025, 4:06 p.m.
Pause it for a second.
Ma'am, do you recognize this smart jail mail?
Can you unblock her?
I can. Nicey Marie, if you are still with us, I'm so sorry that Aunt E was so mean to you and hid you. I'm going to bet that she did that like I did yesterday and did an accidental pocket mod. I think that she is hidden. Poor Nicey Marie. I'm so sorry.
Well, I didn't know what Real Me Too was talking about. She was like, I think Auntie made a mistake. I don't know what she was talking about. But
Well,
I guess...
Auntie, you're in trouble. And we'll take care of it when she gets on here, Nicey. You can give her a hard time.
So
I'm so sorry.
While we're stopped here, we are here. Now we kind of know what the back end of this looks like. 55 grand to do a Netflix deal. She thinks she can hold out more.
That was in her money. It was 10,000. It was cheap. If I were her, I would have been like, no, not 10,000.
Oh, they wanted to pay her 10,000 for her
she
story?
said in our money, it's 55,000.
Oh.
Yeah. 10,000 is pretty
Take
dang
a hike.
low.
Well,
yeah. For a Netflix.
Right.
I'm so sorry, Nicey. When she gets on here, I'll let you say mean things to her. But yeah, no, that's not enough money. Well, I'm not,
See,
that's
even
not
though
enough
it makes
money.
her not look good, she already doesn't look good. We already know what she is. She was a climber willing to eliminate two people to live in the $1 million house with someone else's husband and child.
Right.
And take her life over, replace her pictures.
Right.
So we already know what she is.
Right. But
so this doesn't really refute that. I mean,
no, but I think that it can make it look like they're trying to paint a picture for the jury here.
Lie about him and you'll get your money.
Right.
Yeah.
But see, the $10,000 is mighty low. And she was saying that she would be having to sign her rights over to them.
Yeah.
So they would get the rights and then she wouldn't be able to work with anyone else.
Yeah.
So that's why she said no, it sounds like.
Right.
I don't know. Sorry.
Communication that you created.
Yes.
And could you please read the highlighted portions?
Yes. It says the documentary film will be made regardless of whether I am here or in Brazil. It'll be an interview and everything. I'm still talking to them, negotiating. I want to hire a mom, especially since my whole life will be exposed to everyone, right? And they're going to be making a lot of money off of it. We deserve something.
Okay. And in that instance, so these last messages that have been in the spring of 2025 appear to have changed their tone.
Right, Deanna?
What do you mean in terms of what?
Well, they're less about I'm so upset. I'm in this situation. I'm feeling pain. I'm feeling torture. I'm feeling all those sorts of things. Or Brendan and I are still going to be together, which some of the older ones were. Or I haven't seen my lawyer. I don't know what's going to happen with this trial. We don't see any of that. We're talking about the future now, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And you're talking about the future and basically what the future is going to mean for you monetarily. Isn't that right?
He talks about it.
Okay. Is that what you're doing?
What I'm doing?
Yeah, you're making a plan for how you're going to negotiate?
Eventually.
Okay. And I think your last words were, we do deserve something. Is that right?
It is right.
And what's the reason? Just give the details as to why you think you deserve something.
Yeah, he's not wrong going this.
In my point of view, it's always been most about my family and what I've put them through, what they've been going through since my arrest and all this had happened, what they've been struggling with. And so my whole point was about helping them because I can't. That was when I was working before. And if they can have something to help them, I want them to have it.
Okay. But you're saying we, which includes you. Is that right? And
Well, yeah.
You deserve something. What does that mean?
Take literally the word we, yeah. That's me.
So what does that mean? You deserve something?
Judge, I'm going to object. It's been asked. She just answered it. She answered it very well.
Overruled.
She gets overruled a lot.
What does that mean? You deserve something.
That's what it says, the words, we.
I know that. What do you mean?
Also,
what are the details that are associated with making a
yeah,
statement?
also, okay, so also me in the future, yes.
And what is it you deserve something for?
For everything we've been through, my family and I, for everybody.
For being what you've been through?
For being through what I've been through.
Okay.
He's got her. He's got her.
Yeah.
You were charged with murder because you shot someone.
Oh boy.
Am I wrong?
No, you're not.
And so why would you deserve something because of that?
Not because of that. I didn't say that I deserved something because of
Okay.
what I did.
I didn't hear any details, so feel free to tell me why.
I'm saying for after, when this is over, for me and my family. And again, for everything we've been through.
Okay. Now, when prior to you accepting the Commonwealth's offer and accepting the story, were you negotiating with anyone prior to taking your plea?
Not that I remember.
Okay, I'm sorry, not that you remember.
Yes.
Okay. Were you talking to any media?
Not that I remember either.
Okay. Was there any talk of money with anyone, no matter who it was?
No.
Other than people that you want to pay into your account?
No.
Okay. So this newfound interest in, a nest egg for yourself.
Pause for a second.
Or money for you.
Exactly, Moroccan girl. She was a willing participant. She should serve at least 30 years.
She should. She's not going to.
The only person that got you in this situation is you.
Was she not understanding what he was meaning about the deserved? We deserved.
Right.
And she's like, no, we, like I yes, I'm part of the we, Was she
Right.
playing dumb, or was she really not getting what he was getting at? That she
says
deserves.
She says we a lot.
But what he really meant was, why do you deserve this money?
Right.
Like, you earned it? Is that what you mean? Like, you're entitled to money because you did this horrific thing?
Right.
And I don't know if she was putting that together, that's what he was.
And also Nick says the tears are coming next. So we'll see.
Yeah, I don't know if she's capable of it. I don't think she can pull it off.
She is so sassy.
Do you think she's one that can make the tears pop if she needs to? I don't know if she can do it.
I don't know. I mean, I don't know.
She's so defiant.
I don't know. It's hard to say.
I see her attitude now. In my opinion, is all about her and her lifestyle. If she was in it all the way. Yeah. I mean, it's
mask
just about
is
her
dropping for sure.
Yeah, it is. I can completely, you're starting to see the personality that says, yeah, this is the kind of person that would just eliminate another human without, as long as it improved their life. Doesn't care.
Because yesterday it seemed like there was maybe a language barrier or something that made her so indifferent about the act that was committed.
Right.
But actually it's showing that she does understand things, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if she'll have any tears coming or not, unless they're legitimate tears, like a frustration or something. I'm not sure she's going to be bringing on the waterworks.
If she got coaching, she didn't get great coaching, I don't think.
Well, if she does, we'll owe Nick a Coca-Cola.
Yeah. So
Because I don't know. I don't think
you're going to
she's
go
cry.
no on the tears?
I don't think she's going to cry.
Yeah, I don't
I
think she'll
think
cry.
she's too self-absorbed. No, well, a self-absorbed person would cry.
She's defiant and proud. She's not going to want to show weakness.
She doesn't. I don't think she feels like she did anything wrong. That's what it seems like.
Yeah.
She was doing what she was told.
Yeah.
It's come about since you pled guilty and accepted their deal, correct?
Well, that is correct.
And you, and I guess it took a little time to go out into the future in order for you to feel comfortable doing that. Is that correct?
Well, yeah, I was thinking about my future, yes.
Thinking it was a huge risk?
Is what?
Did you say huge risk?
No, I was thinking about my future, yes.
Oh,
That's what I
thinking about your
said.
future. Okay.
Yes.
And so that gets back to where I started. So that's just what this is about. It's just thinking about your future.
You can say that.
Okay. Well, do you say that?
If you want to put it that way, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, she does have a blank look.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see the letter that's marked March 8th, 2025?
Yes.
Did you write that?
Yes,
Do you see the highlighted portions?
I can.
And Your Honor, this is defendant 68. Can you read the highlighted portion to the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
It says, I'm talking to this girl. She's an author, published books and everything. She even sent me her books to read. Her name is Kate. She works with the guy named Zacharias. We have video calls sometimes. They are the ones interested in making a documentary with Netflix for my case, interview, etc. So I'm negotiating with them regarding money, etc. Then they could help me while I'm here putting money in my account.
And is that the first time that you told your mom about her?
Well, that's the only message I have here that mentions her, so I would say so.
Okay. And the words say that you're negotiating. Do you have anyone assisting you in negotiating this?
No.
Okay, so it's just you on your own against the television people.
I mean, I had some people, I would say cellmates, that talked to me about it, and they were more, I would say more smart about it, I guess, and telling me to negotiate, and yeah.
Okay,
So I had people telling me that.
so you're getting advice, but you're doing the negotiation.
Well, I was the one texting, yes, but I was getting advice, yes.
I'm sorry, I couldn't.
I was the one texting, but I was getting advice from other people, yes.
Okay. And those are also on Smart Jail Mail?
Yes, should be. What, the messages?
Yeah, the people that you're getting advice from.
No, it's not.
Okay, how are you communicating with them?
I just said it was my cellmates.
Oh, okay, I got you.
Yeah.
I didn't understand that.
Can't really blame him. I have a hard time understanding her too. I have to really concentrate.
Some great points everybody's making. You know.
March 11th, 2025, defense exhibit number 69. Ma'am, is this something that you wrote?
Yes.
And the highlighted portion, can you read that for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury?
It says, I'm still waiting for my lawyer, like a fool. He doesn't return any messages or anything, call, visit, nothing. It's been more than a month since I've been trying to talk to him. Anyway, what can I do? You know, I need food, but if depend on him, I will start first. I'm talking to the people I told you about who want to make a documentary with Netflix. The guy says he can send me some money to buy things now, but that he would send a contract through my lawyer for me to sign. But I'm not very confident in doing this because I'm talking to another company that they'll probably be able to offer more, you know.
Okay.
Not
And
just commissary now.
It's clear then you didn't sign a contract, but money has been sent.
Yeah, to buy stuff, yes.
Okay, how much do you think that amount is?
I cannot recall the amount.
Okay, $1,000?
No,
$500?
I don't know.
It's close to 500?
I'm not sure about that.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think I'm with you, Janet. I don't think so. I don't think the tears are coming.
Mm-mm.
I don't think she's capable of it.
I don't think she can. Yeah, I'm worried about that. I think that's what they're hoping for. And NorCal says it's very hard to understand her. I tried to replay it at 1.25 speed to catch up, and it was really hard to comprehend fully. Real Me Too says, hopefully the DA is smart. They will make the point that media reached out to her and offered money, and without anyone helping putting money on your books, jail prison is much worse than it already is.
Ma'am, are you able to see what's on the screen?
What?
Are you able to see what's on the screen?
Yes.
Okay. What, this is going to be related to questions relating to what you have there. Can you see what that is?
Yes.
Well, I'm not so sure what it is, so.
It's a WhatsApp chat between you and Christine Banfield.
Okay.
Okay?
This is
Yeah.
number 70 for the record.
Yes, Defense Exhibit 70.
Okay.
Do you see that, ma'am?
Yes.
And do you remember on January 9th chatting with Christine Banfield on the phone?
I do not remember the date specifically.
Okay, the date is the date when the email account was created.
Okay.
So I think you'd said she was up in the upstairs bedroom, correct?
Correct.
And you were down in the basement?
I did not say that.
Okay. Do you know where you were?
I said I don't remember.
You don't remember where you were?
I do not.
Okay. And do you remember? Okay, so I think you had testified that you didn't remember where you were when the account was signed, but
What?
this is
Where when?
when the account was signed in, was created.
Yeah, she said that.
The email
Well,
account,
now I'm confused.
January 9th?
What?
January 9th?
Oh, okay. I'm confused just about what you just said.
Okay, we previously talked about setting up the email account, and you
Right.
indicated that you and Brendan did it, right?
Right.
And you weren't sure which room of the house, but you were below where Christine was, which was in the top level bedroom, correct?
Yeah, we're always, yes.
But do you
alone.
remember saying that to me? It was just this morning.
Well, I said I didn't remember where I was in the house.
Right, but do you remember saying that the two of you were together, you just weren't sure if it was the main floor or the basement floor?
Yes.
Okay, do you have any clarity on where you were
No.
at this point? Okay.
No.
So, but you were chatting with Christine just prior to the setup of the account, isn't that right?
Well, I do not remember.
Okay, if this is before the setup of the account, you were chatting with her, right? That's all I'm asking is what you have on the screen here.
I'm going to object. I don't think that she's answered that she knows that this is before or after or when in
What's
conjunction.
the objection? I really need one-word objections from you. That would be very helpful.
I apologize, Your Honor. Objection is foundation, lack of foundation.
Okay, foundation, there we go.
Well, I think the foundation is, this is the WhatsApps.
Well, you want to lay a foundation for it, that's fine.
For the question?
Yes.
Okay. We previously talked about
I wondered that too, Romy too.
you and Brendan said.
What?
Real Me Too says, I'm wondering if she's on any medication that keeps her from having emotions. And antidepressants can often just keep you too even, where you're not up or down, or you're just kind of flat.
She testified earlier that whatever she was on for the depression and anxiety, she was off of, but that doesn't mean she's back on something new now, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
But she
it
came
kind
off.
of reminds me of like Xanax, like people, the way people act when they're on Xanax.
I know, it really
That's what
does.
it reminds me of.
So I guess this is where he's been going with this all along, this whole thing about where she was standing, where, it's going to be timing with her texting or something. Is that where he's going?
I think that they're going, that where they're going with this is that it was all her.
Yeah.
They're going to have some gotcha moment here shortly.
And he's going to be at the gym or something when this happens.
Something.
Yeah.
Like where she created the account alone, something.
It had nothing to do with it. Right. And he might have orchestrated it that way because he's clearly a planner, allegedly.
Well, the whole safe thing.
Yeah. He had multiple fail safe plans.
Mm-hmm. This might be another one.
Mm-hmm.
Up an email account, correct?
Correct.
And it was on January 9th, correct?
Well, I'll take it for it. Correct.
Okay. And, well, do you dispute that it was on January 9th?
I'm saying if you're asking about dates again, I don't know about date, but if that's what it says on the system, the history, I'll take for it.
Okay, well, I don't necessarily want you to do that. What I want you to do is remember it. And what one might do when trying to remember it is remember the times that you and he were together and who was signing into the accounts.
Mr. Carroll, is there a question there?
I'm just trying to direct her.
I need a question.
Sorry. So you don't know what day the account was set up?
I already said it before, I don't.
Okay. And you're not sure are you certain as to whether or not this is a communication that you had on January 9th?
Again, Mr. Carroll, if it's here, it is what it is.
Okay, so we can conclude that you had a WhatsApp chat.
Right.
And from there on after this, you don't remember anything.
Gosh. No, I don't.
Okay.
She's over it.
Let me switch gears here and go through something hopefully that you'll know.
I mean, she's been going for how many hours?
I mean,
how long? How long have we been live? I don't even know what time we started.
Yeah, Romy too answered this question for you, Animal Keeper, but it's she's pled guilty and took a plea deal. She's only going to do a few years and then deported. Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that's if you're wanting justice for her. I'm not sure that's best case scenario is they say, look, you did a terrible job. You didn't pull off your end of the agreement. You're going to serve your full 10 years, but he also walks free.
Yeah.
So either that's kind of either she gets the shortened sentence and he gets life, or she gets 10 years and he gets nothing. Mm-hmm. It's probably how it will go. She's getting off very light regardless. Mm-hmm. But
ma'am, can you see the slides?
I wish we could see the slides.
I know.
Yes, I can.
That are before you?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recognize those?
Yeah, 5 hours,
Yes.
Moroccan girl. 5 hours.
If I told you this was
today, and then half of
January 21st, 2023, would you know, did you do this or did Brendan do this?
I say based on what he did.
That's funny. I see a true.
I don't know that, I'm not sure what you said.
I said he did.
Brendan did.
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Carroll, just again for the record, is this a 71? Is it
This would be a presentation as 71.
the whole PowerPoint presentation?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, we've been live almost 5 hours.
Mm-hmm. It's been her all day.
Mm-hmm.
Might go the rest of the day.
Mm-hmm. Thanks for those of you who stuck with us from the beginning.
Because he hasn't even gotten into the crime scene at all and her movements or anything. This might go a while with her. It might be a few days.
Ma'am, this is a FetLight message from January 19th, 2023. Do you recall that message?
Well, it's very similar to many other messages that were exchanged on the website.
What?
It's very similar to what?
To the other messages exchanged on the website.
Okay. Do you recognize this?
It's very familiar, yeah.
Okay. Can you tell me, did you create this or did Brendan create this?
Both of us will still write basically the same things, I would say. Very similar ways and yeah.
Okay, let's try it this way. Who typed it?
Well, both of us use it to type.
Okay, so which one typed this one?
I can tell for sure. This one.
So you don't know which one of you did it.
This one, I don't know.
You don't know.
I don't know.
Okay. And if you didn't do it, then did Brendan do it? Or is it just your memory?
It's either of us. We were the only ones using the website.
I know
to
what
write
he's doing.
messages.
All right.
So one,
He's setting something up. What's the trap?
He's going to try to get her. This is my opinion,
Mm-hmm.
but I think he's going to get. He's going to try to get her to admit to writing a message, and it's going to be very similar to more damning messages later on. So he's going to try to make it look as if she is the one that wrote the bulk of the messages or wrote the most callous.
Yeah.
Because of the language style or how it was written. There's something there.
Yeah. He's got some hidden knowledge or something.
That's what I think. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
He knows something that's going to set her up.
Oh my gosh, Animal Keeper, I'm so sorry. Animal Keeper says, Mr. and Mrs. E, please pray for me. I had a really bad fall yesterday afternoon and hurt my right shoulder, ribs, and tailbone. Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry. Of course we will pray for you guys. If you have a minute, please pray for Animal Keeper to get better soon and not have any more falls.
Yeah, I'm so sorry that happened.
That's terrible. I'm so sorry.
Yep.
Sorry, and I was looking at myself on camera. I did look like my eyes were closed. My eyes are not closed. I just don't have my glasses on because they reflect in the lights. So I was squinting to try to like see stuff. So
Yeah.
I looked at the camera. I was like, they're going to think I'm asleep, but I'm not. But
yeah.
I could go to sleep to this after a while because it's so subdued.
We should just play the first 2 hours of this today to go to sleep.
No, we shouldn't say that. You're just going to run everybody off and make them think this is.
Well, it got
It's
better
not
right
boring.
before.
No, what they're saying is not boring. It's how they are saying it.
Yes. But it picked up a little before lunch. That's for sure.
Yeah.
He's going somewhere with this.
Yeah, real me too. She says, I bet Brendan planned it that way. I think he did too. And that's how the lawyer knows how to look for it.
Yeah.
So anyway, that's just my opinion. That's
Which
what I think.
one of the two of you, there's only two, which one of you did this one?
I can tell.
You can't tell? Okay. Now, at this point, when this one was written,
Look at this guy.
did
He's shifty.
Brendan have his laptop or did you have his laptop? Do you know?
If we what?
He doesn't have
At
a
the
good
time that
poker
this
face.
one was written, which I told you was January 19th, 2023. Do you know if Brendan had the laptop or you had the laptop?
Yeah, that's where he's going.
Well, we always had her laptop.
Okay, I guess I'm asking about you.
She's catching on to
And
what
I'm
he's
telling you, I
trying to
do
do.
not recall if it was me or him.
You don't recall?
This one, I don't.
Okay. Do you recall who was on the laptop?
Again, either me or him.
She's not going to admit it.
Okay.
He might as well give up. His gotcha moment's not coming with that, unless he tricks her. But she's catching on to what he's putting down right now. Oh my
Do you
goodness!
recall this message?
Sorry, Nicey Marie.
Again, the messages are all similar. If you scroll through all the messages exchanged, they're all very similar.
Right. But there were certain things that you would write and there were certain things that he would write. You testified that to the ladies and
Yes.
gentlemen of the jury.
Yeah.
Do you see any of the things that you traditionally would write when you were reviewing this?
I normally use some different words than he used to use.
Here we go.
Did you read this?
I wouldn't use I am without the apostrophe, for example. I normally say I am.
Uh-oh, maybe she's not catching on.
I talk different ways sometimes, like, yeah, but I can tell some stuff that I wouldn't say,
Okay.
like dumb, like.
So your position is you just don't know.
What?
You just don't know
I don't know what.
whether you did this or not.
Well, I'm supposed to say for sure, right? So
Well,
I'm not
just
gonna
asking
guess.
between the two of you in the plan,
Yeah. So
who did it and who didn't.
you're telling me to be specific with this message. I'm telling you I don't remember which one of us did it. You see, if I can guess, I'm not gonna give you any guesses. I'm gonna just say I'm not sure.
Okay, and just, I mean, I don't want to be misunderstood. I'm just trying to find out what you wrote.
Right.
And so what you're telling me is so far, you haven't written any of these things.
Asked and answered, and he's also mischaracterizing her answer.
As asked and answered, I'll sustain that objection next.
Okay. Let's move on to the next one.
There's really so few people there.
I know.
Can you see that one?
Yes.
This was on January 22nd, 2023. Do you remember that?
It could have been me. It could have been Brandon.
Okay. I appreciate that statement, but are you trying to remember whether or not you wrote this?
You're telling me to be specific if it was me or Brendan, and I'm telling you that I do not recall which one of us. And the reason is because we're always doing this most times together, and the words are very similar, and they're very all familiar. So if I can tell you for sure.
It's off. I want to see if...
That happened yesterday too.
Yeah.
She knows what she wrote, being a steel trap, in my opinion. She didn't say that.
Actually, Starflower had a really interesting comment a few minutes ago. Go back up.
The attorney is trying to sound friendly and non-confrontational, but he's so slow. She is reading it before he gets the question out. Yeah.
That's very, very true.
Can you imagine if we had a more aggressive lawyer, this would be more entertaining and more effective?
What if like Matlock was doing it? This would be so entertaining. Like Matlock and a star from the 80s. I'm trying to think of a star from the
Is this
80s.
breaking news today? Hillary Clinton held in contempt by Congress for failure to testify about the island?
I didn't know she was coming to testify.
Oh, I did not know that.
We have
is that true?
In this trial for 2 days straight. We haven't looked at any other news.
I know.
So.
I know. Well, that's interesting if that's the case.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Breaking news today. Wow.
Okay. But what does that mean? Aren't there lots of people held in contempt by
Well,
Congress?
but who was it?
Was it Steve Bannon?
Yeah, Steve Bannon did time for that same thing. So,
Yeah, Perry Mason is a lawyer. Exactly. Some like really interesting lawyer. And like, I'm trying to think of a good like 80s star that would be good to play this role.
Bill ignored the subpoena too?
Oh, wow. I did not know
Yeah, I don't know anything about this.
And Alan Jackson too? Oh, you mean,
What if, yeah.
I think she meant the Alan Jackson that was
the attorney.
Nick Reiner.
Well, I assume that's who they meant. I wasn't thinking the singer.
No, I was just joking. I was totally kidding.
Nicole thinks
I was saying like he ignored the subpoena. I was just kidding.
I mean, he's doing it. I don't know. I always try to give people kind of like credit or whatever. I guess you can only give him credit if it works. He's trying to lay a trap. I think she's figured it out.
Well, then she says stuff that I'm not so sure about.
Yeah, I think she knows that he wants her to definitively claim a text. I don't know why.
There's a reason.
But she's just not going to do it, I don't think.
Sure, I'm not going to say again, I don't know.
Okay. And do you know who was using the computer?
I'm going to keep giving the same answer, Mr. Carroll. It's either me or Brendan.
Okay.
Yes.
She's getting so annoyed.
How about this answer? Or this statement that was put on the FetLife website?
He's got a cold or something. He's all sniffly.
Have you read it?
Yes.
Okay. Do you remember it?
Remember what? If it was me, if it was Brendan,
Do you remember the message first? And then I'll ask you the question.
There was all the type of message, again, exchange the same kind of messages. It's impossible for me not to remember, but it's hard for me to say which one of us wrote those messages.
Okay. It looks like there are some of the things that you told the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that you would oftentimes be part of. Like it says in the second one, gagged. Don't leave marks on my face, I think you may have said. Are those familiar to you based upon those items that you testified to the jury?
It is familiar.
Okay. But you don't know which one, you or Brendan?
We both used those exact same words. It was, all the time.
Okay.
Auntie's joining in, at least in the chat. She says that was yesterday. Her and Bill are both in contempt.
Of course. I'm surprised you didn't call and tell us.
I know. I can't believe that I didn't hear it from you first.
She must be driving back from her appointment. Her appointment was a little bit of a distance.
Yeah, she's been gone a while.
How about this one?
I've got a prediction. On the 7th email he's going to ask about, she's not going to know if it's her or Brendan.
I'll bet you $1. Oh, Aunt E's got one more thing to say. Hold on.
Okay. Let's see. She says they refused to show up in Congress for the hearing, so they are now in contempt, and the government has to decide whether to hold them in contempt.
That's what I'm wondering. Are they actually going to do it?
Well, I mean, if they did it to Steve Bannon, they should. If you want to have equal justice, right?
Yes, they're still doing emails.
Yes, they're still doing.
I'm going to go take a nap and come back, and then you can tell me.
How was your nap, Wowzer?
What about it?
Do you recognize it?
Sir, with all due respect here, I said those things are all very familiar words we use with all the people we communicated. So if you want me to be specific, again, I might say it's me, or I might say it's Brendan, and if I'm not sure, what am I doing? I'm guessing, and I'm not doing this.
So you're not going to answer my questions about specific pieces of evidence that I'm showing you.
Objection, she answered, objection asked and answered, objection argumentative.
I think she says she's not going to do this.
You want to approach this?
Oh. Get ready. Turn your speakers.
And well coached, because she should have been told, look, they're going to ask you the same question over and over to get under your skin.
And then they're going to reword it and
Yes.
ask it again.
You will hear the same question asked until they're going to try to get the answer they want.
Okay, did everybody take their shot of rum? Oh, I'm going to come up with another one. I do like that music though, but I might come up with some different pictures.
Shake it up a little.
Why not? She might be my new meme. I swear.
Ma'am, do you see this message?
Mad.
I do.
Was this you or Brendan who created this?
Yes, Wowzer. Every time we have a sidebar, we're taking a drink. Not us, but you guys. I don't really drink either, Nana.
I told you I'll keep giving you the same answer because that's what it is.
Ma'am, do you see this message?
Yes, I do.
Have you read it?
I'm reading it.
She started getting feisty before lunch.
You can have coffee. That's fine. That's what I do.
Is it you or Brendan?
Well, you wanted me to tell you who is mostly likely to wrote this, or
I just want you to answer the question.
most likely? Is it valid?
I beg your pardon? Most likely what?
Perfect.
The person?
Okay. Well,
I get what she's trying to say.
I'm sorry. I
What
didn't understand
she's
anything.
trying to say is like she was saying earlier that she's more likely to use I'm instead of I am, and he's more likely to use I am. So if she looks at one of the messages, she can go, "That's probably me."
right.
Can I 100% guarantee you that that's me? No, but it's probably mine. So she's trying to say, do you want me to tell you my
Right. She
my
doesn't.
gut?
She wants to be 100%, and she's
But
not.
she can't. She can't answer the question the way he wants it answered. That
Okay.
asked.
And you guys do not. I am not encouraging you to drink. It was a joke. But if you do want to drink every time there's a sidebar, you could always get something indulgent. Maybe instead of a cocktail, have a piece of chocolate. Or some pineapple juice or coconut water if you want to be islandy.
Whatever your pleasure.
Yes.
Another cup of coffee for
me, it would be another cup of coffee, right?
Yeah.
So.
But that's what she's trying to do. I don't know why she wasn't prepared, but she's just not. She doesn't understand.
Right. She
doesn't understand.
Real Me Too says she's not gaining any sympathy from the jurors. That is correct.
No.
Yeah. I think they're probably going to be as annoyed with her as most everybody here is.
Her career as an au pair is over. She will. Those days are long behind her. She's going to have to stretch out that 10 grand she gets from Netflix.
I don't think she get the 10 grand. And if she did, that was really dumb. She could have gotten a lot more for her story.
Oh, I don't think she took it that deal. I think
I didn't think so.
Yeah, I don't think she did.
Oh, Wowzer just said, dang, I just made a rum drink. That's funny. Green tea with citrus fruit. Yes. And I, Deanna, am going to make myself a water.
All right, let's get somewhere back into the snark.
Okay.
You said most likely.
I'm asking you if my answer would be valid. If I told you based on the message, which one of us was mostly like the one who wrote this, would be valid.
It would be valid?
Ma'am, I just need you to answer his questions, okay?
Okay.
All right.
Is it you or is it Brendan? Oh, sorry.
Yes,
sorry.
just ask the question again.
Can't
please.
tell.
You can't tell?
Can't tell.
And you don't know? Okay.
Yes.
Oh my goodness. Pause. Thank you, NorCal. NorCal bought us some coffee.
Oh, thank you.
She bought us 3 coffees. Thank you
For the-
so much.
thank
That
you.
is so sweet. She goes, enjoy a coffee or rum punch. LOL.
I might actually go make a coffee. That sounds pretty good.
I'm gonna make myself a water. Would you like me to make
Would
you
you mind
coffee?
to start me
Okay.
up one?
I will.
All right.
Thank you so much. That is the sweetest. I need to make a general thank you video. I will do that. But thank you so much.
I wasn't sure what people were reacting to. I keep seeing the you think Mr. E? They're talking about her getting work as an au pair. Okay. She's yeah.
Oh,
Could you imagine? You put out the ad for the au pair and back when she's back in Brazil and she shows up.
yeah. And
God, you look really familiar.
and Deanna, that's pretty much the only time I have a cocktail is when I'm on a cruise ship. It's funny. I feel like it's okay there. So
Back on track with Kat says, I really want to know how she treated the little girl. Does she give Peyton from the hand that rocks the cradle vibes? Creepy, creepy, creepy.
right.
I don't know. We
That
know
was her name.
We know the little girl started referring to her as mommy.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know, you know.
And I just want to clarify the only time that I have adult beverages usually on a cruise ship is when I'm with other adults and not my kids, because I typically don't drink when my kids are around. So, and they're with me like 99.9% of the time. So anyway, just want to clarify.
Yeah. You ready?
Yep.
Ma'am, have you seen this message?
I see it.
And have you read it?
Someone said, who has the little girl now? Hopefully it's the mom's family. I saw one person report that the mom's family has her, and then I saw somebody else report that his mom has her. So I don't know which is true. I'm just not sure.
Do you already have a copy?
No, I don't.
I'm reading it.
Is it you or Brendan?
Don't know.
Ma'am, do you see the next message?
I do.
Have you read it?
I did.
Is it you or Brendan?
Again, I don't know.
Yes, Karen, you've missed nothing but snark.
Ma'am, do you see this message?
Yes,
Have you read it?
I read it.
Is it Brendan or is it you?
Okay, I should say for sure, right? Yes or no for sure, if it's me or him?
Is it
100%
Brendan
sure.
or is it you?
Okay, I don't know.
You see this message, ma'am?
I do.
Tell me when you finish reading it.
finished.
Is it Brendan who wrote that, or is it you who wrote that?
Yeah, I don't know.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand that.
I said I don't know.
You don't know?
Yes.
Okay.
I got my treat. I got a Werther's.
Romy 2 says, when comments start getting crazy, we will know who's doing the shots.
Aaron, take one moment, please.
Okay.
See, I think the problem for her, let's say, I don't know how many times they did it. Say they did it 30 times or whatever, trying to catfish. Because we know that they had trouble, that some people got red flags and were like, whoa, I'm not going to come in somebody's house. This, you know, let's say there were 30 messages. If she's wrong on one of them, and she says, oh, I definitely sent it, and then her phone is proven to be a state away for some reason, you know, and then it's like, whoa, okay, I thought you said you were sure this is yours. What else are you wrong about? You know, so she's just not.
Ma'am,
They
on
probably
exhibit
warned her about it.
70 that I just showed you, 71. On 71, which was the screenshots that I just showed you.
Right. This one that's on the screen now is 70.
Yeah, this is 70,
Okay.
but the previous chats that you pretty much said, I don't know to anything.
Mm-hmm.
Do you realize that you told the Commonwealth that Brendan did 5 of those?
Well, just because I remembered something at a time where we had the interview, it doesn't mean I'm remembering the same things right now.
Okay, and when you said that, that was October 25th, 2024. Do you recall that?
When I
you
said
talked
what?
to Mr. Klingon?
When I said what?
That Brendan did 5 of those.
It was October,
October of 2024 when you sat down with
the
them.
first interview?
Yes.
Yes.
Do you recall that?
I remember the interview, yes.
Okay. If I show you those messages now, knowing what I've just told you, would you be able to identify which ones you identified for Mr. Klingon?
Maybe, maybe not. Again, things I remembered when I told them when I had an interview doesn't mean I'm going to remember just right now.
Okay. Now let's go back and try talking about a specific date and see if that gives you any, and that's actually why we have 70 here. So these are digital forensics from WhatsApp. You understand that? And so WhatsApp is saying is that you and Christine had a conversation during
Okay.
that period of time.
Okay.
Do you want to look at it and just make sure you're familiar with it?
I so wish we could see these.
Sorry.
I know. Oh, I missed the eye roll. Did she give him the eye roll?
I think if you put it in presentation mode, you can,
I'm sorry.
if you put your PowerPoint in presentation mode, it won't.
Now you're really,
I know, I'm sorry. Because I don't think you can zoom in unless he puts it in presentation mode.
Is that the judge helping him or the prosecutor?
At the very.
I'm not sure.
is that better?
Yes.
Can you see it?
I can see it.
Okay. So my question for you, and I understand you don't have a good memory on where you were and things like that, is when this conversation was going on, which is from 10:40 to 10:56, were you with Brendan in the house during that time?
I can't say for sure. That you're asking me to be specific with date and time, which if I'm not sure, I'm not gonna give you that.
Okay. And then I'll just follow up with my other questions, which may end the same way. Did Brendan already have Christine's laptop at the time that you were talking to Christine on the WhatsApp?
Well, how was the question?
Did Brendan already have Christine's laptop at the time you talked to Christine on WhatsApp?
That's a good point, Nicey.
But she could,
Well, I can say for sure.
but sure could remember about the money for
Okay.
her story about this case.
Yeah.
But that conversation, I don't know if you remember this conversation, but that was with Christine. Do you remember having a conversation with Christine on January 9th?
I already told you that if you're giving me a date, I can tell for sure. If it shows here to me that I had, so I had. But I'm not saying that I did because I don't remember for sure a date.
And once again, I guess I'll ask, where were you in the house when you and Brendan were together?
Okay, there was the eye roll.
Either during this chat, this telephone call, or before it, or after it?
Well, every time we were exchanging the messages on the website, FetLife, we were either in the kitchen at the counter or other times in the basement. And that was it, mostly,
Okay.
yes.
So FetLife, we're on to something else at this point. I was just talking about the creation of the email that kind of got everything started.
Right.
So would that be the same thing? That you'd be downstairs in the main floor or down in the basement?
Like I said, I didn't remember before where exactly we were, but I would say so, because that's where every time was the laptop, it would be either in the kitchen or in the basement.
Okay, so when you were working on the laptop with Brendan, you were either in the kitchen or the basement, you can say that.
Yes, so yes.
And that would be for the creation of the email.
I wish she would take the
Now,
glasses off because her face
in order
is
to
funny.
create the email, did you and Brendan
The faces
talk
she's
about it as
making.
part of the plan?
Oh, are you asking me?
Yes, I am.
You're asking if we talked about it?
Well, so the email setup was kind of an important day. So did you talk about it? Was there any sort of a plan? The plan that you talked about mentioned, getting onto these.
Well, obviously, yes, well, it's
Okay,
part of
so
the
just
plan.
just tell me the plan. Just tell me.
Tell you what specifically?
What was discussed and how did you arrive at the email that you opened?
Well, first of all, I was not the one creating it. It was Brendan and Christine. He used to have many different emails for different things. And he created a new one, specifically choose on the website.
Okay, so you were there with him, but you didn't do it?
Yes.
Okay. Were you there during any sort of discussion about what email company you were going to use or what the specifics of it were? How would you identify it as something that was Christine's? Like, for example, what were the call signals of the email? Any of that sort? Do you have any discussion?
You're saying in terms of like if it's Yahoo, like Gmail, those things?
Yeah.
I can tell for sure now.
Okay, but my question was, if the two of you worked on this, what was the discussion leading up to executing this plan to open a Gmail in Christine's name?
I'm still confused about her question too. I already said the email was part of the plan because she had many different ones and she created a new one. And I'm lost as to the rest of your question.
So
I'm not.
my question is, and let me just see if I can say it in a different way. You start an email account, you first have to decide what email. If you're doing it by yourself, you decide for yourself. If you're doing it with someone else, you talk about it.
Yeah.
You make a plan. What was the plan for this email account?
Well, not necessarily. If I'm not the one responsible to having all the plan in my head, I'm not going to be the one responsible for thinking about what's going to be. I'm not responsible for that.
So what are you responsible for?
I was there after the account was created, exchanging messages. That was it. Was not my idea. As for the name of the email, was not what company to use.
Okay, I appreciate that. So you weren't the main creator. You were the person who was there. Were you the person that would manage the account?
Who would what?
Would you manage the account? Like email and delete and clean the inbox?
Like I said, to exchange messages, both of us did.
So at some point you deleted messages?
She's not gonna.
Might have.
Did you create messages?
Wrote messages by his instruction when he was with me and changing things because he asked to change words or whatever. Yes.
Okay. And would you sign into the email?
Signing into the account?
The email. I'm not sure what you're talking about. I'm talking about the email account that was created.
No, it was normally Brendan too.
I'm sorry, I'm just having a difficult time understanding your answers.
It was Brendan who
Was
had access to
Brendan-
email.
And so you didn't have any access?
Well, I knew he was accessing it, but I was not the one logging in.
Okay, so you were logging in and he was doing the emails.
Say it again.
No.
You were logging in and he was doing the emails?
I said I was not the one
Oh, I'm
logging
sorry,
in.
I misunderstood. Okay.
I've got to go too.
So on this day when you created the email with Christine's laptop, do you remember how long you had it?
How long had the laptop?
How long you had the laptop?
Yes.
I can't say for sure how long. It could have been minutes. It could have been hours.
Okay. Do you have any details as to how the laptop was put back into Christine's possession?
It was always either me or Brendan to putting back in her laptop, in her backpack. I'm sorry.
Okay, and so on this day, do you remember, was it put into her backpack? Was it put onto her desk in her office?
That day specifically, I do not remember.
Okay, so you don't remember where it was put, and am I right in saying you don't remember who put it in wherever it was put?
I said that day specifically, not other days I do, but that day specifically I don't.
Okay, so what would be a day that...
Welcome in, Auntie. How are you doing?
Good.
How was your
Good.
doctor's appointment?
It was good. It was just for the study I'm in, so it's like a 2-hour drive
Oh.
there.
I'm glad
Then we
she's
ate lunch and then a 2-hour drive back. So it's a long day.
Well, I'll get you caught up. A lot of defiance and snarkiness.
I've been listening in the car, and I just want to apologize to Nicey Marie. I was going to the bathroom, and I had my phone in my back pocket, and I'm sure that's what happened because I was just listening the whole time, and I had it up where the and with being a moderator, it can delete somebody by accident. So I'm so sorry.
I'm sure. No, well, she's been back in the chat, and I think it's been fine. I want to do this one from Romy too. She says, I can tell after attending trials before the jurors are falling asleep. I've seen it happen at Quentin's trial and judge had to address it.
Oh yeah. It's so boring.
I mean, this is really something else.
But she's been so defiant. But I mean, all it's going to take is for her one time to say, that's my message, and they can prove it's not. And they're going to, they're really going to nail her with it. That information as, not credible. They're still going to do that when they close their arguments. anyway, they're gonna say she's not credible. She can't remember anything. She doesn't want to take responsibility. She thinks she's owed something. They're gonna go that way.
They've
But
got something where they know he's in one place and she's in another, and an account got accessed, and there's something that they've got that they're trying to corner her on, and she's just trying to avoid any possible.
And she's not stupid. I can tell she's she's thinking, and she's not stupid. But there is a little bit of a language barrier as far as understanding what she's meaning when he does ask her a question. Her response sometimes is not taken the way we would take it, the way she wants it taken. So I see that's a problem as well.
Yeah.
Thank you, Real Me Too, for taking care of that. I was stopping to go to the bathroom because like I said, it's a hike. So.
All right. So we, while Mrs. E is going to go pick up the kids, we will get back in here. So it was great timing, Auntie.
And NorCal gal, SoGal ask any idea how long the trial is estimated to take? Didn't they say it was going to be like several weeks? 2 to 4 weeks. Yeah, I don't see it taking that long.
Well, yesterday we were flying through it. We were like, oh, this is going to be a week to 2 week trial. But now that we see the pace the defense wants to move, it may not be. But I mean, she is the case. Like,
right. She is.
They're going to spend the most time with her. None of the witnesses, unless he takes a stand, nobody's going to get this much time. So I don't know. Well, it depends on how long. But I mean, a lot of this hinges on her.
Yeah, and caring for all says, I think she's utilizing the language barrier to benefit her, and I absolutely do too.
Yeah, no doubt.
Wowzer said yeah, that's what it feels like right now.
They're gonna have her on the stand for 4 weeks. They haven't even gotten into the day of the crime, at all. I don't know if he's going to ask questions about it, but you would think he will. But he's just really going after this account part. There's something about this that she's maybe lied initially, or there's something. They've got a trap here. They're just, I don't know if she's avoided it or not.
I'm kind of confused as to why they're texting. Her and Christine were texting on WhatsApp. I think that's just an odd way to text someone that lives in your home.
I don't know. I never use what's WhatsApp. What is that for?
It's kind of like Telegram in a way, but it's a messaging system. It's a texting system, but most people do not use that.
What? But
so
yeah,
I think it's odd.
Why do people usually choose to use that one?
And if they're wanting to hide their messages from like their spouse or someone, a lot of times people will use WhatsApp because it's not the main texting, program like on your iPhone or whatever. And it sounds like they had Apple devices. So I don't know. I think that's unusual in itself that they would be using WhatsApp to communicate and they live in the same household. I just think that's odd.
Okay. I see what you're saying.
Yes.
All right. So we'll get back into this. We're not very far behind, really.
You could say right now for the ladies and gentlemen of the jury that you took her laptop from her while she was there.
Many times a night.
No. I'm looking for specifics. That's what you said you'd be able to do. There were other days that you
other days when we were both texting. Texting.
And can you give any more detail to the days that you're talking about?
Days I'm not. As I said before, I'm not good with dates, so I can't really give you that.
Okay. So, but you have details, even though you don't have dates.
Details as for the conversations that were always kind of the same.
Okay, but I'm talking about details like, I went and took the laptop out of her bag by the door, or I went into her room and took it off of her desk or her nightstand. Do you have any details like that, even if you don't know the dates?
Details of what? Taking her laptop like that?
Yeah.
I do have memories of that.
Okay, and so let's just go with those memories. What did you do when you took her laptop and Brendan was waiting for you?
How to bring it to the kitchen.
Okay, and would he be there with you, or would he be taking it as well?
A what?
Would he be there with you in the kitchen?
In the kitchen, yes.
Okay, so you would, so on this instance that you're describing, something that you actually have memory of detail, you took it from where?
Her backpack by the door.
Okay, so you went from the front door, what, about 10 feet to the kitchen?
I'm not sure how many feet, but it's not that far.
It's on the same level, right?
At the same level, yes.
Okay. And then do you remember in that detailed situation who put the laptop back?
It would be me sometimes, him again.
Well, if you took it, would you put it back?
Well, we always put it back in her lap and where we got it from, yes.
I'm not sure you answered that, but if you were the one who took it, would you be the one who put it back?
Not necessarily.
Okay, so there's no real detail as to, on this instance where you're recalling doing it,
Not
as
necessarily.
to what the rest of the.
Sometimes I'd take and put it back, sometimes I'd take you to put it back, and so versa, yes.
So, you testified that when you or Brendan alternated posts on FetLife, it took place when one of you would leave the gym early, correct?
Correct.
Okay, and so the days that someone left the gym early, would those be the days when the laptop was taken by the person who left the gym early?
Yes,
Okay, well, I'm just trying to understand what you're saying.
yes.
Were there days when Brendan left the gym early?
Not sure what you're asking.
Well, if when either
Well, if
one
he was-
one or other you left the gym early
Whoever gets home earlier, yeah, that's the person who would take it, yes.
from the gym.
Whoever gets home earlier from the gym, yes.
Okay, so that would be some sort of a plan that you've created between the two of you at the gym. Go home, do this, get it done.
Yes, basically, yes.
And so the days when you get home earlier, you're the one who's taking the laptop and signing in, doing
Yes.
all those things. Okay. And so every time that we can show when you arrived home from the gym before Brendan did, those would be days that you did the posting?
I would say so,
Okay. Is that what you're saying?
yes.
Okay, so there we go. We got a little bit of detail. How many posts like that did you make all by yourself after leaving the gym?
I don't know how many specifically.
Okay. did
I
you
don't think
make
it
one?
was a lot of those.
Okay. So 2?
More than 2.
Okay. 5?
Again, I don't know. I know it's not 2, but
10?
I don't know how many.
10?
Asked and answered. Sorry, asked and answered, Judge.
She said she don't know, she doesn't know how many.
Oh, because she said she wasn't sure, and then I said 2, and she said definitely more than 2.
Well, definitely more than 2, but I don't know how
Then
many.
we wait for a question. All right, you can continue then, go ahead.
Okay. So we know it's more than 2. Let's figure this out. Is it as much as 10?
Maybe.
Okay. Does that seem reasonable? Based upon your recollection of what your role was in this?
Maybe.
Could it be 20?
Maybe.
Okay. Could it be 30?
Well, maybe.
Okay. Could it be 40?
We're gonna go like this, like up and up and up, and
Well,
that's maybe.
so what you're saying is any number I say higher than that to try to figure out this number?
I'm saying maybe because
You're
I'm
gonna
not
say
sure.
maybe.
I already answered that.
Okay.
He can't get her to say exactly what he wants her to say.
Mm-mm.
That's the problem.
Yeah.
So in your testimony, you stated that you were present, and we're moving on to Telegram, okay?
I was present what?
I'm just telling you that
Oh.
we're moving on to Telegram.
Okay.
When you testified, you said that you were present
Yeah.
with Brendan.
Yes.
Just bear
Oh.
with me. I'll get the question. And you witnessed him delete the two-factor authentication code on Christine's cell phone. Do you remember saying that yesterday?
I do.
Okay. And that Telegram required that for a setup. You recall that?
I do.
Okay. And that's correct.
That's correct.
Okay. What specifically did you observe Brendan do?
He had her phone, her personal phone, her cell phone with him,
Okay.
and he plugged in her phone number and received the code. And after he received the code, he deleted it from her cell phone.
Okay. And after he did that, did you ask him, why did you delete that from the cell phone?
Well, that was so she didn't see it.
Oh, so is that what he said, or that's what you're saying?
He also said that too,
Okay, so he told you that he didn't want her to see it.
obviously.
Okay. And that made sense because you didn't want it on the cell phone. Is that right?
Didn't want what?
That you and he wouldn't want that code on the cell phone.
Correct.
Okay. Now, do you remember when that happened, where she was?
I would say upstairs, maybe.
Upstairs?
Well, she wasn't in the kitchen, so I would say she's upstairs somewhere.
Okay, but when you're getting that two-factor authentication, that's not usual.
I missed it.
That's something that's kind of unusual. So would it be that you might have a recollection as to where you would be?
Where I would be?
Or where she would be, I'm sorry.
Well, we were in the kitchen, Brendan and
Okay. And where would Christine be? It's kind of a big thing, don't you think?
I. Well, yeah, she could have been in the shower. She could have been.
Okay, so you weren't worried about being caught working with her phone, waiting on a two-factor authentication?
No, he always knew when to do things.
You testified that you told Christine about the zoo trip a few days before February 24th. Is that correct?
Correct.
And were you scheduled to work on the 24th prior to that change?
I do not recall if I was scheduled, probably.
Okay. Was your schedule changed so that you could be there for the 24th?
Well, she was supposed to be at work that day, so I was probably scheduled to work that day too,
Okay.
because she would be working.
And so whatever your schedule was it changed? So what was the schedule before that change, and what was it after that change?
I'm not sure what you're asking.
Were you scheduled to work on the 24th before you found out that the zoo was going to be happening?
I think so.
Okay. And when, so nothing changed. You were still working. Is that
Well,
correct?
supposedly, yes.
Okay. But you weren't off and then they put you on for the work schedule.
I don't remember being off, that I was supposed to be off. I don't remember that, no.
You don't remember that?
No.
Okay. And who was it who made your schedule?
It was, I would have 2 days off normally. The weekends I would be off, and sometimes I would work when you have date nights. I would be working too. Could have been the weekend, weekdays, but normally throughout the weekdays.
Okay. Now, let's move on to notifications on the email account from FetLife and then deleting them.
Yeah,
Okay, on the email account.
yes,
Okay, and do you know that because you were there when he was doing it?
yes.
Okay, so how would that go? that he would find out about these emails and then take action?
What do you mean, what, how would,
Well, I'm assuming that he would check the email while the two of you were together.
yeah, that's what he used to do, yes.
And would he show you and say, oh, I got an email from this email account, or how would that happen?
Well, it was next to me, I could see it, the notification from MetLife.
Okay. And that notification on the email was something that he would be looking for because he doesn't want that FetLife to come up?
What do you mean?
Well, Christine's account was created. It wasn't an account that she knew, according to you guys, right?
I'm not sure where we're going.
I'm not, what did you just say?
You need to rephrase your question, please.
Okay. The email that was created to look like Christine's account. Isn't that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and that's what you said the plan was to when you set it up, correct?
Yeah, correct.
So what would the deleting the FetLife messages mean if it's not an account that she would know that she has?
Well, then when you guys are a client, I can speak for him.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you two were in this together and you
Well, yeah,
talked to you about it and.
Talking to me is one thing, but he doesn't need to tell me step by step what he is doing on his own.
Yeah, no, it appears that he didn't. Were the emails, did you see any of the FetLife emails?
I never opened them to read, no.
Okay, so you were on the email, you just didn't look at what they said.
Well, I can see from here, yes.
Okay, so it was when he was holding whatever device.
The one he was what?
You would see that because it would come onto whatever device he was holding.
Well, the laptop, yes.
Okay, so it would be on Christine's laptop.
Yes.
Okay, and other than, important days like setting up the email account, were there regular times that you guys would just grab the laptop?
No.
Okay, but you're saying that would be where you would see the FetLife messages?
Well, when we're at the same time, the FetLife website, yes.
Okay, so on the laptop, they'd come over email, FetLife messages, and then on the FetLife website, you'd get FetLife messages too.
Well, yes.
Okay. Let's talk about February 23rd. The night before. Can you just kind of walk us through what you did during the evening of February 23rd?
Well, I think I might have gone to the gym at some point that day.
You know what time?
I would say evening.
Okay.
That's my guess, would be.
And the gym records would show that you went there and came back?
Well, the gym just shows when you first come to the gym, when you leave, doesn't do anything.
Okay.
So I don't know what time you left.
Do you know when you came home?
No, not the time specifically, no.
Okay. And was it after you left the gym and you came home that you took Christine's device?
Well, did I say anything that I took her device? I didn't say anything about it, did I?
Well, wasn't that the plan, that the device was taken and you said either one of you would do that?
Well, but I'm confused with your question though.
Well, okay. Who took Christine's device that night?
Well, you're saying,
Ambiguous which device?
All right, Foundation.
Foundation.
Okay, foundation to which device, I guess.
Okay. Did you take any of Christine's devices that night?
I don't remember taking her device, no. Maybe her laptop, if,
Okay. Well, I'd consider that a device.
well, yes.
So you took the laptop, correct?
Well, you're saying it.
She just doesn't trust anything now, right?
I'm asking you a question.
And I'm not sure I understand your question.
Did you take the laptop?
Well, might have.
Okay, February 23rd was in.
It's okay, Trish. Other people are joining in late too, so I'll get you caught up here. Basically, this has been the defense questioning almost all day. The majority of what he's been trying to do is figure out who's logging into the devices to do these fake accounts for the catfishing. That's been kind of the majority of the afternoon, and she's largely dodged those questions. The first half of the day with the defense attorney was mostly him trying to talk about her communications with media like Netflix and money deals and all of the emails leading up to her doing her plea deal, trying to paint the picture that she may have lied to get out of jail and for a money grab. We think that's kind of what he's trying to set up. But Quilting says she is an expert dodger. Yeah, she's at this point, I think she's dodging questions she actually knows the honest answer to, but just doesn't want to. I think she just doesn't trust the whole process now. And she's just, I don't know. Is your name Juliana? I don't know. Maybe. I'm not sure. I'd have to see my own birth certificate. I think that's kind of where she is. She doesn't trust this a bit.
The point I was getting at too about the WhatsApp, everybody was saying, yes, a lot of people use it foreign and all this stuff, but she mentioned that they provided her a cell phone and that he wanted to get them switched prior to this happening. And typically, if you have an Apple phone and you live in a house, you're not going to use WhatsApp to text the person in the house. You might use it to text your mom in Brazil, because it's free messaging for her to message you and you to message them, in other countries, but you don't typically use that in your own house. Like I wouldn't use WhatsApp to text my husband to pick up something for dinner or whatever. So that's what I was saying. It's unusual to use it in your own household as your main platform to communicate with each other. Like her and the Christine and her husband probably did not use WhatsApp to text each other. And probably. I wouldn't have thought she would have either. I thought they would have all been on the same type of thing. And somebody asked about Telegrams. They said, is it bad too? WhatsApp and Telegram are usually encrypted type of platforms where you have a little bit more protection, but they also lend themselves a lot to people that are lying about who they are, or spammers, people are trying to get money. You'll see people in crypto wanting you to invest. I mean, you get all kinds of crazy stuff. So you have to know who you're texting on those types of apps.
Yeah, other people were saying that foreigners often use them because they're traveling and it's free internationally. Others are saying you can do video for free that way. So that there's a few different possible reasons, especially for her. Maybe that's something she was comfortable with traveling.
Yeah, I just thought he brought that up specifically about her and Christine texting on WhatsApp. And I just thought that was a little odd because they lived in the same household. And that's not what you would typically use. So I wondered if there was more behind that questioning, and he didn't really go anywhere with it about the content of what the messages were.
And Trishy, she is not out on a bond. She will stay in jail until whatever the plea agreement was. My guess is that she will get out right after the trial, but I don't know that. Her sentence is 10 years. She's served 2.5. So I don't know. They may have made a deal that she gets out in 3 or 5 or whatever, or immediately. We don't know, but she's not out on bond. And I was looking up earlier, Brendan was not offered the chance for bond. So he has been incarcerated this whole time too.
I'm really surprised that, I mean, that the prosecution had to have talked to her about how she's questioned. I would think an attorney, someone should have discussed with her about the forms of questions that she'll be asked. Wouldn't you think?
Yes, she may not be coachable.
I just think it's weird that she doesn't just say, you can ask me 400 times, but I will never be able to tell you who wrote that message. because if I have to give you for 100%, I can't do that. That's basically what she's saying. I can't tell you 100%. It could have been me. It could have been him. But, and same thing about the laptop. I mean, it's just like, it seems like they're just making such a big deal over these small things about like, oh, you came home from the gym early, so you got the laptop, so you had to be the one doing the messaging. I mean, it just seems, it's like he can't go anywhere with it because he's not getting the answers he needs from her.
Like because if they can get her on any single contradiction, if she's wrong about anything, then it makes all, well, okay, if you're wrong about you not being the one that pulled it out on the 31st, then what else are you wrong about? You know? So yeah, I don't know. I also wanted to point this out. Rosebud said on another case, the judge will not make a decision until January 30th regarding bond for the Bartholomews regarding the death of Becca Parks and her unborn child.
Yeah, I heard yesterday people were up in arms because they were asking for it to be dismissed or something, and people were freaking out.
And Real Me Too says no, she is in prison. I make the mistake. I always say jail and prison interchangeably. I don't know why I do that, but I always
I do the same thing. I do the same thing.
So if you ever hear me say jail, prison, to me those are, I know they're not the same thing, but I use them interchangeably. Just a flaw. Yeah, I don't even know why they need time to decide bond for the Bartholomews.
I mean, yes.
I mean, good grief. If there's people you never let out again, those are the ones.
Mm-hmm.
Is awful. I mean, I thought about this the other day. I was like, what's the worst case we've covered since we've done this? It's either this one or that one. It's either Becca Parks or this, to me, are the most.
They're pretty heinous. Both
vile,
of them.
Disgusting, evil cases we've covered. It's one of their two. I don't know which one. They're both pretty bad.
They are pretty bad. And, yeah, and Real Me Too said the DA can't talk with the witness once the trial starts. But they would have before it started, but they can't tell her what to say. Yeah. I just don't think whatever coaching they did, I can tell there's some things she won't budge on, but whew, she's rough. It's hard to get her to say anything.
Yeah.
Definitively.
I really think she's just like, it's probably the smart thing to do, actually, just to say, I don't know. People do that sometimes in front of Congress. Remember when the baseball players all went up there and some of them got defiant and basically perjured themselves about steroids, but one of them, who was it? Sammy Sosa pretended like he didn't understand the English language at all, but he didn't get himself in any trouble either. And then one of them pled the fifth. I think Mark McGuire said, I don't recall, or I plead the fifth, whatever. Sometimes that's just a smart way to go, rather than getting yourself all tripped up.
I'm not sure what Real Me Too. She says, I was not saying that to you, Mr. E. I was just answering the question.
Oh, no, actually, I know. Yeah, no, I knew you were answering the person. I just realized when you said prison that I make the mistake. I use them interchangeably all the time.
Right, right.
No, I didn't think you were taking a shot at me or anything like that.
This is also her opportunity to be a little more definitive in the fact that he did do all these things. I mean, she's had opportunity to say he coerced me into doing this. He forced me to do this. He said this. He asked me to do, she's not using those kinds of words. She's being very, very passive in the way that she's responding. I think she should take more opportunity to point the finger at him. Yeah. Because obviously, she doesn't have a relationship with him anymore. She never will. And because of doing this, you would think she would be a little bit more definitive on her answers when she can implicate him.
Well, that'd be the twist, wouldn't it? He gets a not guilty and she serves the rest of her manslaughter charge and then they get together.
Right. I'm really concerned about the TV money that she's taken for the commissary and things like that. That could really hurt the case.
I think that's bad. Yeah, I think that was bad. Hope not. All right, okay.
In the grand scheme of the calendar of this case, a pretty important night. Don't you agree?
Yes.
And my guess is this night probably ran through your head for a long time. Is that correct?
Can say that.
Okay.
Yeah.
So all I'm suggesting is an important night like this, you'd know what you did.
Yeah.
So which device did you take?
Well, it was in her laptop.
It wasn't her laptop?
Her laptop.
Oh, it was her laptop. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm misunderstanding what you're saying. And where was Christine at the time?
Again, every time we took her laptop, she was in the house and was upstairs.
Okay, she was in the house and mostly upstairs?
Well, upstairs, yeah.
Upstairs.
Not mostly, yes.
Okay, can we get more precise?
Precise in terms of what?
Where?
In the master bedroom?
Was that where she was?
Yes.
Okay, and where did you get the laptop from?
Backpack.
And where was the backpack located?
It was always by the door. I don't remember she leaving her backpack anywhere else.
Okay, on February 23rd, her laptop was by the door prior to you taking it?
Well, in the backpack, yes.
Okay. So when you took it, approximately what time was it?
I can't tell you what time it was because I don't remember specifically.
Okay. Would it have been nighttime?
I guess.
Okay. And other than taking her laptop, what were you doing with her laptop while she didn't know you had it?
Why she did what?
What were you doing with it when she didn't know you had it?
Oh, Brenda and I would maybe texting.
Okay. And you would use the laptop to text on what app?
It was not an app, it was the website.
Okay, website. Which
It would
website?
be either FatLife or Telegram.
Okay. And so, so do you know who was texting on the laptop at that time?
Not specifically, because I was making we were making the lunch for the next day.
Okay.
Also,
So who was making the lunch?
Brenda helped me make the supposedly lunch.
Okay. I'm not sure what that means. Did you make a lunch or did you not?
Well, yes. We
Okay.
did make the lunch, yes.
What did you make?
The sandwich, turkey sandwich.
A turkey sandwich?
Yes.
Okay, so that went pretty quickly. What were you doing then with Telegram? I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. If you're taking someone's device, you're trying to get it back as quickly as possible. Am I right?
Yeah.
Okay, so are you sure that you would make a lunch after you took the laptop?
Well, I can tell you for sure that Brenda always knew when she was coming downstairs. He always knew it.
Okay.
We can hear the creaking of the stairs or the master bedroom floor creaking when somebody's walking up. So we can pretty much tell if somebody or she was coming downstairs.
Okay, so that wasn't really an answer to my question, but you weren't concerned about being surprised by her using her laptop. Is that correct?
I mean, I was always concerned, but I trusted Brendan too.
Okay. So, were you ever caught with the laptop when you shouldn't have had it?
If I ever what?
Were you ever caught with the laptop when you shouldn't have had it?
No.
Okay. Did you ever have a close call where it was put back before she came down?
Not that I remember.
Not that you remember?
For the laptop, no.
Okay. Oh, would the phone be different?
No.
Okay, what else would there be?
My brother and I were doing something in the kitchen.
Okay, but so what we were talking about close calls in terms of her discovering your behavior?
No.
Okay, so there was nothing like that?
That I'm aware of, no.
Okay, so let's go back to February 23rd. You got back from the gym, you made a turkey sandwich, you prepared it for the next day, and then you used the laptop to do what?
I think we're mostly, because we were about to text Joe or something.
You were supposed to ask Joe something?
Text, not
Text.
ask.
Okay. And your testimony, you talked to him previously, right?
To them who?
To Joe.
Previously of what?
Previous testimony.
Previous to what?
Previous testimony. You testified that you talked to Joe before
yes.
this night.
On the
Correct.
phone call, yes.
Yeah. When
Yeah.
did that happen?
The phone call?
Yeah.
I already answered. It was a couple days prior.
Okay. Well,
I can't tell you the
definitely said
exact
that,
date,
you
but I
don't
know it
the
was
date.
the same week. But I can tell you for sure, like the date.
Okay. Well, we're talking about February 23rd now. So when you had the laptop in your possession, what were you saying to Joe?
I think the telegram was mostly open.
I kind of had, this is funny. Nick the Hat goes, they should have given him the deal and had her as a defendant. Yeah, maybe. But I don't know if you've watched Brendan over there. He's pretty smarmy. He's not likable.
Like
even I bet if he opens his mouth, he's not likable at all.
I
just got a feeling.
I can see that too.
Yeah.
I would be very, very surprised otherwise.
Real Me Too, hanky panky in the kitchen.
Yep. That's what she was alluding to for sure.
Yeah. Were we any close calls? But that's funny.
I don't know. I think he can be worse than her. Nick said he can't be worse than her. I mean, the language barrier, it makes it very difficult because unless the attorney's he's not the greatest attorney in asking questions. He's not clear. So I don't necessarily blame her not understanding because I don't think he's clear at all. He's very wishy-washy. And the other attorney has had to say, you're not making, she doesn't understand you. You're not making sense.
What they're going to have to do with the prosecution, I think, one of the things Nick had said earlier that I agree with, he's like, it's about who's going to tell the better story here. And right now, the whole story is about, do you believe that they actually created this fake catfish account thing or whatever? They need to the prosecution is going to have to get the story back to the husband, the wife, the infidelity, the greed, the diabolical plan, how meticulous and evil all of that was, him taking her to the shooting. They're going to have to get it back on that and off of this.
Right. They didn't even mention the shooting range, did they? In the questioning of the prosecution, did they ask her? Did Brandon take you to the shooting range? Did he have you practice? What did he say the practice was for? I mean, did they discuss that?
Yes.
I didn't remember it. I guess that was a period that I had to step out.
Because I mean, I wonder if maybe that's why they brought her up early, so we could kind of get this out of the way and then get the focus back on Brendan.
I don't know.
The actual crime.
And Denise
this is just a part of it,
Yes. Denise said, do we know how long this messaging phase went on? Sounds like it went from October on.
Oh, we know that they had several flawed attempts. Like they found people on the app and then they would get red flags and say, whoa, I don't like this. I want to meet you in person before we do this. One of them said something like, this sounds risky for me. I want to at least get to know you a couple of times and see you face to face or whatever. And so it seems like they tried a few people until they found Joe, who was willing to come in without actually meeting in person. But no, we don't really know the dates on all that yet. I suppose they'll have some technical people come in later.
Nick said if he doesn't spend 2 days on her, he's a bad lawyer. I agree. He's not to me right now. He's not worth his money. Yeah.
There is a picture of her on the shooting range.
I remember that. I just didn't remember them specifically discussing why did he have you go? How many times did you go? Who got you? I remember her saying about what did he get the pew pew for? Where did you have it? I remember that line of questioning, but I don't remember them specifically talking about the shooting range and practice and going multiple times.
Yeah.
His attorney is boring the jurors. He's just putting this together to use for closing arguments. Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. So let's get back to this.
Miss Green, and I was around the kitchen, and Brennan was there too. And I'm not saying I was the one texting, saying we're mostly doing that on the laptop. The telegram was open.
I apologize, but can you run through that again? I don't even think I understood what you said.
You'll forgive me if English is not my first language, but what I said is that I was there and Brennan was too, and we're doing other things in the kitchen, and you'd also have access to her laptop the same way as I did.
Okay. And did you see Brendan on the laptop?
Yeah,
Okay. What time was that?
I would say a night, I would say.
Okay. What time did you make the lunches for the next day?
It was also around that time, I guess.
Around.
I mean, you tell me to
Around
be
the time
specific
of-
with time, I can't do specific time.
Okay. And do you remember when you got the laptop back to Christine?
No,
Do you remember when it was put back into her bag or wherever you got it?
well, we always returned to where it was.
We were always what?
We always returned to where it was.
Okay. And who returned it that night?
Well, yeah.
I said who?
Oh, I don't remember who.
Was it you?
I just said I don't remember who.
Okay. And do you remember, if you don't know the messages, how many messages were sent?
I don't know how many messages were sent.
Were there any messages that you were responsible for, either in wording or sending or?
Well, I was responsible for a few of them, but I can't tell you now on top of my head.
So you were responsible for a few of them on February 23rd?
I know I was responsible for the morning, the 24th, yeah, but the 23rd, I'm not really sure.
Okay, you just don't remember that night?
I'm saying I don't recall myself
What is this?
typing out the messages. That's what I'm saying.
Can you
Look
pause?
at me. Look at me. I'm the captain now.
I'm
Do you
missing
remember
this
Brendan typing
reference.
out the messages?
Well, he was here, I was on the counter on the other side, so I can't really tell you what he was texting or who or what. I can't tell you that.
Okay. And you didn't ask him since you were kind of in a plan together?
I'm sorry. I want to clarify on. Wilmington says, and that's going to hurt the defense, Mr. E, and prosecutors will hammer it in closing, hopefully. What will hurt the defense?
Okay, I'm sorry. I must have missed some tomfoolery here because Nick's, and thank you for the super chat, Nick, even though I think it was more to make a point to Angel Wings, it looks like.
Oh, am I? Oh, okay. So they've got a little back and forth going
Yeah,
there.
he says, I'm the captain. Nick, you will always be number one, is what Angel Wing says. And then Nick says, look at me. I am the number 2 captain now. So I'm confused.
Went from 1 to.
What are you talking about?
You went from
Nick?
1 to 2 to 3 in 30 seconds. And what?
Oh, on the chat,
Oh.
probably. On the chat.
Oh, you know what?
Like
it
the
is?
number. Yeah,
The
he was
top
number
fan.
1. He was number 1, and then he went down to
Oh.
number 2, the little hat, the little crown on the
Now-
Oh, I
you
see.
can
He's the
see it
number
in
1
StreamYard.
fan now.
Yeah.
So I don't even know how that works. Is the person that chats the most in a stream? Is that what it is?
I have no, maybe it might be super chats. I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know. It says number 1, number 1, number 1.
That's interesting. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm the captain.
So
now.
and Angel is one of them, and Pam. Okay, well, yeah, they've been pretty active talking with us. So
Funny.
yeah, I don't know what was going on with that.
I
That's
guess
funny.
it's who's the most active.
Yeah, I bet that's what it is.
So Nick is the captain, guys.
Together?
Let's try to
Not
knock him
really,
off
not that I
the
remember. Asking, no.
I mean, was there,
Now it's your job to chat a lot and knock him down.
feeling agitated or worried about what was going to happen the next day?
Of course, yes.
Okay. And so I mean, I would think you would want to know what those messages were that kind of set up what your next day was going to be.
Maybe they tell me, but if it's not something I remember, I can tell you something that I not remember.
I'm sorry, did you say?
If that's something I did not remember, I can't tell you.
Okay, so your answer is, I don't remember.
Put it that way, yeah, okay.
And you talked about having problems with your brain in trauma before?
Well, I didn't say problems.
I see. She's saying that they're going to have to, Mr. E, that the people they tried to get saying they should meet up first. Because that is going to really help the prosecution.
I'm sorry.
What? Say that again.
That all these people that they first went through that said, no, I'm not coming out to your house, sight unseen. Let's meet, have coffee, whatever, before we have this. One of them even said something like, this puts me at a lot of risk or something going to a house like this. Because logically, if you are Christine, of course, you would not have a stranger sight unseen come into role play like this. If they wanted to meet and have coffee, you'd go, sure, let's meet and have a cup of coffee. So we all each know we're safe and then do the role play. The only one that she accepts, if you actually think it's Christine, is the one that would only come in without meeting her first. So that is going to be a huge point, because you'd have to think that Christine was absolutely insane to turn down the opportunity to meet a person she was about to have a fantasy with.
Right.
At least just for a cup of coffee. And the only one she would accept would be the one that ended up being the patsy. So yeah, they'll hammer that home. But I think they should.
But I said that's what happens to people when they have trauma. Yes, they go through trauma. That's what happens. Yes.
Okay. Would you not remembering anything before the trauma
Maybe it's possible.
cause you to not remember anything?
It's possible. Yes. I took some trauma classes in jail, so I've learned quite a bit.
Okay.
It's possible.
Has anybody with a medical degree ever advised you or checked you out for that?
No, I guess they have some knowledge in the subject, and that's why they talk to you about it.
Got to pause for the people just listening on their earbuds, because Nina Drew says, breaking, visas from Brazil to enter the USA as well as others are paused.
That's funny, Nina.
That's really funny.
In the jail.
That is what he said, wasn't it? Probably her
Where
brain.
Christine's desk is located in the bedroom.
Christine is what?
Her desk was located in the bedroom.
Desk?
Yeah.
Oh, there was a desk in the bedroom, yes.
Oh, it wasn't a joke.
Do you know where it's
No, they
located?
really did today.
There was a fireplace here.
Because of this?
And then this.
Well, it was in December. It was in December.
I know, but the way she said it, it made me
I thought she was making a joke.
I thought she was making a joke about because the lady's from Brazil.
We're not kidding. We have not been paying attention to anything happening outside of this case
We
for
really
the last few days. Okay, so Nick says it happened just an hour ago. It may have been during the snarky testimony. Like, we're all right. We're done with Brazil. No more of this.
I thought she was joking too. It was a good joke either way.
It was a good joke.
Good timing.
Yes, perfect timing.
The bedroom, there's a desk.
Well, so let's just kind of look at it from the standpoint of walking in the door of the bedroom.
Yeah.
And we've seen it on some of the body cam videos. The bed is to the right, the bathroom's to the right.
Yes.
Where would the desk be if you're looking in from that direction?
To the left.
Okay, to the left.
Yes.
And the desk, was it on the far wall or the near wall?
So I remember the far wall.
The far wall. Okay,
yeah.
so you could see it after you take a few steps into the bedroom, if you look to your left?
You can, yeah, I could see it.
Okay. Did Christine ever keep her laptop there?
If she ever left her laptop there,
Did she ever keep her laptop there?
I wouldn't know.
Did she ever do work on her laptop, like work for Innova?
There was a printer, so I would guess she's done work there, but that not I have seen. No.
Okay. And I suppose you wouldn't go in there if you didn't otherwise have a reason to go in there.
No.
When you had said that you were taking depression medication for a couple of months, right?
Yeah.
So was a couple of months 2 months? Or?
It might have been 2 or more than 2.
Okay. And did it help you at all?
Like I said before, it made me numb.
Okay. And was that a help to you or a hindrance?
I didn't like it.
Okay. Is that why you went off?
Yes.
Did you know why the name Anastasia 9 was chosen?
Well, the comment I made, I remember Brendan telling me was that her middle name was Ann. That's the only thing I remember he telling me.
Okay, so Brendan told you that.
Yes.
Did you ever know, I'll withdraw that.
I sent you the list of countries and crimes.
You testified previously that you went to go get towels.
Yes.
Then you came back.
Yes.
But you indicated in that testimony you weren't sure why you went to get towels. Is that right?
That's what I said, yes.
Okay, so you went in toward the gun safe, is that right?
Yes.
Now, did you go there to put the gun into the gun safe or take the gun out?
Supposedly take the gun out, like I said before, but I had it with me.
I'm not sure what that means. I guess quotations, but what did you go into the bathroom to do and get towels?
That's what I said. He had told me to do it, and I did.
Okay, so he told you to go in and get towels.
Yes.
Isn't it true that the 911 operator told you to get towels?
Well, I can't tell for sure if that's something I don't remember.
You don't remember the 911 call?
I do remember the 911 phone call, but I don't remember the part specifically where the person told me to get a towel.
You don't remember the 911 operator saying get towels and whatever you can for compression?
Well, I would assume they would do it because that's the procedure, but like I said, that's not something I remember doing, the person telling me to do. I was not the one really talking on the phone call.
Okay, that's not my question. You heard it though.
I'm saying I do not recall that part.
Okay. When was the last time you heard the 911 call?
Last time what?
You heard the 911 call.
Well, Brenda was talking to the person, the 911 phone call person. And I know I was there, but I don't think my mind was really there.
In your preparation with the Commonwealth, did you not hear the 911 call?
We can't hear you if you're talking. You're muted.
Sorry, I was doing it because he had his music playing. A couple of times she's done the air quotes during her testimony, but in weird places, like it's not like actual quotes or whatever. Oh yes, I went to go get the towels.
Like the alleged towels.
Well, and I think he's trying to get to the point. Did you go get the towels because the 911 operator told you to? Why would you be trying to save her life if you didn't want her to live? The last thing you're going to do is do what they tell you to do, right?
Well, they may be, making it look good though.
They had to look like they tried, right? And plus,
True.
look, we kind of were thinking about this the other day. He's going to have blood on his hands from the stabbing, so it makes sense for him to be the one to try tending to her,
Right.
and so that he can explain the blood. And then, of course, they made the huge mistake of letting him wash his hands after.
I get the whole thing now with the pew pew, because she said the reason, we were trying to figure out the safe thing. He wanted her to go to the safe, and he gave her out the safe code because she was supposed to pretend to and open the safe, because that's where the pew pew was supposed to be located. But in reality, she had it on herself. She had it in her pocket, but she was supposed to pretend like she and go do it so that step would be in there, the gun safe would be open, and that she got it to pew pew him because he was still moving. That's what I'm thinking. That was the whole point of that.
That brings up a good question, though. How did they know he was going to still be moving?
I don't know.
He wanted her implicated, right?
That's what
it seems like.
It's what it seems like to me, is he wanted her implicated.
He wanted her to have a step in the process.
Right. And that was when she said she didn't even realize it, because he just yelled out the number, and she's like, and that's why she uses the air quotes, because that was the plan, but she didn't realize that. And that's what she was supposed to be doing, but she knew she had it on her. And that's why the whole thing, he was also developing a plan to implicate her should it go bad. That's what I think.
Well, thank you for becoming a member, Nick. You can join us on trivia next time we do that.
Oh, Nick would be fun on trivia.
Yeah, you'd have a great time.
We also do the dog pound where you can come up and talk, but I would be afraid of Nick. Who knows what Nick would say?
Get your channel taken down. No, that'd be. Yeah, well, thank you very much.
This is not a public defender. No, this is not a public defender.
No, no, he's a very seasoned, good attorney. He's
very calm.
They both, everyone involved, all of these people, nobody's a rookie here. They've all got long careers, lots of recognition from various organizations and such. I kind of looked into everybody. They've all kind of been judges and prosecutors and defendants and defense attorneys and everything. And
Nick says he enjoys court cases and that we should do this more often.
Yeah,
we enjoy it too, actually. Yeah.
Yeah, but our behinds after
it just takes up so much time.
I'm going to have to go the Pat McAfee route. I know you guys don't know who that is, but he stands during his shows. He's a sports guy. I'm going to have to go that route and quit sitting in the chair if we're going to do.
Am I going to have to get
7
you
and
a
8
standing
hours?
desk?
I'm going to have to do the standing thing because
we'll have
brutal.
to change rooms because we're in the dining room right now. So
yeah, that table's not getting any higher.
No. I mean, I'll just have to add a box or something for the.
I think.
And Nicey Marie said her fingerprints. Lifters. So her fingerprints be on the code buttons. I think he set her up. I think so too. I think he wants her implicated so that they look, if it went bad, they both were there to basically take the fall for what happened. But I think he wanted her involved.
Yeah. I think he thought several levels deep, right? Just in case the first story didn't work and to keep her in line a part of it.
I mean, I'm not condoning anything what he did, but I mean, it makes sense why he did it.
Yeah,
it makes sense. I mean, Angel Wing says we'll have to let Nick win trivia so he'll stay number one.
And Brazil is one of the countries that no longer they're allowing visas right now. I sent it to Crimey's, the list of all the 75 countries. So
wow.
Oh well.
I've got to go get Middle East now.
What's the reason for this? Are we on like a terror alert or something? What is it?
It was, hang on. It just says White House spokesperson shares report that U.S. visas have been paused in 75 countries in South Asia, Afghanistan, Bangladesh, Bhutan, Nepal, Pakistan, and it's got the full list of countries. I mean,
the Bahamas,
Barbados, Belize, Cambodia,
Brazil,
Cuba.
Columbia.
There's no reason given at this point.
No, that was just a post. But I
Hmm.
think Nick sent us the press releases so we can look in our group with him. And
It's all the
it's there.
islands that we like to visit.
Yeah.
You know, this is a good point. Life Interrupts says, and that's why his mom and him kept putting money on her books in jail.
Yeah.
You know, the argument that the defense attorney is making is that she did what she did for the money.
Right.
Well, you could conversely make the argument that she was willing to go along with them as long as they were backing her, supporting her, putting money on her books.
Right.
That argument kind of works both ways. It's just which story do you believe ultimately?
Also, Aunt E, just because it's a Friends reference, we can't. No one from Yemen is allowed to come in.
Yemen. Yeah. It says the State Department will pause immigrant visa processing for 75 countries whose migrants take welfare from the American people at unacceptable rates. The freeze will remain active until the U.S. can ensure that new immigrants will not extract wealth from the American people.
Oh, wow.
I totally agree because I know people that have transferred over to other countries to work. Specifically like England, and they had to have that. They wouldn't even let them go over there on visa until they had a bank account with at least $10,000 in it, and then they had to have all these other things in place.
Oh, that's right.
So they were not a burden on the country. So you can't come here with absolutely nothing and expect our government to pay for you as soon as you get here. Is basically that what they're. You know, and once they can prove that these countries with visas that's got such a high rate of welfare recipients, they want to make sure they're all legitimate and not laundered money.
Like the fraud stuff that's going on with the daycare.
Right, exactly like the fraud going on with the Somalians in Minnesota.
And then Life Interrupts says, well, proof is when the money stopped, the true came out, as she puts it. That's a good point.
Well, did they?
And I have to step away.
Okay,
I have to get Middle E. It's time.
You gotta go get them. Unless you want me to.
No, it's fine. I don't mind.
Well, the thing is,
they're here for you. They're not here for me.
Did they take away the money prior to her confession, or did they? From my understanding, they were still paying for her attorney up until she decided to turn state's evidence. Isn't that correct?
About the timing on when they pulled their money back?
Yes.
Oh, I would guess they did. I don't know.
No, I thought it was. I didn't think they pulled the money back until after she made the deal.
Oh, that's what I think too. Yeah. And headphones.
Yes, I've seen that too. Dreaming that 85% of the Somalians are on some kind of welfare or state assistance, and it's like you should not come to this country and be a burden immediately on our government and our taxpayers. And other countries all the time require you to show that you have income, show you have a job. You can't just come here and be a burden.
All right, so we'll go back to this. They probably can't have too much longer. It's almost 5 o'clock there. I think they end about 5.
Or see a transcript of it?
Hang on, did I miss something?
Okay.
Yeah, this is her talking about the 911 call. That she doesn't remember being told to get the towels, but I'm not sure. Doesn't she hand? I've actually got it queued up. We could listen to it at the end if we wanted to, the 911 call. But I think she talks at first, but then gives the phone to Brendan for the majority of it. So she may not have actually heard all that. I don't know.
Yeah, she acts a little like she's kind of freaking out there, and he takes over and kind of takes, and that to me is indicative that it was planned because he's all calm, cool, collected.
Yeah.
He's not freaking out.
I was planning if we had a long lunch break with this today that I was going to go back through the 911 call during the break, but we never really had that chance. So we'll do it probably tomorrow if we have another break.
Court's indulgence.
Yes, sir.
Oh, court's indulgence. So that would mean it's kind of funny. While I'm playing that music, I'm looking at her face, because I'm not seeing the sidebar thing and all the steel drums, and she's just sitting there looking like she looks.
I'm sorry, could you say that again?
I have no further questions.
All right, redirect.
Oh my God.
Whoa,
Okay.
that's all you got for her?
Wow. That's pretty pitiful.
Wow. No, she had the crocodile tears. I've also got, Dreaming. Also, when we do the 911 call, I was going to go back over how he had dry eyes too. Neither one of them can fake a cry. Man, he finished. So he's not going to go over anything about the actual
Wow.
event. I get that you want to hammer home the catfishing aspect, but you got to act at least a little curious about the actual crime itself, the actual event, and what actually happened there. He said he's not going to have any questions about it. That's wild. All right, so maybe they'll take a break here.
Oh, wow.
That's surprising.
And Nick said no, because his client might be guilty. Yeah.
I mean, I know that they want to focus on this catfishing part because it's one of the weakest parts of the whole thing, because one investigator claimed it was Christine's.
Yeah, they never proved that.
Not yet.
They never proved it yet.
But they're going to bring up the former investigator that believed Christine created the account. So they're going to have competing
Good afternoon.
experts.
Good afternoon.
Wow.
So I'm not going to go back through all of the letters that the jail communications that you have looked at today. But
Sure.
I did want to ask you, Mr. Carroll showed you, I'm going to say approximately 70 something jail communications of you texting or letters. The communications that you saw and that you read from, is it fair to say that most of them were longer than the 1 or 2 lines or the paragraph that you read?
Yes.
And when in the communications that you were having and in the early days of your arrest and of your case, the communications in which you were expressing sorrow and sadness and despair, are those just the feelings that you were having at the time?
Those are feelings that I had, unless you have it.
And Mr. Carroll asked you about the genesis of this plan, or the beginning of this plan, and what you remember about the beginning of this plan, and this as the steps of the plan went more and more forward. Did you think that this was really going to happen?
I did not.
And Mr. Carroll also showed you a number of communications that you've had with a couple of different people with connections to the media. And when this is all over, when you get out of jail, when your case is over with, are you going to be able to return to work as an au pair?
I won't.
And do you have any idea what it is that you're going to do for monetary support for yourself?
No, I don't.
And do you have family in Brazil?
I do.
And are those family in Brazil going to be able to support you?
No, not at all.
So do you have any idea what it is that you're going to do for money or support or anything aside from what you might be paid to talk about your story with someone who's interested?
No, I don't.
Yeah, I don't think that was very smart.
Yeah, executing your boss tends to make you unemployable.
Mr. Carroll asked you a lot about things that you might have remembered or not remembered while you were in jail. Is it hard to remember every single day in jail?
Yes. And sometimes we just know if you're being jailed in a situation. We try actually to push some thoughts out of our minds. We don't want to be doing that.
And is there a routine in jail? Is every day in the jail different and new and exciting, or are they all the same?
The same.
And is it fair to say that you became frustrated with the defendant before you?
I just want to say thank you for the super sticker, Nick. An angry emoji guy there. Is that what you see, Auntie?
Yeah, he's like,
Yes.
a little red. It's a little red ball of meanness.
Yes. Thank you.
And he said, "Is that Harvey Weinstein's son behind the ADA?"
He does look a little like Harvey.
He does.
Weinstein.
He does. That's
right.
funny.
All right.
You ultimately entered your plea.
Yes.
And did you expect the defendant who came up with this plan to help you with your defense?
I did.
And how did you feel about this as you got closer and closer to trial and he wasn't helping you?
I felt alone. I felt that it was being unfair for not helping when the whole point of him being in jail was because of his plan, what he had planned.
There you
and
go.
He was not the one paying my defense. And yes.
What's that, Auntie?
There you go. That's what I wanted her to get at with her.
Yeah.
Is, that she felt betrayed because he wasn't helping in her defense, and she saw that, and I wanted that attorney to get there with her so that they could give her some credibility as to why she's done what she's done as far as turning the evidence against him.
If I understood her correctly, and I'm not sure I did, but she was saying she felt like it was part of the plan for the. Is she saying she thinks it was part of the plan for the attorney to tank her case and not really help her? Is that what she was saying? Or am I misunderstanding?
I don't think so. I don't think that's what she was saying. She just said as it got closer, she was so. You might rewind that part just a tad so you can hear that again.
Because it's hard to understand her.
Yes.
I'll just go back a little.
I felt alone. I felt that it was being unfair for not helping when the whole point of him being in jail was because of his plan, what he had planned. And he was not the one paying my defense. And yes.
And we heard from these communications, we heard from your letters and from your smart tablet communications that you were disappointed at times with your attorney when you were trying to prepare for your trial.
Yes.
Did he visit you often enough to get ready?
Yes, it did.
And were you able to get through all of the 8 terabytes that you received in discovery?
I would guess so. Yeah, he came to see me enough that we could go through some stuff. Other times he'd go through some stuff with my other lawyer.
But sorry.
Well, go ahead.
So on one occasion, you wrote to your mom and said that he came in with a laptop that wasn't charged.
Yes.
And actually, I think I remember Mr. Carroll showing us two such communications. Was that something that inhibited your ability to get through and to look at discovery in the case?
Well, yes, potentially, yes.
And
8 terabytes. Wow.
So all of the discovery that you have looked at, what Mr. Carroll is insinuating, right, is that you used the Commonwealth's evidence to make up a story about what happened. Is that what happened?
It is not.
Okay.
I know he wants to make sound that way for his client's privilege, but it's not.
Juliana, how old were you when all of this began?
21, just turned 22,
And how old are you now?
25.
So is it fair to say that you're 22, 23 years old when this plan begins? Is it fair to say that you're 22, 23 years old and you've fallen in love with your employer at the time that this plan begins?
Yes,
And your employer is older than you are, is that correct?
15 years older.
And he's a law enforcement officer, is that correct?
Correct.
And is it fair to say that as this plan marched on, is it fair to say you're far away from home?
Yes,
And are you away from your mom, your grandpa, your other family members of support?
yes.
And after you were arrested in October of 2023, you're how old?
23, I would say.
So had you ever been in jail before?
No, never.
Had you ever been accused of a crime like this before?
Never.
And while you were in jail, is it fair to say that you're still a continent away from your family and your support system?
Yes,
And is it fair to say that you miss them?
terribly, yes.
And is it fair to say that you were worried and concerned about what your future would be?
Yes,
And is it fair to say that you relied on Brendan and Tess
I did.
for everything at that point?
For everything, yes.
Now, that morning in the room, in the bedroom, you were asked about calling 911 on that morning,
Yes.
and whether or not you may have.
I just want to say, Pam was saying midlife crisis at 39 years old. One of the first articles I read about this was saying that Brendan had had a history of affairs, but I can't verify that. I just know that was one of the. I don't remember which
saw
article.
that as well.
I don't remember who reported it, but and I don't know where that. I don't know how accurate that information was, but it may not be the first time he's done that. But anyway, just wanted to say that. Anything else while I'm paused, Auntie?
No, I think this. I like her redirection. I think it's good.
Yeah, clearing up a lot of the.
Yes.
Or at least giving her side of it on a lot of that. A lot of what happened today, really.
Right.
Dialed 911 more than once. Is that correct?
Yeah, that
You
was
remember being
correct.
asked that?
Yes,
Okay. When you said you called 911 accidentally, you called 911 in response to Christine saying, Juliana, call 911.
yes,
And then you said, Brendan gave you the cut sign.
yes,
And you said you hung up.
yes.
Did you put your phone in your pocket at that point?
I don't remember.
Do you know where your phone was?
I'm sorry, I'm going to object to leading.
Oh, sorry.
Four separate
leading.
questions were.
Leading,
given
sustained.
Fair. Do you recall where you put your phone after you hung up that call?
I can't say 100% sure.
Do you recall if the pants that you were wearing that day had pockets?
My sweater had pockets. I think it was just a sweater. Yes,
Is it possible that you stuck your phone in your sweater pocket?
totally, yes.
Is it possible that your phone was knocking around in your pocket?
It's also possible, yes.
Why? Why does she want to do that?
I don't know. I don't know what the significance of that is.
May I have the court's indulgence for one moment?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, I'm missing it. Okay, so we know they had the first accidental or unplanned call at 7:47 that hung up shortly after that sounded like moaning or something in the background.
That's when she said Christine told her to call.
Yeah.
And so she automatically called. He gave her the sign, told her to hang up.
Okay.
Everything that you talked to me about yesterday,
Yes,
was that all the truth? Is that the truth?
it is.
Judge, I don't have any further questions.
All right. Is this witness subject to recall?
Yes, she is.
All right. Ma'am, since you're subject to recall, you cannot discuss your testimony or this case with anybody at this time until you're called again to the stand, all right? You can stay right there for a moment. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a long day of testimony. I'm going to go ahead and release you a little early tonight. Just make sure you have a restful evening. Stay away from sick people, please. Drink some water, and we'll see you bright and early tomorrow morning, okay? Thank you. Have a good night.
Stay away from sick people.
Outside research and don't talk to anybody, okay?
Well, so that's probably
10 o'clock.
Did they tell her they're going to retain her, or did they let her go? I missed it.
They said that she is subject to recall.
Okay.
So she cannot discuss her testimony or anything that's been said, and that she may get recalled. And I would say she will. Possibly.
Yeah. I mean, good chance.
He just looks like the big
He does.
Custody of the sheriff. He can go ahead and go back.
He just looks like.
All right. Do we have anything else we need to do this evening? All right. And tomorrow morning, we're all set up for our witnesses for 10 a.m. start. We're good? Yes, ma'am. Okay, perfect. All right. We'll see you at 10 a.m. then. All right. Thank you.
All rise.
Why does he keep sitting down?
I don't know.
Everybody else stays standing. He sits down. Yeah, I think the DA could have been a little bit more. I'm just telling you, these people don't seem to experienced in this type of case. They're very passive. They're not passionate about the case.
Yeah, I thought when you read their resumes on everybody, I thought it'd be kind of a little. But I don't know. I don't know. Today was interesting. She got fiery. She got defensive, especially around noon. Maybe she was hangry, ready for lunch,
Yes.
something like that. But you did kind of see her. I don't know what. Just you could just see the real her starting to pop out there, right?
Oh yeah. I don't get the phone in the pocket thing. We're gonna have to go back to what she said happened, or the 911 calls, because there's something about the phone in the pocket.
Yeah, I don't know what that's about. Unless there's more phone calls that were made from her phone that we don't know about.
That's true. I know we see on the one video, she takes a phone off the bed at the crime scene when the police are there from the police cam. You see her reach over, grab a phone, and put it somewhere and take it with her. And so I wonder if that has something to do with it.
She might actually put it in the pocket. I think that is what she does with it.
So
Yeah.
Hmm.
So that's
That was interesting.
it from the au pair today. I don't know who will be up tomorrow. We will have to hear from probably some more officers. We're definitely going to hear from the investigators about the catfishing, the one that they transferred, demoted, whatever you want to call it, that believed that Christine created it, and then their expert.
What I think it's going to be hard to prove is, first of all, that Christine created it, because anybody that was looking for someone like that, it's like you said, she would have said, okay, well, we can meet, but they made sure they got someone that was stupid enough to pull this off without ever having met each other, revealed who they were, anything like that. See you, wowzer, wow. I
Maybe
mean, you know, I don't know. I don't see how it has anything to do with the hang up, because she says he gives her the signal and she hangs up the phone. And that's kind of the way it ends. It's very abrupt.
Real Me Too says the prosecutor should have asked her if she was remorseful.
She should have. She should have done a better line of questioning to show emotion from her. That's what you needed to see. You needed to see that she regretted it, that it was a bad decision. You know, and she should have said, why did you decide to come forward with this information?
Yeah.
She should have given her that opportunity one more time to say, I wanted the truth out. I wanted people to know what he had done. I mean, it would have given her so much more ability to point the finger at him. And she did not give her an opportunity to say, you know, did you know anything about the relationship and how it developed. And I think that also would have been good for the jurors to know. And how she was basically a young 21-year-old being kind of dominated by a much older man, and that she was, you know, to show that she was in love with him. I mean, she alluded to it only briefly, and that's something that she could have really hit home with. And I don't think she took the opportunity to do that.
Nice. He says, intentionally put it in her pocket, not getting help is the reason she hung up, and put the phone in her pocket like, I'm not getting the wife and the man help.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. There's some other, they know that she hung up because she said Brendan gave her the signal to hang up the phone. So I think that was weird. And then she supposedly hung up. That's when he instructed her to fire again on Joe to make sure he was not viable anymore. And I don't know. She
actually,
also,
you know,
go ahead.
That 911 call is really bad for Brendan too, because if they go upstairs and they call 911 and they hang up, what it happens, if you believe his story, why did you call 911 and then 15 minutes later call again?
I mean, 15 minutes is a long time in an emergency.
When your wife's laying there, you know, supposedly from this attacker, how are you going to explain that? You got to explain that gap, you know? And I don't know how you could unless you say it's a pocket dial, a coincidental 911 pocket dial on the day that this happened. What other reason do you have?
Yes. And that's another good point. Dreaming said they need to search any of the husband's old computers or phones. I doubt that was the first time he'd been on those disgusting websites. Well, that we know for sure that the phones that they had during, you know, right before this, they erased and got new phones. And she testified that that's why he had her get a new phone. So nothing that they had texted or anything could be found. Well, I'm just sorry, but if they know those numbers and those phones, that stuff can be retrieved, and he should know that.
Yeah, and Real Me Too said she says something about blood being on her socks. I think she was like, I don't even know how it got there. So she does have some blood on her.
But you know, that's another thing. I would never even, I didn't even know websites like that existed. I had no idea. Did not know anything about that kind of thing.
Yeah, I'd never heard of that.
And so I doubt that a young girl would even have known about that. I mean, she may have, but I'd say this was, something. This came from a sick and depraved mind, not that of a young girl from Brazil. I don't see that.
Yeah, I had never heard of that site before either. So, how? Which one of them had heard of it? Probably him.
Right.
And
I would
if he had
assume
been
him.
cheating over the years, he probably knows a lot of the sites to go to for those kind of
And
things.
that's what Dreaming said. They need to really search old phone numbers, old phones, old devices, if they can find anything to see if that's something he's done before.
Yeah, Roll Me Too says they panicked when they realized both victims were still alive and were buying time. It was too soon.
Oh, good grief. That site is big. We're looking into it for a Disney case. It has millions of people and many 18. Oh, I don't doubt that it is big, but
Yeah, just not on our.
It's not on our radar.
Yeah, but
I just had no clue. I had no clue. That's awful.
Yeah, everybody's kind of grossed out that it involves a Disney case.
Yes, it is.
Yeah,
that is gross.
Unfortunately, not surprising.
No, nothing surprises me anymore.
No, but so it's pretty interesting today.
It was.
Who won today? If you had to, do you think that today was a win for the defense or the prosecution? If you had to say,
think it helped. I don't think it helped the defense any.
I don't think it did either. And this is really the one they had to really. I mean, this was a big part. They really had to discredit her because she's the key. And to me, I mean, I realize she's playing dumb, and she probably had some days where he was asking her, "Do you remember who picked up the laptop?" She probably did remember a lot of that stuff, but just didn't want to paint herself into a corner in case she happened to be wrong. So she just went with, "I don't know."
Well, and that's smart. I'm sure she was instructed to say that, because if there had even been one message that she said that yes, I did that message, and they could prove that he was somewhere else, they could start to tie together that she thought this up and she did this. When I was thinking about it, there's really no scenario that makes sense that she did all this on her own. I just don't think so.
No.
Especially with him being at McDonald's and him changing. I mean, that all the information she gave them about how he started going out in the morning so it didn't look weird when this happened. He thought this out for quite some time. He had this plan probably very quickly after their affair started, and he kept working on it and working on it. And he was smart. He thought he was smarter than the average bear, and he could pull it off.
If they can make the jury focus on like the McDonald's thing and the windows and the going to the gun range and showing that Christine didn't have a history of this kind of, because you don't just go do that for the first time at 37 years old, I don't think.
No.
You don't walk into that, for your first. You would think if you're into that, that's probably something that's been throughout your life, or at least a slow build up to the stranger coming into my home in the morning to attack me fantasy.
Right, like there would be some evidence over the years of something like something else.
You'd have other stuff. There'd be other. You wouldn't just sign up for that site a month before and then that. So unless she's got a history of that, I don't.
Sue Ann says she wants to know who started it, who initiated the affair. I would have to say it was him. I just don't think someone from another country that's very insecure coming over there for the first time, knowing what her job was going to be, he had to have been the flirt and opened the door for her to walk in.
Yeah, I don't know. I could see it being either way. I could see her thinking,
yeah.
Well, I mean, he was obviously open to it. regardless, but
Well,
I don't know.
for the fact that you see she's sleeping in the master bedroom. They've changed all the pictures out to pictures of the two of them. I mean, that's not something that happens willy-nilly. Angel Wing says it certainly didn't sound like she did it alone. If I was, she said, if I was the juror, it didn't sound like she did it by herself. I agree. Yes, you're right, Nana. He did say if you don't know for sure.
Yeah, so Sue Ann is thinking she sees it the other way: free trip to the USA, free home, get paid, etc.
Oh, I think yes, absolutely. But I still don't think she would have just immediately started trying to have an affair with the guy. I don't. He had to have. I think he had to have hit on her, and she, reciprocated.
So somebody does a little flirt first, and then you see where it goes, right? Probably, but
Right.
who, I'm not sure.
Hi, Jenny. Jenny Machete. She needs coffee.
Rosebud's saying, what if that was his plan all along by having her come here? How far out was he thinking this way? Did it really have to do with this au pair, or has he been? I mean, he's apparently a planner.
Oh, Real Me Too said, Mr. E, there was a press conference in the Tepe case that they linked a weapon to the red rooms, and she sent it to Mrs. E. So we want to check that out.
All right. Well, thank you very much for that.
And I agree with Dreaming. She said him going to the pew pew range is very incriminating.
Yeah. Yeah. There's a lot of build up to it. And even in the McDonald's thing, let's say he started going to McDonald's 2 weeks before, but he hadn't done that his entire life. That's just.
Yeah. I mean, it was all, he was very, very smart and calculated. He took his time.
Yeah.
He took his time and he planned it out. And maybe, that the whole reason he had her have the pew pew as well was to put her in a situation where she had to be a participant. So if it did go down bad, that she would also be implicated. I don't know if he thought about that. I mean, how would they know that the one shot didn't take out the guy? It hit him in the head. So how would they know that? They wouldn't. So I think he's thinking in lots of different scenarios.
Yeah.
Because if he was so confident in his skills, why would he have even trained her to do that? I mean, there had to be a reason for that too.
Yeah. He's not going to take the stand. So he's not going to give that side of the story. So they're just going to just not talk about it, focus on their strengths, which is her making a deal. And that one investigator that says he thinks she created the account, and hope that overwhelms the rest of the case. I guess that's kind of what way they're going to go.
And Nicey Marie says, I don't think she was smart enough to put this together. He played her as well. That's what I think. I think he played her as well.
I think it's largely him, but I don't think she had much of a problem going along with it. No, I don't think she actually has. I don't think she actually has remorse. I think she has regret because she's in a cell.
Oh, you sent it to me, Aunt A. Thank you, Real Me Too.
But I don't think she has remorse.
She doesn't appear to.
She's taken no opportunity in all of this to say anything about, the little girl, that she cared for 2 years, and then you take part in a plan to execute her mom.
That's horrible.
And frame her basically. And the lady that gave you a job and an opportunity and everything else too, So it's, I think the only thing she said guilt and shame at some point. But I guess we'll wrap it up here. Unless you have anything else, Auntie, any other thoughts from today?
No, I mean, I watched it and listened to almost, pretty much I heard it all except when I was in my appointments, but we listened to it driving and at lunch and everything. So I think I got the gist of everything today, but I'm anxious to see how long this actually lasts, because if they didn't question her more, then the other people that'll be testifying won't be nearly as long as her. So I don't see this lasting anywhere close to 2 weeks. We're only on day 2.
Right. Yeah, I think a little over 2 weeks would be my guess. 2.5, something like that. That'll be my guess on it. Well, we appreciate everybody being here and joining us. Thank you very much to all of our wonderful mods, Real Me Too and Dreaming and Hobo Mom. If you're watching this later, Hobo Mom, hope everything went well today. Jenny Machete, appreciate you joining us too, and all of our new members and our top 3, Nick the Hat, Pam, and Angel Wings, I think, fighting for those top 3 fan spots. Appreciate all the the great conversations and questions and observations today. So been a lot of fun. We will be back again tomorrow at 10. So we will 10 Eastern, 9 o'clock Central. I
actually have 2 more doctor's appointments tomorrow, but they're in the afternoon. So I'll be on in the morning, but then back off again for my appointments. But after that, I'm good.
All right, great. Well, thank you guys. We appreciate you joining us. We will see you tomorrow.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
We remember you. We remember you. Ooh. We're still here for you. We'll shine a light for you. We're holding on to hope for you. We remember you. We remember